And Whitney, am I correct that one of your roles today is you'll be contacting departments that are coming to present later?
Yes.
Wonderful, I love it. And commissioners, my view of your role today is that you're gonna have a conversation that is professional, that is civil, that is robust, and that is honest and that is clear. Can we all agree to those outlines for the day? You can just give me a thumbs up. Yeah, I know we're at mass making part. Wonderful, fantastic. Then I'm gonna go ahead and dive us in the very first thing. Can you do me a big favor? I think it's essential to start with just a little bit of focus. Will you please find the very back page of your handout? It is our mission statement. I'm just gonna read that out loud, just to remind us why we're here and what we do to serve the community here in Deschutes County. So just a brief focus for us. Hey, why are we here? What is our point? Our mission statement for the Board of Commissioners: enhancing the lives of citizens by delivering quality services in a cost-effective manner. And we do this really briefly through safe communities, healthy people, economic vitality, and service delivery. Commissioners team, that's all 6 of you, and anyone that's listening in that's on the team, I just want to invite us today to bring our brains and our hearts. We're here to serve people. We're here to make decisions that are going to really impact everyone in this county. So let's do that with our hearts and our souls. Thumbs up if you're into that. I hope so, because let's dive into our day. So we are going to begin. Commissioner priorities is what we're going to start with. Man, we are on time. Good job, us. Commissioner priorities is what we're going to start with. Just a little bit of a brief ground rules, expectations. Each commissioner will have around 20 minutes. I'll give you a 3-minute warning. I'll be up here kind of off camera. I'll give you a 3-minute warning when I'm like, hey, you got 3 minutes left, wrap it up. We're going to do our best to stay on time, but of course we can be flexible if we need to. I'm not a drill sergeant up here on timing. I recognize that we may need some room and some space to be flexible, and I'm going to do my best to honor us and our timing and all of that. This is a time for each commissioner to share. This is not necessarily a time for big, fierce debate. At the same time, commissioners, I want to ask you, because you all have done this before and I haven't, do you prefer to have a little bit of time at the end of sharing your priorities for questions and comments? Or do you prefer to just say each person is going to kind of say their thing and then we're going to move on? Give me your thoughts, because I want today to work for you.
I'm thinking this is a time to just say our piece for a little while and move on, but we can take notes, and anything that needs to be discussed, we'll be able to be brought up throughout the day.
Right, usually it's recap and then we look at it and then we discuss it at a later time.
Perfect.
I think it's probably a better utilization of today.
Excellent. Commissioner Chang.
I would say that discussion, yeah, maybe we can save for later, but maybe clarification questions.
Perfect.
Just so we understand what the other commissioners are talking about,
Excellent.
or sometimes.
Then how about I'll allow for about 2 minutes at the end of each commissioner, where if we just have questions like, hey, I just genuinely need some clarity there, tell me that again. This is not time for discussion or debate. This is really time, commissioners, as I gotta tell you, I'm a resident in Deschutes County. I'm excited to be here with you today. I want to hear your hearts. I want to hear your passions. So like this is your time. I know there's members of the public that are going to be listening in. Like share your priorities. That's why we're here. Let's be in touch with that. You do this job for a reason, because you care about us in the community. So let's be in touch with that. We'll do so on that note. Each person will have 20 minutes. That means I'll give you a warning at 15 minutes. I'll give you a 3-minute warning, and then that'll save us 2 minutes at the end just for clarification questions and whatnot. I'm seeing some nods, so I hope that's going to work for everybody. The format: Commissioner Dare is going to have 9:15 to 9:35. Commissioner Chang will have 9:35 to 9:55. Commissioner DeBoe, you'll have 9:55 to 10:15. Hopefully after that, we'll give a nice break to take care of our needs. Questions, comments from anybody?
Well, just a request from staff that's on the screen. I think you introduced yourself prior to us coming on and recording starting, so maybe just for folks that might be watching this at a later date. Self-identify.
Good morning. If you're there on the screen, my name is Holly Huxema, And I am a leadership and professional development coach here in Central Oregon, and I'm facilitating the day. Most of the time, I'm gonna stay off camera, because I want you to see all of these great people. But when you're hearing the voice that's off camera, that's me. Good morning. Commissioner Darrow, give you the floor.
Good morning. Yesterday, it was rather a strange meeting, and now I kind of believe why we had it. We had a technical issue starting our meeting. And I don't think it really ever happened that extensively. And so today it doesn't feel really that strange. It kind of flows with yesterday. So anyway, thank you to the team. Thanks, Whitney. Thanks for everyone being here. Honestly, the last almost 2 years have been amazing. And the team in Deschutes County somehow has been able to be self-responsive, to rock, to roll with COVID, to everything we need to deal with, and with our community too. The vaccination levels, the responsiveness, the clinic at the fairgrounds. I mean, the last 2 years have been probably something that you could never have imagined. And I do want to thank everyone for their thoughtfulness, their responsiveness, and know that we really truly couldn't have done it without you. Not one day did we not have a challenge that we really didn't foresee. And I do want to thank the office for now getting us the KN95 masks that I was talking about forever. The fact that, I had a friend originally make masks, and remember the hospital didn't have any masks. We were short. So people invented patterns, and I have a friend who must have sewn at least over 500 masks. But then, of course, now when I saw her recently, we all admit they don't work. Cloth masks are really not the best. So thank you for the upgrade to the KN mask. Do appreciate it. As far as goals for 2022, this is my 4th year of serving as county commissioner, and seeing our homeless situation in the county, I first wanted to address what I think is a temporary, important direction that we in Central Oregon could take if we could get the governor behind our letter to open up Deer Ridge. The portion of Deer Ridge, it's half empty. It's been empty since it was built in 2007. And it's actually a lovely facility. I've toured it. The grounds are beautiful. It's on the east side of Madras, half empty. Of the minimum security prison next to it, approximately 60–70% of those 785 residents, the prisoners there, are mentally ill. And so if we could do a psychiatric hospital in that unused spot until we could build something in Central Oregon, I think that is an important goal for us to take. The response in the community has been tremendous. I just met with Don Senecal the other day. He's a person behind Jericho Road, and he said, "Oh my gosh, Patty, let our groups all write letters for you." Have you ever walked on the street and had someone yell profanities at you? And we've kind of gotten immune to it in a way. I haven't been to New York or anything lately, but when you have those kind of things happening, you realize there are people out in the community that truly need more help. And the fact that the state hospital in Pendleton closed in 2014, at one time, that hospital had 550 people in it. Where are the last people? Where are they today? Where would we find them? Clearly, there's some people that are mentally ill that need serious help. By setting it up so that we had 12 pods of 16 residents in each one would help us qualify for federal funding. Now, I don't know how the whole details, but all I know is the federal funding only comes in when you're working with groups of 16. But it is an enormous facility. They have a medical building with treatment rooms in it already that's empty and in great shape, hasn't been used, and we truly could put that to use. So that's one of the things that I'm hoping we as a region can get behind and make a difference. We don't have any serious mental health facilities on the side of the mountains. They just added 48 in Junction City. And when I realized that, that's a couple of groups of 16. I mean, that's that's what they do. And, you know, we have the state hospital, but it's always full. And then they're just adding Wilsonville, but there's nothing over here. We truly need something on this side of the mountain. And the next project that I really hope that as county commissioners, we can follow through is the analysis currently being done by Road Retreat for that 8-acre property, where actually it's 10 acres, Oasis Village is going to take up 2 acres. But we really need to make sure that that project goes forward as quickly as possible. It's almost like Senate Bill 391, where we need to have housing. I do believe the 10-acre property, following through on that, doing as much as we can with all of our staff, I do believe that it's incredibly important. And one of the reasons why is that I believe we need to redirect and hopefully reduce the population in China Hat. I've been working on China Hat for 3 years. First, John Allen from the Forest Service retired. I believe that was in June of my first year. And then Holly Jukes came on, and we've written letters, and we've had meetings, and we've had more meetings. In the meantime, the 911 calls there have just gone up. You know, they're just going up, and they're going up. And that community is so worried. In fact, there was just an RV fire the other day. Heard from lots of residents there. They are truly worried, and they said, what if that was in the summer? What's going to happen? What if we have bad wind that day? A lot of fires happen, and we really need to protect our Forest Service and protect our residents. So anyway, I believe Road Retreat, China Hat, they kind of all flow together, and hopefully we can be successful this year. It takes a lot of patience, but it is incredibly impactful. People I know that used to ride their horses out there no longer are safe to do that. They said they can't do it anymore. It's just not safe. So, that's a big part of Deschutes County, and I just think that we have to go forward as best we can. And then one of our most lovely projects that we just opened last November was our Veterans Village in Bend. And I'm truly hoping that we could recreate that, not taking as much time, but one in Lapine. And then I know there's a possibility of something in Redmond for our veterans. We have, almost 15,000 veterans in the county, and the village itself in Bend seems to be running so well. It's so important to actually transition. It's a transitional home for people that have been homeless. And they are veterans and they have served our country. So I'm hoping that we can do something there. Now, the Terrebonne sewer system, I started working on that in 2019, and that's actually unbelievably, lots of good things are happening with that, with the Redmond wastewater plant being moved closer to Terrebonne. That timeline looks really good, but I think we also need to put more energy into Tumalo. Tumalo system is right by the river, and that truly, I know we just allocated money, but I'd like to give that system a little more attention and priority as we get through this year. So I believe you've all heard me talk about another priority is the fact that we have over 5,000 surgeries that have been postponed in our hospital. St. Charles serves this entire region. It's truly a 5-star hospital, but it has gotten so far behind. Okay, so we're talking about an employee shortage, but we're also talking about people that live in our county and our region that need surgeries. And when you postpone things, normally it just makes that thing get worse. And I just, what is it, we as Deschutes County, I think the hospital is an important team member, and what can we do to help them? So, more heads are thinking about this. Hopefully we can come up with some good things. We definitely need more beds in Central Oregon. Our population has gone up tremendously. They really need to figure out a way to add more beds. I know they need more help to go with the beds, but really we need more beds. And it was even before COVID that we needed more beds. And so now we can't keep ignoring that. We've got to, hopefully something will happen. COVID-19. okay, we're having like, what is it, 4,500 now cases in the week? I mean, when we had 55, we thought it was horrible, and now look at our numbers. Clearly, Mother Nature is in charge. I am still asking and hoping that we can get a billboard out that has therapeutics on it. I think a lot of people still seem to not quite know what they should do, and I don't want people just sitting home. In fact, at this moment in time, my granddaughter has it, my son and my other son had it a couple of weeks ago. I mean, it's truly, it is out there. And, they don't even live here and they're dealing with it. But they seem to be, doing what you're supposed to do. But if we could get a billboard out, I would so appreciate that. I think we need more messaging, and I'm really excited that the fact our voting service system will be working now 6 days a week instead of 5. The numbers are such that was a really good addition that we learned yesterday at our meeting. I also want to thank the NCAA for what they did yesterday or this week. They actually recognized natural immunity. If we have over 33,000 people in the county that have had COVID, you build up your natural immunity is going to be a bit better. So it was finally recognized by the CDC, and I think it's about time. Anyway, hopefully we can do better messaging, and please let people know. Maybe the Bulletin can write another article about what they should do. It's like I got the monoclonal article in the Bulletin, for Dr. Monoclonals. It was on the front page of the paper, and I thought that was really a great way to let people know, okay, there are treatments out there, and they are really, they make a difference. We don't want more people in the hospital. Now, 3 years ago, we were 3 minutes left. We were trying to add a psychiatrist to the hospital, to our county system 3 years ago. We need to do that again. So we really, I know it's a hard time to add employees, but truly it would be important. We haven't done enough, I think, on opioid overdose, fentanyl overdoses, and I would love to see that expanded on. I know the health department is working as hard as they can. The other thing I'm really worried about, I believe there's going to be some good legislation about the fact that the Mexican cartel has been active in our county, in Klamath County, and in 7 other counties in the state. The legislature surely has to come up with some significant legislation to put some teeth into what's going on. Hopefully, we have water issues. I think we're going to do a South County study soon, and I hope, being that if we don't get a lot more snow this year, we really work on getting more water to North Unit. North Unit are the serious farmers of Central Oregon. I want to thank Lee Randall for working with our building advisory committee. That's great. And one thing I thought, we spent millions of dollars on childcare, but honestly, I would love to see childcare for the employees of Deschutes County expanded. Munchkin Manor is way too limited. 911 staffing is projected to be 10%, and I'm worried about that. I think we as a county really need to recognize that we cannot put that much pressure on 911. That is a critical service that we provide, whatever we can do. So proud that we were able to expand Fire Free 2 years ago. That was one of my little, please, more cleanup, make people take part, and people love to save money. It might cost us something, but what's one fire going to cost? I'm hoping that this year we can move that Fire Free back maybe a week so it doesn't go into June for the rest of the county. But I love the program. I think it's wonderful. And could we add a day to the Lion transfer station? I think the population down there warrants it. I think they also warrant getting the DMV a bit more too. Anyway, I do feel better. I've been worried tremendously about our landfill siting. And after my meeting on Monday, I feel better about that. I thought we were so far behind. So anyway, that's all good to hear. Thank you to the businesses that have vended. Thank you to our environmental department that has worked so hard with everyone. It's been incredibly stressful. Deschutes County, strong, powerful, and what can we do to make your life better? And I so appreciate how our staff really does respond to the community when they're coming and asking for help. So thank you. And especially thanks to our office. We were always open. It was amazing. They were so brave and kept our office open. And I do believe it makes a difference. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Dare. You came in 4 seconds We've got 2 minutes, if there are just clarification questions from anyone, again, this is not debate, this is literally just, hey, I wanna make sure I understand. So any clarifications for Commissioner there? Fantastic, thank you for sharing, this is so energizing to be part of. Commissioner Chang, you've got about 17 minutes, or I'm sorry, 15 minutes, I'll give you a 3-minute warning at 15. You can go to 18 and then we'll have 2 minutes at the end for questions.
Okay. So I also wanted to thank the staff and our community for getting us through a very hard 2 years, 1 year of which I've been in office here. And to jump right into it, I'd like to talk about things that are ongoing, that are priorities for me, that I just feel like we want to make sure we don't lose focus on. And then also a couple of new initiatives I'm interested in. And can everyone hear me okay? As well.
Be as loud as you can.
As well as you can, I'm not a very loud person, so. I'd like to start with COVID response. Now that the Supreme Court and the administration have wrangled over vaccine mandates, and that's not going to happen, I would like the county to consider once again the idea of vaccine incentives for employees, because we have learned that vaccines are the best way to reduce your likelihood of getting COVID, and certainly to drastically reduce the likelihood that you're going to go to the hospital if you get COVID. So that is an important thing I think we can do as an employer to model for the community that vaccines are an important, a critically important piece of our COVID response. In the realm of homelessness, I just want to emphasize that the people who are doing the work are our service providers. We are a service provider. We are one among many, but there is an army of amazing organizations in our community that are providing services, shelter, food, behavioral health services, connections to work, substance abuse treatment, and a whole range of other things. And they're doing an amazing job, but it is not enough because the homeless population in our nation, in our state, and in our community is mushrooming right now. And so we need to help those people to increase their capacity, scale it up, dial it up. And the best ways I see the county being able to do that are through things like the Joint Office on Homelessness, our Emergency Homeless Task Force. Because again, it's not our job to replace service providers. It's our job to help them dial up what they're doing, fill key gaps. And we can do that best working on policy, working on long-term funding, and showcasing and cheerleading their efforts. Those are some of the things we can do through a structure like the Joint Office or through the Emergency Homeless Task Force that we've been working on with the City of Bend. A couple of policies I want to see us chase to the ground and finish deliberations on. CPACE funding. Basically, I would like to see us enable commercial property owners in our community to have access to financing, to additional sources of financing to make investments in the value and performance of their buildings. So I hope that we can complete deliberations on that policy in the near future and move forward. The community benefits bidding process policy that has been raised in the last couple of months, modeled by Lane County, I think is an amazing way for the county to not just make investments in important capital projects that we are doing, but also to invest in our community, to invest in living wages for our workforce, to invest in healthcare for the people who build Deschutes County in Central Oregon, and to expand the pipeline of people who can do that critical construction work in our community through apprenticeship programs. We heard from Skanska the other day that apprenticeships is probably the sticky wicket with the community benefits bidding policy. for our local contractors pool. But apprenticeships is also something that I believe all three commissioners have expressed support for. So I want us to work through whatever challenges or issues we need to work through on that policy decision and make the apprenticeship programs happen. I'd like to talk about the stabilization center. So the stabilization center has done miracles, really. Has performed in an incredible way over the last year and a half or 2 years almost now. And over a year of 24/7 operation. And we need to ensure that the stabilization center can continue to operate 24/7 into the future. That means that we need to think about grant funding, which we rely too heavily on. We need to cultivate partners, and we need to make foundational investments from the county general fund in the stabilization center to ensure that it operates 24/7. It can operate 24/7. So the things, the things that the Board of Commissioners can do about that are, number one, we can focus on what a meaningful foundational general fund investment on an annual basis is for the stabilization center. And then I believe when we've done that, we can go to partners in good faith and say, we are making this investment in this facility and we would like you to make an investment as well. I am confident I can secure investment in the stabilization center from the city of Bend in this year. And I'd like the other commissioners to help with the city of Redmond and the Central Oregon Health Council. We've had some discussions with St. Charles already. This is not, I don't think this is going to be the year that they invest in the stabilization center, but those other two potential partners are a critical piece of future funding for the stabilization center. Along the same lines and talking about long-term funding for important things, we have learned this year through our ARPA deliberations and ARPA allocations, ARPA being American Rescue Plan Act, that investments in affordable housing, transitional housing, and shelter are transformational for our community and are critically needed. So we need to think about what we do when ARPA is done, which we are almost done allocating out all of the ARPA funds that have been allocated to Deschutes County. So we need long-term programs to be able to make local investments in affordable housing, transitional housing, and shelter. A couple of ideas that I have for that I'd like us to explore are allocating a portion of the transient room tax revenue that we get on an annual basis, because a large amount of the transient room tax revenue that county receives is generated from short-term rentals. Short-term rentals take up housing units, reduce the supply of housing, drive up costs, and in that way affect housing affordability. Along the same lines of thinking a little bit more about the role that short-term rentals play in our housing stock, we do not, up until very recently, we haven't really had a registry for short-term rentals in Deschutes County, so we're not tracking them, or we haven't been tracking them, and we have no idea how many of how many of them there are out there, how many are not paying this transient room tax revenue or transient room taxes, for example. So in addition to kind of shoring up that program, which will help in the implementation of SB 391 for accessory dwelling units, I would suggest that we consider actually applying a small fee to short-term rentals in Deschutes County. Again, because of the impact that they have on housing stock and housing availability and pricing. A third possible source of funding or long-term funding for affordable housing, transitional housing, or shelter is the revenue that is generated from the sale of tax foreclosed properties in Deschutes County. And I've had a chance to speak to a number of the taxing districts who receive a little slice, their little slice of the tax foreclosed property sale revenue each year. And every single one that I've spoken to has been really excited about the idea of, instead of getting their $16,000 or whatever, putting that into a pool, and having that have a much greater impact on this pressing issue for our community. So those are things I'm interested in. Yeah.
You have so much time left, if you want to keep it up, get free.
Those are the to be continued projects. So to get into new projects, I have 4 things I want to discuss. Number one, as we have learned in the last year of trying to understand RV parks, campgrounds, mobile home parks, we have not had a new campground built in Deschutes County in something in the range of 40 years. And we all know that recreational demand for trails, campgrounds, for boat launches, and for every other kind of recreational infrastructure you can imagine has mushroomed in that time period. The county has an opportunity to address this need and to create opportunities for entities like the Forest Service to do targeted closures of dispersed camping in key areas by opening the campground of our own. Numerous counties around the state run county parks and have county campgrounds. What I think the basic rule of thumb that I learned is a day use county campground is a revenue sink. You need to spend money to run it. A county campground, a county park or campground can actually be revenue neutral or revenue positive. I would love to see some analysis that can help us understand how revenue neutral or revenue positive a county campground could be. The location I'm thinking about is the 550 acres we own that is just a mile north of the city of Bend, or in growth boundary, straddling Highway 97. The bulk of that parcel is on the west side of Highway 97. There's a tiny little slice on the east side that spills into the Juniper Ridge property at the city of Bend. And my proposal would be that we do a feasibility study or some kind of analysis of that location as a campground and park, so that we can get a sense of what the numbers might be. With a little bit of indication that that's something that we are interested in, and I can go ahead and start talking to people about what you put into a study or analysis like that, and who needs to be involved, and start convening people around that. I've had some preliminary discussions with state parks and Park and Rec, Forest Service, and a number of trails groups that are really excited about the idea of not just a campground, but also putting trails into that 500 acres. It's actually a very cool spot where there are a number of places you get really nice views of the Three Sisters, and there's some big old junipers in there, as well as post-European settlement, juniper encroachment. There's some cool short rock ridges that really break up the landscape. It's actually a really interesting place. And one of the trail advocates I talked to was so excited about it. He went off and he looked for comparable places where they put trail systems into something like a 500-acre property. And he came back and showed me this map of this area down in the southwest, where there's 12 miles of trails, 500-acre area. So definitely enough to really provide an outlet for people who are looking for places to walk, ride their horse, ride their bike, run, and do other things on the north side of town. Okay, second on my list of new ideas.
3 minutes left.
Sorry, okay. A carbon sequestration analysis. We are seeing the state move forward with its climate protection plan under executive order. The DEQ recently in explaining to people what would be essentially what you could get paid for to reduce carbon in the atmosphere, left out carbon sequestration. They made a deliberate decision to exclude carbon sequestration projects. I believe we have incredible opportunities in Deschutes County to do carbon sequestration. Forest, we can optimize for storing carbon that will not be vulnerable to be burned up in wildfire. We can do regenerative agriculture. There's a lot to be learned about what an acre of rangeland that's covered with cheatgrass versus covered in healthy sage stem and bunch grasses versus covered in juniper, like what the carbon balance on each of those different kinds of landscapes is. But I cannot go and advocate to the state to pay people to sequester carbon if I have no data about what our opportunities are in Deschutes County. I'd like to talk about defensible space around homes, which is going to be mandated through SB 762. I believe Fire Free is a great resource for our community, but it is not nearly enough for the degree of defensible space, hazardous fuels reduction that we need to see happen in our community. We need to figure out how to make it easier for people in the community to dispose of debris. Because we have also learned that in this last year that people doing pile burning in their yard is a real fire hazard. One of our most dangerous, most surprising fires last year was a couple of them were from people debris pile burning. And it's not that people, no one should be allowed to do that. There's places where it's appropriate, but there are whole subdivisions in our community where people don't have a yard debris bin, they don't have some kind of neighborhood program where they can clear their property and just take something to a very localized disposal site on an annual basis, and we need to help make that happen. The last thing I'd like to mention is I'm working with people in the city of Levine, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and hunting advocates on a wildlife migration corridor and wildlife crossing concept for the Newberry neighborhood area in Levine. I go over my hand.
You got 48 seconds left, if you want it.
Good job.
I mean, I guess I would also say, I wanted to respond to a couple things that
Hang on, before, questions, so if you're done, we'll go with questions for you, clarifications.
yeah, I mean, if I have 48 seconds, I would say I'm very much engaged in water resource discussions at the state and federal and local level, and trying to help move forward water conservation so that there's more to go around for everyone.
Thank you. 2 minutes for questions or clarifications. Again, no debate, but just clarification questions for Commissioner Chang.
Just to understand, at the beginning you mentioned consider vaccine incentives. And I'm just understanding what's the why behind that? What's the vision? What are we trying to fix?
Our vaccination rates are still not high enough in the community. The county could conceivably, if our vaccination rates at the county level are as high as they are at the community level average, I believe through vaccine incentives, we could encourage a few more people to get vaccinated. And with every person, with the vaccine hesitant or resistant, with every person you get vaccinated, there are ripple effects through families, through neighbors, through their social network. And so just getting a couple more people to get vaccinated can bring along a whole lot of recovery. And again, we now understand very clearly that vaccination is, it's not a bulletproof vest, but it reduces the probability that you're going to get infected, and it dramatically reduces the severity of a case of COVID. Vaccines are the central pillar of COVID response, and we should be doing everything we can to enhance vaccination rates.
For the clarification for Commissioner Chang, any other clarifying questions? I got many of you guys, we are staying on pace and on track. You've got Commissioner DeBonne, it is your turn. I'll give you a warning when you're 3 minutes out, and then we'll move you a few minutes at the end for questions.
Max for an hour instead. Well, this is kind of the cleanup thing, because a lot of these topics have been touched base, and it's interesting, the more technology we have, the less I end up using it sometimes, so I'm back to Post-it notes in the last year or so, but this is the way my world works these days. Oren Teeter used to be on the city council in Bend, and I was communicating with him recently, and he said, it was just the concept of governing between 10 and 2. And when he said that, I was like, oh, that's just kind of a comforting thought, governing between 10 and 2. Understanding there's huge diversity of opinions, but in the end, governing between 10 and 2. So just one of my post-it notes of the day. Housing of any kind is a statement. Housing of any kind. We have homeless people. We have plenty of jobs. We have a disconnect between the cost of housing. And we do have, a tourism economy, which is just amazing that, Deschutes County is just a unique place in the state of Oregon. There's other places around the country like this, obviously, but in the last 10 years, growing up past the Great Recession, it's just been an upswing, and now the housing prices even went higher. So housing of any kind, we're talking about accessory dwelling units. One of the ADU discussions we're going to have is within 100 feet of the primary dwelling, and I've kind of landed on the concept that the vision I have is the housing space, like the living space of a new structure within 100 feet. But maybe a garage or the rest of the structure, which would be, I'm thinking, lean-to or garage outside, could be outside. So I'm just letting you know that's one of my thoughts there. Campgrounds, it's a common theme here, pretty exciting. Forest Service says, they will respond to somebody's application for a campground on the forest. As in, you go down some roads, maybe there's some places where there could be a campground. That's something that we could possibly do is advocate, empower, help dream about where would that next, privately operated market rate campground be. And I'm thinking a couple miles down China Hat Road or up Century Drive or 2 specific areas, but there could be anywhere. And then that is that buffer, that shock absorber for people that are looking for recreational amenities, temporary housing opportunities. We have summertime construction activity where people show up and they have an RV and they just need to be able to be somewhere for 3 weeks or whatever, and then that would be an opportunity. And then also, the statewide land use. Mr. Chang, you mentioned that 500 acres. I think of statewide land use. We're so proud of our one-size-fits-all prescriptive system, and we've just got these dead ends in the system that have been just walled up with a brick wall through our court system over the years. And it's probably time to talk about some of those issues. And this is a statewide issue, obviously, but in Deschutes County, that's where we maybe have a discussion. State legislature could help us, and I have tried to do that a little bit in the last couple of months, talking to Tina Kotek and Representative Fahey, and really getting the word out about what does it look like if there was, So now this time we're talking about specialty legislation, which is a shame, instead of the path of private market on campgrounds. But man, let's celebrate that. Let's run with it as a group here and see what we can do. That's pretty darn exciting. I do envision the way I am as an elected official is, kind of managing the growth of the county. We've seen, as it says, since I've been in office now, this is 11, starting 12 years. Honored to be doing it, but it was the recession. We didn't know if we were done with the recession when I got started. Everybody was like, oh, I'm not comfortable yet. But obviously, we just kind of slowly grew back out of it. Deschutes County, we paid down any debt we had for the longest time. We are in a great spot. Revenue's going up. People are moving here. Values are up. Revenues even go up more. Now is that time to invest in what we can do here. But my point is, the tax bill is huge. It's scary when you see The library bond on top of some of the local option levies, the school bonds, every 5 years, we put another 20-year bond on, and it just stacks up. So it's not in Deschutes County as much, but I'm just pointing out the fact that it's a really sensitive topic for me. Holding the line on those taxes in the big picture, hopefully, figuring out what it looks like. We every time the tax bill goes out, we have people come back to us. I can't believe this, but it kind of works right now. We're in the right place generally, but it's because we try to be really prudent and cost effective with the dollars. Going to jump in another whole topic here. Thank you very much for providing the department opportunities and challenges. Sitting down with Nick, and thank you, Nick, for joining us as the county administrator. Very exciting right now to be able to run at the Deschutes County $500 million organization, thousands of employees and growing, and it's just amazing what we do here. But yeah, 2 years of COVID really puts us on our heels. The world is changing. You've heard me say high-speed internet, home delivery, video conferencing. The world is different now than it was. We had a camera on our phones for many years and on our laptop, but man, we're using them now. My point is really me personally and us as a group engaging with our departments. This is the annual retreat time. Let's look at an objective, a goal, an objective of just listening to understand to each department. Letting everybody know that we're in this together. Providing services for everybody. But I feel disconnected from some of the offices, and not any person specifically, but just the vision about what we've been through, where we're going to be. So that's kind of a high-level statement there. Recruiting, so it fits right into recruiting. Community development planners, I just worry because if we have a market, we have land use opportunities and a willing customer, if we can't get the throughput of community development, it's hard on everybody. 911, just like you mentioned, call takers, just having the staff, because it's a well-run operation and it's smooth, but if it's understaffed, it just gets hard for everybody. Just a few people missing really makes it hard on everybody. As I say, I'm jumping around again, so right back to campgrounds on the east side of Redmond specifically. I'm on the Redmond Economic Development Board. We've got Crazy Mike's Pizza coming in at 9th and Antler. They already own the property and they want to be in there. We've got Medline Renewal. We've got Wild Harvest and Gas Tank Company or whatever. And there's people just kind of walking all around there, parking their RV, walking in and out of the woods. And I know for a fact, it was the trail riding, horse riding, recreational bike area just a few years ago. We put in some fencing, we put new locks on, we put some rocks at the edges of the fences, and they were just bowled over a couple years ago. So it just came on, it was just a moment in time. Homeless or not, it's not illegal to be homeless. Let's help people where they need. So, I'm very much an advocate for that insider effort. But that is a Deschutes County responsibility. When you think about, okay, the homeless picture in the community, but hey, this is county property and county issues, and we're really trying to help create. So that homeless camp, the Oasis Village, I'm thinking maybe there's a campground there too. We already have a campground at the fairgrounds, which is fully utilized for fairground events. But man, maybe there's a great opportunity for just that next, that could be a county campground, possibly, whatever it puts on there. When it gets to the joint office, I'm in a spot where I kind of need to know more. I worry that there's an industry and so the nonprofit world can be a self-fulfilling prophecy. And as I say, I'm not judging or saying anybody's doing anything bad, but we got to watch out and really fight for that clear Archimedean point. What's the goal here? It's probably to stabilize people, get them housed, independent, tax-paying members of the community. All the efforts we do need to go towards that. So as I say, when we talk about joint office, I still don't know exactly what that means. We're going to add more people, empowering more people to help more people. So it just needs to have a clear reference point of what we're doing and why. It's the why of that joint office that I struggle with. And I'll be engaged, I've been asked directly, do you support this? I said, well, we signed the letter, we're a partner here, but I don't know what that means still, I just don't. Another whole jump at a different topic, fireworks ban was asked by the Lehigh Fire District just yesterday, got some notification and sent it to Dave that they probably have their own authority to do that. So it's just for us to bring that to the board meeting, so that's just an errant note to myself here. We're doing video meetings, back to the concept of video meetings and technology. I love it. We've been able to keep our doors open. We've had a few people in the last few months just thank us for them. There's people sit in the room and see 3 elected officials talk. So I want to thank the city council, Ben, for joining us in person when we had that last one. That was wonderful because they're not doing that. We just saw it in the newspaper today, Clackamas County. If you didn't see it, Tootie Smith and who's the other? Tootie Smith, I think, is the chair, and Martha Schrader. So some of them were in person, some were online. There was a rowdy crowd at their meeting in person, and they decided to back up and say, we're finally just gonna have a remote meeting, which is even gonna make the people more upset. They showed up to the meeting to say, and they didn't want to wear masks. So I think we're going real well by doing what we've done, making ourselves open and accessible. I've never felt threatened, and I'm very sensitive. I mean, it's a different world for some people, but let's work together to make sure that everything is just open and accessible to everybody. And we do. I'm not saying we don't. So it's just exciting that we've done that. On COVID, I think we are on the downside. If we see this Omicron variant, big spike up, big spike down, we're going to be in a spot where it's going to be a lot harder to even, for me personally, to follow what's coming out of Salem and say, oh, by the way, we just want you to keep wearing masks. The why is going to be missing soon, I think. And say I'm not there yet, but I'm just letting you know that's going to be a moment in time as we get to that. I think that's all my notes for today. Thank you very much for sharing with us and to my fellow commissioners. This is a great opportunity just to throw out whatever. We don't do this a lot. We have a board meeting, we have an agenda that the staff prepares for the items that get to a mature point, they just pop onto the agenda. Sharon, we've done a great job. In fact, we've changed the agenda system about 3 times in the last few years. We've got to get that stabilized and moving forward, but amongst us as commissioners, we don't just throw out big ideas as much sometimes. I think that's what I got to start with.
Wonderful. Clarification questions for Commissioner DeBonne.
When you said quarantiners going between 10 and 2, is that a common ground, is that right?
Well, he was referring to, it was a concept of, when somebody's running and they're really proud to be, I'm referring to partisan, left or right, when they're like, yeah, this is the way it's gonna go. But then when you're there, you're like, okay, kind of need to represent everybody, even if the people that didn't go for it, kind of thing. So that's what the conversation was. But it was just that terminology, governing intended to. I was like, oh wow, just kind of an empowering statement. All right, thank you.
I don't want to get into debate about things, but Commissioner DeBoven said that he still needs to know more about the Joint Office on Homeless Concept. And I just would like to get a clarification on what information is needed for to be able to decide how you feel about that.
So when we start a board meeting, we do the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's a very inclusive statement for anybody and everybody that's in the room, that's listening, that's an American citizen or wants to be an American citizen. It's like that guiding light. This is what we're working towards. When we say, oh, we're going to open the Office of Joint Office of Homeless Management, I don't know what that means. We're going to work harder. We're going to work harder.
What do you need to know? What information can people put together to address your concerns or not address your concerns? So we can get to
what's the date that we're not going to have people sleeping on the side of the road and on the streets next to small businesses? I want a date. And I'm just saying that's a goal, right? That's it. The day that the police are asked to say, okay, we don't need to be rude, we don't need to be hard about it, but there's 40 people behind, the tile store, the carpet store over there, and they're pretty rough characters.
On
And
Second Street.
yeah, and
That's
so
on the road.
we're just letting them be there, And, the city council let them be there, the police are letting them be there, they don't have anywhere else to go, but where we, when? So I guess that's gonna.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not interested in debating the issue, I just want to know what information you need prepared for you to be able to evaluate these policies.
Well, and then, okay, so they prepared for me. I'm an elected commissioner, I want to be at the table to prepare. That's, so think about that, I mean, maybe, and this is valuable, isn't it? So you're offering for somebody somewhere to prepare something, I don't know what that means either. I am an elected official, I am experienced, I'm a community member. I probably need to be preparing that thing.
So if you, okay, so I think I hear you saying that you actually want to be at the table shaping the policy. Is that what you are hoping for? And if so, then we can make sure that happens.
Well, so let's take it real carefully.
And I'm gonna interject here, I think, that if I'm hearing
We're
correctly.
verging into debate, but
Right, right.
I just keep,
That's where I'm gonna moderate us for just a moment, so if I'm hearing correctly, we have about 2 minutes left. If I'm hearing correctly, Commissioner Chang, you were asking for, we're not debating, you were just wanting clarification of Commissioner Bone, you had stated, I want more information about this joint homelessness thing. And so, am I correct, Commissioner Chang, that, and again, we're not adding into debate here, you're asking Commissioner Bone either right now or perhaps at a later date for a list of what information would he like to have? Am I hearing that correctly?
yes, but then one just kind of added on that he actually wants to be part of the process of shaping policy, which is also important.
And then I'm gonna say, great, if we're going that direction, let's hold that until we get to that further discussion period. Because right now, I'm just trying to clarify, great, you're just asking for what, Commissioner Bowman, what further information would you like? You had mentioned, or what I heard you had mentioned, you want a specific end date for like when we expect people to be off the streets. Was there anything else that you want to say to Commissioner Chang about these are the bullet points I want for information?
Well, I'd just like to acknowledge that, when you said, what do you mean?
I've said we a number of times, which we statement.
I think you're referring to a group of people that are setting the policy, what can we prepare for you?
Oh, in that case, I was talking about the staff reports that are being put together for the board on this joint office concept. I was talking about, I mean, that's really the main thing. We, the leadership of the county, are asking for information, assembling information, evaluating information. And we includes all of us.
Well, and I was just trying to confirm that, because I mean, we is us. That's where I was at.
So it sounds like we'll have some more robust conversation about this during our more, conversation time. Right now, I just want to make sure, because we're good on time, and you guys are doing a great job, well done. We're actually running early at this point, so any further clarification questions for Commissioner DeBonne from anyone? Beautiful, I would say thanks to each of you for sharing. As a resident, I took copious notes. I'm excited about y'all's passions and what is going on there. It is currently 10:07. We are early for our break, so I would love to know from you guys, would you like to go ahead and take a break early now, or are there other things we want to tackle in the next few minutes?
Thank you. I just want to, before we go too far in the day, I really just want to thank our facilities department for all the work that they did to set us up here today. And to thank Laura Skundra, who helped with all of the logistics, and Whitney, who helps orchestrate all of it all the time as well. But I just really want to help. I really want to thank the people that helped make today what it is. So,
Yes,
thanks to everyone.
absolutely, absolutely. Our logistics staff that have been working, I got here at 8:30 and everybody was already here working hard, so thank you.
So so these are both deputy county administrators, I just always want to acknowledge that this is exciting that we have this organization too. So, thank you very much, Whitney, for wiggling wires this morning, but I mean, there's a org chart of leadership here now that it's different than it was just a while.
Wonderful, I love it.
And then,
I have a question.
to share here anything we said in the last 45 minutes?
Yes.
Commissioner Darrow,
Is this room getting cold or is it just me?
I was a little bit colder, but I would.
Okay, I just wondered, because I mean, I have my mask on, and I'm like, feels like it's getting colder.
Yeah, and we take that. So I'm wanting to hear from everyone, a group decision right now. Do we want to go ahead and take our 15-minute break now? That would be about 5 minutes early. That's where I lean in terms of sticking to a schedule. We can just keep things running on that. Is there anything else that anyone needs to say specific to what we just covered? I don't think we have the time to launch into anything new right now, but anything else we need to say before we take our break?
Not based on what we just covered, but the process seems to be working very well. Whitney shared with me that Jay Gibbons is able to hear clearly. We have to speak one at a time and as loudly as we can. Is that?
Yeah, but I think we're getting confirmation that it's not perfect, but it's even here and across the room, staff have cleared each of you as we presented, so I just wanted to give that feedback.
Wonderful.
And are we recording?
Yes.
Yes. That's great. If people can hear us, your constituents that are listening can hear you. I mean, that's a win. Wonderful. Then I'm gonna move that we adjourn for 15-minute recess. It's 10:10 on the dot right now. We'll restart at 10:25. Feel free to do whatever you need. And I'll see you back here at 10:25. We'll be diving into the group discussion on budget priorities, and that in theory will take us all the way till lunch.
To what? Want to get the good comments from the commission. So we have the mortgage type payments we're making, but as I say, we've just still got a lot of opportunity. We have a lot of headroom to take on debt, not that it's an opportunity, but so we could take on debt. And we have growing revenues. The transient room tax, I felt like, we made this decision recently, the fact that, oh yeah, it's time, let's just trigger this thing and find the right number between the three of us, that ask for specific amounts. And we didn't go overboard with the commitment for the trails, but there's an implied, we'll do that again in the future situation, obviously. But yeah, I want to be able to spend money from that transit room tax specifically for good things, and definitely fit in the courthouse capital needs in there is appropriate at this time. And there could be a point in time where something's going to change. Anything could change. Commissioner Chang mentioned, put a fee in for registering or whatever you mentioned earlier. So I mean, if that thing just grows, somebody's going to say, "Well, we need to help them spend that money." The legislature can do something or whatever. I do expect it to be very.
Well, the governor's office, I think I mentioned it yesterday, for Gina at AOC, is actually talking about maybe pushing some of the mental health care costs to the counties. So that could be really significant. I know she's seeing that out there. She made that comment on the call a couple of days ago, and then I asked her for clarification. So it hasn't happened yet, but something, and then also the numbers on our TRT, actually the last 2 months have slightly ticked down. And so, inflation is up there. It's really bad. What is gas is, you can see at the station, now it's $4.20. People that used to drive here, it's going to cost them more to get here if they're coming any kind of distance. Inflation is definitely out there, and maybe it's not impacting the people that are going to come and stay at event, but something has ticked our numbers down a slight bit compared to prior year.
It actually came back in December. So November this year was lower than November last year, but December this year was higher than December last year. I think it's actually just the snow. Last year in November, we had a lot of snow, we came to play. This year we didn't. By comparison, we actually had snow in December this year, and people showed up in droves. So, we can definitely speculate about what's going to happen with TRT in the future. I think it is a good idea for us to estimate conservative the growth that we've seen. I don't think we can count on that. Whether it'll flatten and stabilize, and maybe just kind of dip a little bit or rise a little bit. I think that's the likely scenario, but we should, with our kind of year-to-year commitments out of TRT, we definitely should stay well below, kind of projections based on current levels, so that we always have some cushion to work with. On our incredible capital building need, construction needs, I do. Commissioner DeBonne said, we have paid off a lot of our debts in the last few years. Though we still have a few, but relative to other local governments, other counties, other cities, our debt load is very low. And as Greg reminded us, it has reminded us a couple of times, we are, to do public financing for a large capital project, we are looking at historically low interest rates right now. So I think that this is, our community is growing extremely rapidly. We are very fortunate that at the moment, we're seeing the very positive side of that. Property tax revenues are going up, transit road tax revenues are going up, and various other revenues are going up. But we will reach a point where all those people are here, and then we're going to have to provide services for a much larger population. So if we don't make the capital investments we need to make now, while times are good, we are going to be in a really bad situation later on when we need to provide services for a lot more people, but we're not on the upward curve of revenues anymore. So I very much think that this is a time to make a lot of these capital investments, and I don't think we should be averse to taking on some debt for a county that has a very low debt load right now at this moment when interest rates for that financing are going to be more favorable than they've been in decades and probably are going to come up soon. So we don't want to miss that window. We should really act quickly.
I think they went up yesterday. It was on the radio this morning, mortgages tick up to 3.35 or something like that, so it's going up.
I don't know whether our financing rates are mirror mortgage rates or not, but yeah, I mean, we need to move quickly.
So one of the reference points is the ITR economics speeches, EDCO. ITR economics was just the featured speaker at the annual lunch a couple of times, 2 times over the years. And they say that the US economy is we're going to be in the kind of the low interest rate growing economy for a while, but there's a point in time where the national debt, cost of healthcare, social security commitments are all going to generally hit a wall, and the economy is just going to go flat. Maybe a depression, maybe not. It's just going to be flat. And they're expecting it to be the early 2030s. So I personally use that as a reference point. What does it look like 10 years from now? So that's just a thought. And I've just heard it. I'm not a national economist, but that seems to make sense to me.
I actually heard it was going to be flat this year, the economy, because they're projecting 6-7 interest rate hikes. And then what is that going to do to the country's debt? Because if those, the interest rate has been so low and our debt now is so high, it's going to be impactful, and I think things will slow down before the 30s. So
The Fed needs to raise interest rates to control inflation. That is the actual, in terms of policy tools, that's the really big policy tool in the toolbox. And raising interest rates means that people are not going to feel as good about the economy, and we're not going to get as much growth. And that's a bitter pill to swallow after more than a decade probably of kind of artificially low interest rates from the Fed, but it's time to take our medicine.
And let's stay focused on our county.
Yes.
We can't go back, but what are our budget priorities here?
But that does, I mean, if that raises that,
For sure.
that ties to the bonding and the finance piece that we're talking about, so just go back to the capital. Yeah, this is the time, this is the time to go get that capital financing. That we need to build things that we need to build that, we, frankly, we haven't been keeping up on.
Well, a year or two from now, we'll probably be in a bond package scenario. I don't know, so then that'll be for us to figure out, I mean, when is the courthouse gonna be ready for, the gotta write the check time? And what other projects are we gonna do? Tenant improvements in our projects, we're paying for a lot of things as we go right now. But you can see it was kind of bump up to, okay, well, is there a 10 or 20 or $40 million bonding package that we need to do for ourselves?
Is it,
And maybe we don't though, I mean, we truly have escalating taxes, value, construction, maybe there's different ways to do it.
but don't they total about 52 million? And 52 million for all the different, the BNP, the courthouse, the North, medical centers, the 2 buildings up there. So there's a lot of projects that we are doing that I feel are truly appropriate for the county at this moment in time to keep up with our growth. So I just, and we are still, I believe, paying for the building we are in now, the 1300 Northwest, because with the state rent, it washes out, does it not? And I think it's still being paid on until maybe 2032 or something. It seems like it was a longer finance than I could have.
Another 10 years.
Yeah, that's what I thought, another 10 years, so we're paying for that, but it didn't make sense to kick the county out, because I was thinking like, well, we've got all that space, and we can ask them to move somewhere else, and a lot of them are working remotely. So that's always something out there, we do need more workspace. As long as, keeping everything maintained, I mean, we definitely have really extremely busy with all of his projects. So how to stay on top of everything. And, the good news is we'll have our new judges short. So that should help with the judicial and parole and probation truly needs their building, but it sounded like how they worked it out. They're going to be able to stay working there. It seems like we have an excellent relationship with that project.
I wanted to circle back to the space needs discussion and look at it specifically, look specifically at this remote work question. We talked about a number of capital projects that are under, in the works or under construction that are desperately needed. But beyond those projects, there's needs across departments, across the whole county. And if we made a clear decision about whether we think remote work is a potential part for certain county workers' long-term lives, and kind of how much, how long, and those kinds of things, I think it could really help with anxiety or panic around space and planning for how you're going to have adequate space for your workforce. So I guess what I ask you is whether you think that is that would be a helpful thing in terms of space planning needs, and if so, like what kind of a time frame do you need us to actually think about a policy and deliver a policy?
So I have 2 pieces. One, we're bringing the remote work policy to the board next week to begin to have that exact discussion. And there are a couple of pieces to this, and property management and facilities are looking comprehensively at our space needs, but that is a central question to it. So for example, the community development department, if they're going to be allowed to continue to dispatch building inspectors primarily from home, they still meet weekly. they can meet their growing needs with up to 5 code highest specialists, more building inspectors, more plans reviewers, more permit tech staff. They can continue to operate in their building as is with that flexibility. Because not everybody needs an office internally, they have some remote space stations. So that's one example. A different example, though, is, for example, the district attorney's office. At least in the short term, they need space downtown because they need proximity to the courthouse from their office. So, so different departments are going to have different needs. Health services, and Eric, as our interim director, could probably speak to this even better now than maybe a month ago. It's so interesting because they have a combination of all. They need to be able to meet with their clients or their customers, in some cases internally, so they need a space there. In some cases, they meet with them in the field. They have some supervisory and other staff that can work hybrid offices. And so their needs are going to span across the department and really almost based on programs and based on services. But we have to get to your threshold question, will the remote work policy and those options save space, and I would also say parking at some point, depending on where they're at? The answer is yes. It will have a direct impact on our space needs. It's really going to depend on the department, the program, and the service. And Derek, I don't know if you want to share anything more about that, or Whitney, because Whitney's working closely with Lee on these issues as well.
Yeah, I would just add that what I've seen in health is health has leased space at Williamson, at the building over by the hospital. And it used to be for the administrative staff or people that do more of the office work and less client. And those staff have actually been displaced and are now working remotely so that other staff could go into those areas. But continuing remote work definitely assists the health department. The other piece of it is remote work is an important attraction and retention tool. You know, we saw from the ASME negotiation that was one of their top priorities was remote work, and we kept it as a management right, and we told them we will take a draft policy to the board. That it was a very important policy for ASME. And the last thing I would say is really the part I'm hearing from departments is they like the hybrid model where yes, there's value and people in the office at work in terms of customer interface and the whole team building. And we see that in our office, like, oh, so was in today, I'm going to talk to them rather than email them. So there is a value of the face-to-face. The hybrid model seems to be what both departments and employees are looking for.
Yeah, I would echo that. That's what I have heard as well, in terms of that hybrid model, and having the best of both.
Well, and it's going to boil down to what's the work product. You know, I mean, are we getting done what we want to get done? Can you measure, you know, general productivity or work product per person or per division or however, you know, the world may look different for that. And then, you know, time cards too. You know, there's some jobs where you just kind of need to be there, you know, putting the net on the bowl for 8 hours, and other times it's like, well, you just need to get the work product done. And then, you know, did you get that work product done in 4 hours or did it take 8 hours? Yeah, so there'll be some dynamics. But this is the new world.
And as Nick mentioned, we'll bring a draft policy to the board next week. I also expect that if the board approves it or whatever the board approves, we may come back in a month or two and need to do some cleanup because there's some pieces that get a bit complicated.
Just thinking back, you know, I used to be an observatory operator. You needed to open the dome and turn the electronics on, and did it, you know. And then I ended up in the engineering group. My job was to read some chapters and figure out the next algorithm, and it was just brain time. So I mean, I've kind of been in both of those situations.
if we're talking about budget priorities, would there be value in trying to unpack a little bit more on the stabilization center right now, or as part of our after sessions?
I think we can certainly start the conversation now. And Eric, I don't know if you want to jump in as well, because I'm just with the health services, but we started to talk about it again this past week in our meeting with the health services leadership team about what the annual costs are and what the contributions have been from the general fund, as well as what we may be seeking from our partner organizations. And then the key is the grant as well. And it's called the Impact Grant, if I recall correctly.
That's right.
Yeah, piece of the funding.
A significant piece, wasn't it, like $2.4 million or something? Yeah, it's was really the difference. So, and I know that what it really applied, and we won't know from that, they get that again.
Yeah, I think they said we may not know until May or June,
Right.
which is a bit challenging because, and one of the other challenges that we learned about this past week is if the board commits a certain amount of dollars to keeping it open, we can't then change that. They'll only fund what the gap is. And I can't recall what that gap is, but there is a challenge there that we may experience with the timing of that grant based on what they shared with us.
Yeah, I think what we, one way to work with that is to make a foundational investment from the general fund and then make the partner contributions kind of contingent on how much grant money we get. So either way, I doubt, between what we're going to be willing to put into the general fund and what partners are going to be willing to put in, I doubt we get to the point where we're like, oh, don't need the impact. So
We could certainly have Janice and Raleigh, we're both join us this afternoon.
yeah, let's do that.
Okay,
And maybe Cheryl, just
yeah, I'll email all three.
And when did they submit this next? Where's that not submitted yet?
I don't know.
Probably would have seen that, right?
Yeah.
So it's just probably not even. I mean, the legislature just decided to, or no, but it's state money.
It is state funding.
it is a plan.
But I mean, Holly just told us that the impact grant was going to be renewed.
Yeah.
Just a few months ago. It wasn't months and months ago. So I'd be surprised if they have it. I don't know, yeah.
So for the stabilization center, there's information that I'd be interested in. So we think of it as a building that's open 24 hours a day. Just like the emergency room, just like the jail. So that's what we're not putting people in those two facilities. We need X amount of people there to keep the doors open. And we have the mobile community action team, which helps respond to incidents. Instead of having public safety representation, we have the MCAT type people. So my point is education would be valuable. Can we think of it as blocks, cost this much to keep the lights on, keep the doors open. It keeps this, costs this much to have staffing in this building, and I don't know if I'm even saying it right, so that's what they can help us with. Staffing in this building, which means we need minimum staffing to keep these doors open, means we need 2 or 3 people or whatever. Because I know there's a lot more people associated with it, because then you say, okay, the rest of this is our 24-hour MCAT, which is a home form. So we can kind of think of it in a little bit of chunks at least. And in the end, it's going to X amount, but it'd just be helpful to understand that. Because an ask to, like the sheriff's office, is public safety. Okay, we're your partners, we diverted, we're not incarcerating, this is great, we're going to help pay for that. I think that's the same message to a city. Your police department's going to be taxed less because we're doing this. Because Deschutes County has the responsibility of behavioral and mental health at the local level for anybody and everybody, different than a city does. So I think the message to another jurisdiction is, this is going to be a great investment for you because you're not going to have to hire the next officer or something. So I just want to learn about that.
I have clarification on this. This is from Paul. The bad news is we can't apply until mid-May. And we won't know until the end of June at the earliest. So that would start until December 20th.
So we need to plan for funding the stabilization center without the tax grant. And then figure out ways to reduce commitments if the tax grant comes through.
The interesting thing on the numbers though, of people served, individual clients is 1,502. And if we could actually get Deer Ridge open, some of those people probably maybe need to go to Deer Ridge, maybe not. Maybe these people actually go to St. Charles because they are, dealing with serious mental health issues where they have to be hospitalized for 4 days. So anyway, but yeah, it was 1,502 individual clients for a little over a year, June 1st, 2020 to the end of November, 2021.
Yeah, there's definitely, like, we're talking about behavioral health, and maybe we have a broader discussion with Janice about this, but when we're talking about behavioral health challenges, I mean, someone who's having a moderately acute mental health crisis one time coming to the stabilization center is like there might be a little bit of overlap, kind of incidentally, but I mean, is different than someone who should be in the state hospital. And is severely acute, chronic, and needs that kind of level of care. And like maybe one of those people comes through the crisis stabilization center at one point, but I mean, it's a stabilization center, it's a momentary crisis response. It's not a long-term treatment and rehabilitation type facility. And there's actually quite a continuum of things in between the stabilization center and the state hospital too. And so, Janice can help us understand that and, kind of unpack a little bit more this idea of like what you can and can't, what you could and couldn't accomplish at Deer Ridge. Because the idea of creating a second state hospital somewhere in Central Oregon, and if the Deer Ridge, if the infrastructure out there is right, maybe that is a great location for that. But we're still going to need all sorts of, we'll still need a stabilization center, we'll need all sorts of residential treatment type stuff in our community, in addition to another state hospital. That's at least my understanding.
I know it's not taking the place up, but definitely there is that higher need for those people that are truly mentally ill and need more help than our respite center could do. The referrals from the emergency department were actually 158 for like 16 months or something. So they actually recognize the fact that the stabilization center, people can go there instead of sitting in the waiting room at the hospital, and it takes the pressure off of them. So that's good for our hospital that is so far behind because of COVID with the surgeries.
Well,
It all kind of goes together.
I'm thinking all the cubicles inside the stabilization center, is there a subset of people who could move somewhere else if we had space? Or is that optimal? I'm just wondering out loud about, I wonder, should 6 of those people not, should that not be their home base? Could it be the
Holly could elaborate, but yeah, I've heard it actually works out well because MCAT, there's 24/7 operations coming from there, and so it actually works out well to have the whole crisis program together at one spot.
Is it the right size, I guess, then too? We built it, that was the existing building, it just seems kind of tight. That's all.
Yeah.
To go back to the idea of Deer Ridge functioning as another state hospital, actually what that, if we create additional state hospital capacity in the state, what it really helps us with is aid and assist and civil commitment. Those streams of work at the county level, both of which are strained and taxed because there's not enough beds at the state hospital. So I mean, it's interesting, kind of Commissioner Benoit was just kind of like delineating where public safety ends and where behavioral health begins, I actually would say that I would say that something like the stabilization center is actually part of our public safety system rather than kind of outside that. And similarly, I mean, when you talk about aid and assist, the silver bit, I mean, that's a place where we see, you know, that total nexus between those worlds as well.
Well, public safety is part of the group health system too. Right?
So am I hearing correctly, Whitney, for your records, we're gonna have someone this afternoon presenting on, because this seems important, and we
Yeah,
look at,
we're,
so that's on the radar.
working on getting Holly, Janet, and Cheryl for that discussion. They'll take one of these half-hour walks from now to there.
What about
Stabilization
bringing in-
center, MCAT, and kind of this state hospital question.
What about bringing in Sheriff Nelson, because he's always been a firm promoter, supporter financially of the stabilization center, and see if he could think ahead to perhaps maybe his contribution this next year could be bigger, just because we're under that crunch of, you know, applying in May and not knowing in June what's gonna come in.
Happy to reach out to Cheryl.
Well, I mean, I just was wondering, you know, just so he would know that, oh my gosh, we have this, we've got an issue coming, and you know, where are we gonna find the money?
Steve, you know, whatever.
And he wants, and he's really interested in adding a sobering center,
Right,
which, you know, Holly and Dennis will say, well, maybe we need that, but it's actually not necessarily compatible with the stabilization center, and we need a separate location, but that's another thing that we can discuss with him about, you know, his appetite for investment to make something happen.
Just to clarify, that would be in the same time period, those health services stuff and the sheriff.
because he was one of the consistent early promoters of the stabilization center and the sobering center. Right, at one point in time, they were talking about, well, maybe they could just add on a little bit to the stabilization center for the sobering, but I can't imagine that that would really work.
And is that enough time, these half-hour slots, like, commissioners, do you feel like is a half hour enough time to hear about stabilization center from the sheriff?
Well, in relationship to the stabilization, yeah, it should be.
Maybe that's,
Or
I
45
mean, we're adding these additional pieces, maybe an hour for that whole one.
Hence my question, because we have kind of 4 half-hour slots blocked out. And again, my role is just to get you
Half hours.
guys what you
Half hour is
need.
really short. I think a half hour is really short, but
Yeah.
maybe it's enough.
Just putting that on the radar with me, it might be more than a half hour, which is great.
I mean, we could always make it 45 minutes and then, you know,
Be flexible.
right, be flexible, right?
I love it, I love it.
We have another really meaty one, we could give that 45.
Yes, I mean, it's your time, we're running, you guys are rocking and rolling today, we're running ahead of schedule, so we've got the time this afternoon, which is great, let's get you the information you need.
Well, when I explained the Dear Ridge to the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, I said, as a temporary basis. Because, okay, so there's this massive amount of funding, 180 million in the state, but how many years or a decade will that take to build something? And Deer Ridge is just sitting there empty, sitting there empty, and it seems like we truly need it. Just like Agent says, civil commitment, I mean, the whole story. I mean, I know people who are living in with their families, who their family is afraid they're going to burn their house down. And whoever wants to read the story in next week's paper that, oh yeah, so-and-so burned the house down and his parents both died, you know, but they're older and they're watching someone whose mental health is just slipping away.
Well, that's how some of the local folks that have out in the woods, I mean, I've seen it and I've talked to them. Even families that we can't handle this and they're,
Right.
well, they give them the camp trailer and they send them and, you know, it's just, it's a downhill ride. It's a bad situation.
Yes, I know, and it's, I mean, some people have done a lot of drugs for a long time and, you know, it definitely has its dental impacts. And then
Does
just.
that bring us to the end of the stabilization center? Do we want to move on to a different topic?
One other piece that I think might be, worthy of some interdepartmental, discussion with us around is this, defensible space, wildfire risk reduction question.
That's exactly what
I really would love to get Ed and Chad in the room together and talk about how do we facilitate, how do we make it easier for people to comply with the new requirements that are coming down from SB 762 and get their properties cleared. And by making it much easier to get rid of yard stuff. There's that, I mean, there's also the question of kind of like, fire free, like when that runs and what the fiscal impacts are on the landfill. I mean, I could see, when I had a meeting with Warren Peters, who were here, a few months ago. And he talked about how their neighborhood, gets themselves organized, and they get a dumpster. For a couple of weeks in the spring, a couple of weeks in the fall, and it's a very affluent neighborhood, so not every neighborhood can pay for it themselves, but they get a dumpster in their, on their block. And people just, for those couple of weeks, they're just filling that thing up, and someone comes, the whatever collection organization comes every day or every couple of days, empties the dumpster, and then people fill it up. And just the volume of yard debris that's moving through that system is massive. And if we can, if there's more entities we can get on to have residential collection in a bin, that's great. Definitely like Crossroads, Tollgate, places like that. But not having access to like a collection bin, I think it's a real barrier to cleaning up your property. And then other neighborhoods where that kind of centralized dumpster for a few weeks, I think that could be a real strategy. But there's, and I know Ed has thought a lot about this stuff, so they can help us brainstorm, how to make collection easy, and then Chad can help us think about what we do with all this stuff. Because I mean, I would anticipate that the volume of this material going into the landfill is going to mushroom as well, if we're actually really seriously implementing SB 762. This is there's probably tie-ins here to CDD as well, because they're going to be responsible for a lot of the implementation of SB 762.
Eric?
This may not work in our system, but just a thought. When I lived and worked with the city of Phoenix, part of the solid waste fees that we all paid actually covered quarterly cleanup, where the city would send out a little bobcat to residential areas once a quarter, and it was all scheduled. So you had like a week or two window, and you could put out big things, or like what I did is I trimmed all the trees, and then literally just put all the tree, limbs and all that right in the road for like either like a week or two, and then the city would come by and pick it up. Of course, that was built into the fees.
The bobcat would load it into something.
Yeah, so I just this month quarter went out there and stripped everything and put it out there.
Well, think how many times we had the first year when we actually, doubled the service with the 3 weekends and 2 full weeks. I mean, it was amazing. And then it was COVID. So people were actually going to the dump as an outing. I mean, they were putting it on their Facebook page. So the tonnage and everything was unbelievable. I just felt like for this next year, if it works with Chad, is to move it back to start in April. And so that we end like the end of May maybe, and not into June. I just felt like that was getting a bit late for fire season here. I know we've had some major fires in June, and I don't know, I definitely am one that really worries about defensible spaces, and it's really wonderful though how much food and ed is accomplished with the communities. What are we up in the 50s now? We have like, I don't know, 53 or something. I mean, it is unbelievable how everyone, and I love those little cards that I give out every year, all the 10 rules of how to be safe. Yeah, it does make a difference. You know, when you move here, you need to know that you have to have a lot of personal responsibility. So, and cleaning up the place is truly, it's an annual job.
And those firewise communities could be the basis for some kind of coordinated efforts to make yard debris disposal more basically easier.
As a thank you for being firewise.
No, like, I mean, they could be the ones who organize, okay, the dumpster is gonna be here these couple of weeks. Let the neighbors know and. Yeah, I mean, they be able to take, you know, to do stuff like that. Anything beyond just a residential bid and weekly, bi-weekly collection, it's gonna take some neighborhood organization to make.
I personally had a 40 cubic yard dumpster at my house in Alico. And the morning of the fire that burned 259 homes down, and I don't know how the man came in to our property, picked up that dumpster, it was loaded with like sumac, and hauled it out, and we had 8-mile-an-hour winds that day. You know, 3 people died, all these homes were burned, but somehow he got in and picked up that dumpster because it would have exploded. I mean, it was, you know, I'd done more cleanup. When when you live here or there, you have to be so responsible. And it's just, more personal responsibility.
Well, so that's a request for Ed and Chad. I support that and the fact that, what is 762, what are the expectations, what's the timeline, and where to go from there.
And then,
To clarify, with the board, Ed and Chad will both be joining at 1 p.m. We're both available, but would you like CDP to participate in that discussion, or just given timing, having Ed and Chad take the.
If we're just talking about yard debris disposal, I think maybe those two, but if we want a broader discussion of 762, probably CDP, it'd be good.
Perhaps maybe a 45 minute, if you feel like.
we could do 45,
45 and then 45.
yeah.
Okay, I think that might be good, you might be a little.
And then, I know I had talked to Tim several times, but I really feel that the population in South County and the cleanup that needs to happen there, I know that county, that portion of our county needs more help. And adding another day down there, I don't think we should put that off any longer. I really feel that their population numbers are worthy of having an extra day at the transfer station. So I don't know if I've said it to Chad yet, but I know I said it to Tim a lot, like, Tim, we need to expand. I don't know if I see it in Sisters at my station. I don't think our population has bumped up as much. I know, Redmond has, and we're doing things there, but I know that La Pine's numbers have bumped up a lot.
This is fantastic, people. We're getting our afternoon agenda done. I mean, what else is coming to the floor for you as priorities that need to be discussed or that you'll want more information on this afternoon?
I know we kind of bounce off, but what about possibilities of discussing what could happen on each side of it? I mean, and I'm just an idea, I don't know, because we can talk about it, but for today, is that kind of a vision type of?
Yeah, just kind of a quick update for the board. Next week is part of the ARPA discussion. Oasis Village is coming in. They have a request on your sheet. It's been there for a couple of months for $367,000. It's more on, I think it's on operational funding. And then Christie has been working to try to get a cost estimate to help master plan the 10 acres. And then Road Retreat, which the board funded in December, that was the consulting work that Road Retreat is doing. They've actually started with Oasis Village, and we're putting together a calendar of events. Something that they've offered that will be mentioned next week to the commissioners is Road Retreat hosts tours, so interested parties and the commissioners will be invited to tour Road Retreat. But that's moving along.
You mean to go down to Southern Oregon and
Yes,
explore them?
yeah,
Okay, but I thought I heard from them somewhere that they were actually thinking our idea of having the 10 acres was actually excellent, and they thought maybe they should be consolidating some of their different services. Because, if you have 4 different locations, it's much handier to have it all at one.
yeah, they mentioned in the board meeting that had they had a chance to do it over again, they would consolidate more because of the 24/7 and kind of the minimum staff needed for any kind of 24/7 operation. But the tour is will be offered to the commissioners.
Well, I think
That
it
doesn't mean
needs
that they're not offering all sorts of really important services that we could learn from actually seeing in action.
I'm thinking east side of Redmond, there's 1,600 acres, whatever it is, the core 3, Wild Mike's Pizza, there's the COID property was just sold, so I mean, getting that big picture map set up. We can get focused on that, Oasis Village and possibilities, but there's a big picture there, as I say, 17 is beautiful. City goes in and it paves with curbs and gutters, the beautiful back road behind the businesses. Sure enough, that's where people just kind of park, it looks like it's out of town and the police aren't, so maybe you can have a conversation with Redmond somehow, I don't know if anybody will want to be part of this right now, but what's the vision, where do we want to be in a couple of years from now? Because other sales are happening too, and that's important, the land south of the fairgrounds, the expansion of the fairgrounds, us swap the land with TSL, those can be very valuable as an asset of new construction and new jobs. Not us per se, but I mean, communities, growth activity out there can be very valuable.
So you're discussing broader.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, what can we do at a brainstorming retreat day? Maybe it's look at the big picture, because we're gonna get focused on that.
Yeah, so I think the question would be, is that something you want to discuss today, or, thanks to Sharon, we've been coordinating, Sharon has really been doing a great job coordinating with the city of Redmond on the March meeting, with the joint meeting with the board and city council, so, just a question is if you'd like to discuss that today, or that's a great topic, we can begin to plan for a discussion with the city council.
If we're talking about visioning for Redmond, I think that would be a great thing to do alongside the Redmond City Council in some ways.
Well, and I would like to, even if it's not a big thing today, just take a look at it, pull it up on a map and say, okay, this is the county's assets. These are the people around us, this is the activity happening. If core 3, remember, this is the public safety training center, it could take part of it. I'm just thinking, there's a big picture that's a county of.
And the good news, it is a huge piece of property that the county owns.
Yes.
So that is the really good news, and then some of it is going to be cleared, what is it, 600 or something?
Oh, yeah.
That they're clearing for that FEMA grant, so that will help the fire, if we have another big from the northeast.
There was a lot of information in there that it might take a while to put together, so it might, I think that might be a good work session.
Which is a county, now it's my thought, if it's not today, let's do it at the county level.
Work session item and then like some joint visioning with the Redmond City Council at some point in the future. That's fine, that sounds good. My one other thought was, I think you raised that question of, do we want to actually have a standalone housing goal? Besides having it kind of be a part of economic vitality. And I think that's a really interesting idea that, we're having like really like 90,000 foot discussions today. That could be interesting to unpack. We often, oftentimes our discussions of housing here in, at the board of commissioners level, just are about state land use planning laws, the need for investment. I think there's a whole lot more for the county to think about housing than just those two things. Conceivably, we could have a brainstorming session today about, what would be the components of a housing goal with a couple of relevant departments, property management, CDP. I'm not sure who else. Maybe Greg. Because I really think that, investment is, it's like, thinking about how we create long-term sources of investment for housing is the key piece of this. Program habits, it's an idea for.
One of the keys with housing and why it could be such a valuable discussion for the board today is that CBD they're reviewing the proposals right now for the comprehensive plan of state results. And so the big goals that the board identifies today could be some of the first really big inputs into the comprehensive plan of state that'll then, of course, take 18 months or so. And we're really going to chart the course for what they're thinking about comprehensively with all of those factors. If that's of interest.
Well, and then again, is it the right thing for today? This is kind of budget scope, it's something I want to dive into, yes.
I do want to mention that psychiatrist, that I've been trying to be part of. I actually went to LA in 19. I knew somebody that was running the USC med school program for psychiatry. And I think normally people graduate in early spring, from med school, the numbers are still so limited. But honestly, I do believe that we should try and really push that position out there. We got to, just getting someone out of med school is better than not. And somebody that might want to come up here and go skiing, right? And, these summer things. Anyway, I think, I don't know if we need to spend any time on it as a group, but I would hope that maybe meeting with, talking about it with Janice and Dr. Barry. Every once in a while I hear that there was somebody that was going to do it, right? And then nothing happens. So I can imagine that it's, that person will be an incredible demand, but if we approach it like right now, it might be the perfect time before they made a commitment.
One of the things I learned at the Public Health Advisory Board is that St. Charles is working for an intern program, basically for people who are completing their final stage of their training as a doctor. And I'm not sure whether that was just for people who do surgery and stuff like that, or whether that would also include people who are psychiatric specialists, psychiatric doctors as well. That is, that's not filling up a psychiatrist's role within the county organization, but it is adding to that capacity, overall capacity in the community.
Right, a community.
Who knows, like maybe we could do some kind of some partnership, right? With that, okay, you bring someone coming out of med school or at their med school here, and they work half at the hospital or half for us or something like that.
Well, I know that USC trained there as a county general, and I just feel like, oh my gosh, I need to get a hold of Roxy again and see if she's still out there, because we definitely could use more people here. With what we offer for pay, a new student out of med school may put that number and be happier. And I think it was fairly decent. But I mean, that salary probably should be looked at again. I don't know.
I'm gonna miss something. We bounced from housing to psychiatry. Was there a decision on housing? Did you guys want to hear from any departments this afternoon about that, or are we bumping that to later? I may have missed it.
I don't know, should we make a decision?
Whether that's the right kind of topic for this afternoon, I think that's an open question.
I would also describe that we need unemployed ample time for your goals and objectives discussion, and so if needed, there's likely comments and not windows that have those participated in consultancy. So although it's not noted directly on the agenda, I think there's a lot of time.
I'm about the same. There's a nice big path for goals and objectives. And if we can, we have until 3 p.m. to hear from other departments, but boy, can we hear that longer if that's helpful for you guys.
Well, so, I'd love to maybe talk at a real high level about housing, because you're grounding it right down to the comprehensive plan in the next 20 years. What's the big picture around that? Deschutes Counties we don't parcelize outside of the city. So are we talking about helping UGB expansions, or do we like the next destination resort? I mean, what does housing look like? It's just interesting. So you're putting it into context maybe with the staff.
And that's what I was thinking about, from the big policy decisions all the way down to the 500 acres that, from the private campgrounds and RVs and just some of the, so what are some of the real to-dos this year? So it's, I was just thinking about it in context of both.
And would this be just you guys have a discussion, or do we need to call some other departments in, forgive my ignorance? You know, like, are we asking, we need to call people in, or are we just wanting time for you guys to have this discussion?
Well, I just wanted to add on to kind of the scoping of this topic, that I think that I'm really interested in understanding the full breadth of the county's potential goals in housing. And so that was why I was originally saying, you know, maybe we talk with CDD, you know, property management, because we own a heck of a lot of land in Redmond and in Pine. And possibly, possibly even Greg, like, to help us think about where we, you know, what monies we can and can't use for various purposes. I go back to my ideas about, you know, short-term rental fee, using, you know, making an annual allocation transient room tax or things like that. You know, Greg would help us be able to help us understand whether those were eligible uses or not eligible uses. You know, what it would take to set up a fee, things like that. And those are just some of the roles that I can think of in the county in housing. I'm sure my colleague could think of others. But since this did come up in the context of are we changing our goals and objectives, adding a fifth one, I actually think that could be, you know, that actually makes sense. Invade the goals and objectives kind of time block with this housing topic.
Okay, and maybe we could use the start of that section to have that discussion and then work schedule maybe a 15 staff discussion.
But Nick, does that give you enough time to, because I assume that last session on the goals and objectives, that if we do it like we did with Tom last year, that would be you kind of working through this document with us and helping us decide how it's going to change.
Yeah, and I was just suggesting that, I don't mean to fundamentally change the board's goals and objectives, I was just thinking of what are the big targets we're aiming for this next year. But yes, I mean, I think we have enough that we could invite Christy, Peter, and Greg to begin to talk about what either the goals would look like, as well as what some of your specific goals could be this year. Does my answer your question?
Well, yes, but like basically, if we did it like we did with Tom last year, we would spend a large chunk of time just going bullet by bullet.
Oh, I see.
Tweaking the language, which we didn't change that much last year. I don't think that was the best use of our time together, thinking at this high level. I thought of that as stuff that could follow. You know, you could take the information that we get today, go back and do a redraft for this, and then bring it to us at a future board meeting rather than trying to finish this document today.
Right. But in terms of hearing from people on housing, am I hearing correctly that y'all do want that as part of the afternoon? You want to have some discussion about housing, maybe bring in some people out of perspective?
I'd like to put a perspective. I mean, you're saying you want to put a fifth main bullet called housing? This was you know, Nick raised that possibility at the beginning of the session. When I heard that, I was like, oh, I'm sorry. That's a really interesting idea. Well, yeah, so that's the discussion, then, yeah, what does that mean?
But I'm hearing there are two different discussions we're talking, are you talking about early afternoon having some departments come in and present about status of housing, and then later in the afternoon, we're gonna go back to goals and objectives and decide, hey, we wanna make that a goal and objective?
I like both.
Christie, it's right now under economic vitality.
Yeah.
Support affordable and transitional housing options. Oh my gosh, yes. Do we ever need those for all populations actually here? Workforce, vulnerable, yeah.
Right, and we break that out and make it its own. Then Whitney, if I'm hearing clearly, the team is wanting to hear from someone early afternoon, you guys know the people. Early afternoon about housing in general, and then when we do goals and objectives, we're gonna have a discussion about do we want to break that out into its own goal.
And it's more of a discussion, it's not hearing from, it's discussing with.
And who do you guys want with you to contact to come in and offer some information just about how things are?
I think I got it.
Okay.
I heard-
Christy, Peter, and Greg.
Um,
Yeah, we all know.
I'm just saying, she gets, like, she needs to get the right people here.
Yeah, yeah.
That's great.
Thank you for making it explicit.
Clarity, I'm all about clarity.
I just want to pause and feedback what we have scheduled so far and how that's shaking up. So we have a 1 to 1:45 with Shara, Ed, and Peter related to festival space and Seven Hills 762. And then from 1:45 to 2, a break, because at 2, health services staff is available, so a tentative 2 to 2:45 on the stabilization center. And then we had slated a 2:45 to 3:15 window, which is likely where I would place the housing discussion, if that feels like the best use of the afternoon time blocks. Does that feel, that would fill out kind of our spot space that we have for that department check-in section, but I don't know, does that feel right?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay, that sounds great, and then probably a break at 3:15, and then we'll come back and do, an hour-ish on goals and objectives.
I also just want to acknowledge, as I was looking through our agenda, that we have a working lunch today and have neglected to give the board a break or kind of a pause prior to that discussion over the lunch hour. So if we are ahead of schedule, depending on where you want to take this next block, we could potentially break before that 12 o'clock discussion is still allowed for a little transition.
Oh, thank you.
If you want.
Okay.
Is there more conversation we want to have just in general about budget priorities? Obviously, we've got our afternoon kind of department presentations are lined up, so we may not call in any more of those. But gosh, I mean, I'm gonna be the first person to say that as I read through this docket, I literally thought, you guys have all my respect trying to decide on budget priorities because every department has amazing opportunities and challenges. So I guess for our next several moments, is there just discussion that you guys want to have about what are we doing here with budget priorities this year, even if it's not inviting people into the afternoon?
Well, and one of my thoughts is, I mean, this is a, end of a 2-year period of COVID. People have moved here, transit room tax is going up. We've got to recruit and retain employees. I mean, it's kind of laid out for us, because if we wanted to take on more than that, I think we'd be crazy, is my point. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say, to you with your constituent hat on,
Yeah.
the fact that we're not pulling from all these departments to have the discussion this afternoon, doesn't mean that they're not a priority.
Of course.
It just means that, in terms of kind of the budgeting process and the work planning process for them, the ones that I don't want to talk to today are the ones that I feel like are on track.
They're not on fire right now.
We don't need to do anything new, it's not like it's broken, and
Yeah.
it's just, they're doing a great job for the most part, and just.
Yeah, so it's sad, it's just kind of an overlay of the whole thing, I'm sure, it's not kind of. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to deal with it all.
I mean, the one other topic that is very burning right now is kind of how our COVID response is evolving over time, but we do have time to discuss that on a regular basis during our board meetings, every other week, so I like it, that's why I wouldn't say I want to talk about that this
Well, I think you raised a great point, Phil. Is there anything, I haven't been at your board meetings, is there anything that y'all don't always have time to discuss in terms of budget priorities? And this is to all 6 of you here in the room. Is there anything, as you're looking through this document, is there anything you're like, man, we've never had the time to talk about blank? Because we got 10, 15 minutes. If I just want to honor your time, the fact that you're all in the same room, all at the same time. Are there other budget priorities you want to talk to?
Actually, the year before, we had more suicides in Deschutes County than we had COVID deaths. We had 33 suicides and 24 COVID deaths. They kept finding deaths like way out here that actually went back to the first year. Okay, so now we've had way more deaths the second year. But I really, because the federal overdose has gone up to over 100,000 for the country. I don't know if we really talked about it anywhere with health, have we, Eric? But I really don't want to ignore that. And, you know, I just want people to be really careful with what they're doing. Because a lot of young people have died.
I mean, the discussion of the crisis stabilization center and the mobile crisis assessment team, I think is, those are two of our levers that we use with suicide. And I really believe that the investment that we made in this prevention partnership with the Menlo High School District is going to make a difference as well. But if there's other thoughts on, what tools do we have to address suicide and are we making the best use of those tools? That's the discussion. We could make that a work session.
Right, I think we should, yeah, somebody should get that for us a work session. And then I would love to have the water system, you know, we've got Tumalo, Terrebonne seems to be going pretty well, but let's bring Tumalo up to that same, and it took 3 years for Terrebonne, but I mean, you know, it has been a miracle. So now we can just put that same energy towards Tumalo and their location right by the river. I think that's important at some other time, I don't think we have time for today, but I just think it's important. So.
If I could just go back to one topic that I raised at the start, if we brought every single department head in, we asked them the most important issue. And I don't know if we can talk about it today, I'll explain why, but it would be employee retention and recruitment. To meet all of the needs, service demands, et cetera, of the county. And a couple of things to think about. One, Whitney's been orchestrating and coordinating on an employee survey we begin to initiate here in short order, Whitney, maybe in the next couple of weeks likely. And one of the questions we're asking is what is important to you in working for Deschutes County, and what can we do to continue to support you? So that's going to be really informative as we learn from our employees. We don't just assume what they want, but we want to listen to what they're sharing with us. I think that the remote work policy can be an important decision. Lee Randall had such a great comment at our department head meeting a couple of weeks ago when we started to talk about this very issue. He started thinking about, well, what is it in our county facilities that are important to employees? And he often hears his showers, you know, to exercise or to commute to work with a bicycle, or whatever the case may be. But just thinking about what is it that is important there. And as we know, we have a couple of contracts that we're working on now. One which was the sheriff's office, and the 911 is coming up soon. So I just want to recognize as we have, I expect department heads listening, that this is on our radar, or we might not talk about this afternoon. I think this is going to be
I think it's really important. Thank you, Nick.
discussions that we continue to talk about.
That's why I brought up the Munchkin Manor, and we definitely, you know, we funded all those millions of dollars for the community, but we didn't do that for our employees. This state has priority with our local, and just like Laura, you know, not being able to come in. So that was one. And then as a comment the other day, because people leave Deschutes County and our health insurance is so amazing to me, but I'm way older. But I'm saying, well, why don't we offer pet insurance? And then listening to Carol in the office saying she had pet insurance as a benefit at a couple jobs she applied for. So it's like, we've got to do something.
We can cover horses?
No. Yeah, well, wouldn't that be
Certain
nice?
size pets, you can't.
Yes.
In our employee survey, we are asking employees if they feel comfortable sharing about if they're experiencing challenges accessing childcare, and if so, for what age range of children, and also in terms of accessing housing, whether that be rental housing or home ownership, if they're experiencing challenges on both of those fronts. So I really think the feedback from the survey will be just really important.
So it's gonna go out to all employees then? That's excellent, you know, and please let them give us ideas if they're saying that this is really important. Yeah.
All employees except, I think the sheriff's office recently conducted their own survey, so they
That's correct. The sheriff's office, I think, just completed a separate process, and so they were, I think this will go to all employees. Sheriff's office.
And besides seeing their own self-interest in this, what are we doing to up the levels of participation in the survey? Taking the 20 minutes to do the survey.
That's a good question, and I think as we think about, we're scheduled to begin communicating about this probably next week. We can put our heads together and see if there are ways we can incentivize participation, but I would say, in looking back at prior employee surveys that the county has conducted, it does seem like there's been a strong rate of participation by staff, so I think that's a positive indication that we might see the similar participation rates now.
They get it. Okay, good. And when you take that data and you start picking it apart, it would also be, and particularly for things like job care and housing, if we can kind of demographically slice up the county staffing and look at younger employees. I mean, they're the ones who are going to care about childcare clearly, and I think in a lot of cases they're going to be the ones that care about housing. And it's not that our very, very long-term employees aren't important, but if they've, people who've stuck with us for 20 years already, hopefully whatever we're doing is working for them, and it's kind of the next wave of people that we really need to understand what's going to keep them here. And because as Nick said, when with the retirement of the baby boomers, I am really curious to see, and maybe this is something we can do with the existing information that we have, but we keep talking about like, oh, we got great longevity, averages, and that's true, and I'm really excited about it. But when you subtract out people who are going to be retiring in the next 5 years, I'm curious whether our longevity rates collapse. When those bedrock people who've been with us for decades retire out, which they will need to do at some point.
Where is our longevity now? I know I've gotten that number a couple times. And for 19, it actually went up a bit. Yeah, it went up and improved, but I'm wondering today is where that number is.
Follow up with Kathleen, and get back to the board this afternoon.
And if there's a way that, again, she could slice it and say like, okay, take away the people who have been here a really long time, who are retiring very soon, and this is what our longevity looks like. That would actually be really interesting.
I made a note of that. I don't know how complex that is on her end, but I'll ask it maybe since we get back to you on after today, but we can't get it too soon.
I do think if people have kids, they also have pets. So anyway, and childcare. So those three things kind of go together. And of course, having a house. And are there still homes to buy in Pine? Wasn't I?
It's gonna be
Right,
200 a year coming up.
200 a year in La Pine, okay. I mean, if Mr. Shaw moved to La Pine, I would think he was a trendsetter, and that's good to
Yeah,
know.
there's one neighborhood being built around his house now.
Oh, good. I'm sure he likes it.
And so in my hearing, this will be a conversation not for today, but that y'all, once this engagement, this employee survey is done, you guys are going to want to circle back on, hey, what are we doing? And that's not a today conversation.
Right.
Is there anything else? Whitney, I do appreciate your pointing out that we're gonna do a working lunch. And so if we want to get a 10-minute break before lunch, we could pause now, but at the same time, I don't want to rush us. Is there another budget priority you'd like to mention?
There's mentioned at the end of our board meeting about a budget, for example, budget position, right? So, yeah. We
Sure, we
should
can
that.
Sure, we can talk about that right now.
Well, and I'll say later, check the timing. I don't think we're gonna need an entire hour of lunch to discuss committee assignments. I think that's gonna take the time. So we can still have a little break. Even if we go all the way till 12 right now, we can take a break and then circle back.
Okay, thank you. As I've shared with each of you, Mike Meyer has shared with me that he's going to be moving to Arizona this spring. And that he is, as we know, goodness knows we have a building named after, like, on our downtown campus. He has offered to resign soon if the board would like to initiate a recruitment to replace him on the budget committee. His term does expire at the end of this year. Or if the board would prefer that he attempt to participate virtually, he's happy to try that. But he doesn't know, as he's going to be in transition and moving, and he may be, as he shared with me, called away to sign documents or something of that nature, but certainly it would be a virtual participation of the budget committee as opposed to being here, because he will be relocated by that point. So I just share that with the board, and if you have direction for me or to share with Mike, I'm happy to take that now.
So Mike Meyer was the first county administrator for Deschutes County, 1978 is I think is the date, and it was, I don't know if it was right before that, but it was a judge and 2 commissioners maybe right before that, and then they tried to change it. So I mean, this is history. He was the county administrator for almost 30 years, is my understanding. This year only the 4th, is it?
I think so.
The 4th county administrator of Deschutes County, we're 100 years old, 105 years old. So I'm just pointing out, this is history here. When I first got started, I learned about Deschutes County, sitting next to my first budget meeting. Because I know the place and the people I knew and my experiences, but man, just sitting through one budget meeting and it's watching him explain some of the history and how we got here, and how things were small and now they're big, and we're going to go from big to bigger, obviously. I'm just acknowledging that it's just been an honor to have been associated with so many.
It has been an honor, and it was truly an honor when I found out that Mike used to pheasant hunt at my family ranch on Little Butter Creek in Governor. I mean, it's not like the smallest world ever. So, I love City Pine. He always asks very probing questions, always very aware of whose money we're spending, and I so appreciate that. So he will be big shoes to fill.
So then the question is, we start a process and,
So he thinks he'll be gone by May.
Yes, in fact, they're looking to buy a house in the next couple of months. They may not sell their house here until May, but he expects to be transitioned.
and he's offering that to us. What do we want to do? Yeah.
He was so genuine, whatever is in the best interest of the county, as the three of you decide, he will honor.
He said he could participate virtually, and I really appreciate that commitment. And I so appreciate Mike's participation in the budget committee for many, many years, and for this last year, that I've been part of the board. COVID has made the budget committee discussions complicated enough that adding the additional layer of having someone we know for sure is going to participate virtually, I think it does take away from the quality of the budget committee's work. And so I would like to take Mike up on his offer to phase out earlier so that we can bring on a new budget committee member to participate in person, in May or early June or whenever.
And I'm supportive of that too. I mean, it's good to know early and make a plan around this also. What's his term? Do we know offhand? Is it yours?
It expires, for sure.
This is last year.
Okay, so this is the end of 1 year of term, so then it would be probably expected that, we were looking at the next 5 years or something, determined that that's what we're looking at. I'd be supportive of that too. If we're gonna do it, let's do it. He sure has talked a lot about it over the years, and it's okay to move on too.
I just want to check in with Commissioner there, just to get your perspective.
No, it seems like it's logical, gives us time to replace him. I feel badly because I think he's I really like working with him.
He makes a huge contribution to the budget committee. And we should have a big party to send him home.
Anything else that you guys wanna cover in this section, budget priorities? We're saying goodbye to long lasting, committee members. Wonderful, well, it's 11:55. Why don't we take maybe a 10 or 15 minute break, use the restroom, go ahead, we have a beautiful lunch set up for us, go ahead and get your lunch, let's be sitting back down by maybe 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish, I wanna be really flexible there. We'll discuss committees, just kind of, how things are going, are we shifting assignments, committee assignments in general? And then we'll definitely be ready right at 1 for, the defensive space, Ed, Chad, and Peter. I look forward to meeting all these people whose names I'm hearing. So thanks for a robust morning, that was wonderful. Take a good, 15-minute break, let's be sitting back down by 12:15 with our lunches so that we can start that committee assignments discussions. Well, perfect, wonderful. We're gonna dive into committee assignments. And again, this is my first time doing this kind of day with y'all, so my understanding was this is the time to maybe tell us how you're feeling about some of the committees you're on, if there's any brief updates that you want to offer about the committees, but also to really make sure we leave this time with, are you staying on the committees that you're assigned to, are there any switches that want to happen, etc. So I'm not quite sure exactly, can you speak to the format of this? Are we going in order with each commissioner, or how have you seen this done before?
I think, defer to the board on how you'd like to take this, just for your reference, this, in your package, the document with the blue bar across the top. And, essentially, I just took what was in this past year's budget and then very left the website, it's right, there were a few adjustments as needed. That's kind of what you see in front of you, so I apologize if there are shifts that don't get captured in either of those places. So in the event there's something that's either listed as an assignment, it's not accurate, or you have a condition, definitely know those things as well. But you can start chronologically as they're listed and just work through it that way, but whatever the board prefers.
Just so you know, this is the horse trading section.
Perfect.
Horse trading.
Yes.
Well,
But we
you're
wanna do-
at the top,
Right.
and we're talking about horses, so
Yeah.
maybe you.
I know,
Start us off there.
Okay, so I guess I can just go by line by line. The first one is AOC, and I think that was just like this year's appointment is what happened.
Correct.
And then the Health Council, I have been really working on that one, and I would love to stay on that one, and I am the chair of COAC for, I believe, through this year. Then you go, I just got on COBA last year. And I've been on the audit committee for a couple of years. I'm not sure if that's a term, if that's identified as a term, I believe it is. So I don't know, we might have to look it up and see if I need to stay on that one. I love going to the fair meetings. And the Sisters Economic, it is currently on hold because of because Roger and John and Kathy left. I am on the Hospital Board Authority, I believe through this May. It was like a 4-year appointment for that. This is my only year for, I've been on the Project Wildfire, fire, and that's been great. Visioning, they're kind of going on beyond. And then as a private citizen, I did the budgeting work on parks. If anybody wants to take that one, it's a fun one. And then I've been helping this, I've been on the Sun River Chamber for a couple of years. So there's like, there's a couple that I think I get to stay because it is an appointment and it is through this year. And then there's some that if someone else wants to pick it up, I have lots of opportunity here to share.
Are you wanting to share, like, are there anywhere you're like,
No, I thought I heard that, I looked at my list and went, oh my gosh. Yes, the COAC fits with COIC, but the COIC, that's, I've been on that for a couple of years, so it's not a permanent appointment, so I'm happy. I can go or I cannot go. And then the audit committee, I'm not sure. Whitney, can you see that anywhere? Behavioral health, I've been that liaison for a while. I do appreciate that group.
David was saying, I think you might have given us the answer in the chat, so we can.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was through like this year maybe.
Oh, yeah.
No term, annual leave for audit committee.
Okay,
There you go.
all right, so that's no term. All right.
Can I ask about how we choose the AOC legislative committee District 2 delegate? Is that a district level decision? Is that a county level decision? Or is that an AOC level decision?
It had to be AOC because I was on vacation at the meeting. They had the committee meeting for our group. I wasn't there that day.
I think it's AOC. And what that is since none of us, I mean, I don't know if you are, I had been the AOC District 2 chair. So I was part of the legislative committee. Legislative, take the position after the committees, thing. And then, so none of us are in those committee leaderships where us automatically put us on there. So I think this was that seat where Deschutes County, let's put somebody on there from Deschutes County. So I think it may have been the president asking her, I don't know who, because I didn't hear about it either, but I think it's AOC level.
So the legislative committee doesn't have a seat for each county.
No, but they tried to fill in the last ones, if you don't have to be in any
Right.
committee leadership or leadership of the organization. So I think so it's implied that it'll probably have a seat, but yeah, if you have, it's AOC.
So they want somebody who's playing a leadership role in some other committee. AOC to fill spots in the legislature.
Well, if you're a
I had
chair,
done it last year.
if you're a chair or vice chair, or if you're an AOC leadership, there's reasons you're on there. And then there's just the district chairs, I guess that's where I was at. And then, as I say, I think this is just that, since we didn't have any other seats, this is how she got on, or somebody from the sheet got on.
Right,
But I think it might have been the president.
Mr. Murdoch.
So next time Derek Drew wants to nominate me or something, I shouldn't turn it down.
Well, we've gone to other meetings and stuff, yeah. You gotta do it for a reason. So I'll talk about mine real quick, and I am interested in the COIC board, I'll talk about that. But, I'm gonna kind of go down this one real fast, just to high level about what I'm doing. So 911, I do represent us as a board, we're the governing body of 911. So, we reconvene as 911 sometimes during the budget campaign. So I make sure to attend those meetings. There's a bullet item, a third one of the agenda about governing body comments. And it's just whatever's going on. So it hasn't been real, nothing real substantive other than the status of the system. Remember the backup power went down a couple of months ago, and then we updated last month from them to everything. So yeah, nothing real big here right now. Police Strategy Steering Committee. Remember, this is Joe Stutler and the Forest Service, and now we have a staff person, Jody Barham's there. And it's really that project wildfire on steroids for a couple counties, really trying to bridging what's going on at the federal level to the local. Forest Service paid for part of that, and everybody seems to be real positive. But next week, I think it's going to be a big meeting about kind of a strategy. Do you guys have that on schedule at all? Yeah. So that's kind of the first work product. Let's get that ready together to talk about what the world look like. And this will be kind of that higher. Historical Society is just a ad hoc seat. Anybody can be involved in that. They want more people better. But I really like it. It's fun for me. So I'm here to watch this problem. You can't do. Public Safety Coordinating Council. I am sitting on that. Nick's on there also. And that's remember the judge and the sheriff and the TA, a couple of public members, and a bunch of folks. And it was kind of juvenile focused, is my understanding of the history of that, but any topic comes here. And the board of commissioners, we see some of the same things that need to be vetted through Public Safety Coordinating Council come to us anyway, so there's usually nothing extra that's going on in this bunch. East Cascade Works, I still don't have, I mean, I attend some of the meetings, we're the consortium that empowers the organization, commissioners from, Wasco and Klamath and everything, Jefferson. They want more money to be able to, get people re-engaged in the employment right now, but I'm kind of less focused on what that is. What goes on in those ones. A lot of money, good services, but I don't know that I was qualified. Center for Economic Development, definitely very active right now. The line, people are looking at the land, building, a couple of buildings being built in Business Park. Under employee is engaged, so that's a really exciting. Well, except the pine, it's getting more exciting. A Ribbon Airport Commission is really interesting. That's meeting every month or two. And we've been meeting virtually, but there's a big airport facility plan that's coming out there, and that dollars flow down for these things. There's $100 million, $250 million architectural stuff out there. There's the horizon, there's some big stuff they can do. But we always watch the employments, deployment numbers, anything else going on, and kind of the contracting of the land around for these agreements and stuff. Cybersecurity Advisory Council, I think that was a follow-on from the SIEC, the next one below. That never really happened, but that is, I am on it, I've been in a meeting or two, but it's not ever coming together. It's industry and government get to a table talking about what do we need to do for cybersecurity safety, and I'm not in leadership of that, so I just get fighting. Yeah, that just hasn't been hit on its own recently. SIC is serious business, though. That is public safety, state radios, ODOT, state police, and everybody's kind of coordinating the frequencies and some of the big policies about the next generation of radio stuff. And I'm real happy to be there because of our 911 radio partnership with the state system. And I'm representing ACC on that also. A couple of times I've been able to talk to folks around, other commissioners around the state about topics to go through there. And I've offered to bring the AOC, like a session at AOC. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of big public exciting stuff, but there's some interesting things going across the board there. As I say, I would be interested in attending the COIC. So I know that the three commissioners are kind of the governing body of that thing, the way it's set up. But, a couple of years ago, I was on it for just a year or two. And the buses, the broadband advisory team, the map that they're working on, there's a lot of topics that go through.
They
I don't know, it's
actually,
just kind of a call, I'd love to do that.
and they finally got their financing for loans, finally is happening because of Patrick. I mean, it's taken quite a while, but they finally are doing that, so that's really good news.
I don't know who the other commissioners are right now.
Wayne and Jerry.
If we want to talk COC now, before I get into mine, I guess I would just like to say that I am currently the alternate for COIC. Have attended one of the board meetings, was summoned at the last minute to one of the other COIC board members when Commissioner Adair couldn't attend. So if COIC, the COIC position is in motion, as the alternate, I would be interested in serving in that.
This is horse trading, I guess, at that point. So we'll see.
And I can go into,
Please proceed.
I guess I would start by saying that when we went through this process last year, I walked away with fewer committee assignments, fewer of the committee assignments that we collectively distribute among the three of us than the other commissioners. And so I actually believe I have some capacity, and I don't necessarily want to leave any of the committee assignments that I have, but since my load was lighter, I would be open to taking on additional assignments and, you know, for the, you know, that I am interested in some of the other committees and we can swap some things to balance things out as needed, potentially. But to just run through some of the bodies that I'm sitting on. There's the Bend Metropolitan Planning Organization, so MPO is this federally designated geography where we have an additional layer, an additional set of capacity for transportation planning. One commissioner, 3 city councilors, and ODOT sit on the I think it's called policy board for the MPO, and I'm happy to continue serving in that role. There's for the county, I would say one of the more interesting things that's happening outside of city limits through the MPO is the planning for the Baker Knott interchange with Highway 97. So that's something that I've been paying particular attention to on the MPO. The Deschutes Basin Water Collaborative is the collective of irrigation districts and farmers, environmentalists, and you know, people who care about water in the river, and cities, and a number of other stakeholders who are trying to figure out how we can do more with less water in the basin. You know, essentially, who can be doing the things that they need to do more efficiently, and then what water does that free up to go to the places where it's needed. It's in my opinion, a very valuable collaborative planning effort for the region, and I anticipate that group is going to play an increasingly important legislative role in advocating for implementation funding for some of this conservation work, and also for, you know, policies such as, you know, a little bit of flexibility in the way that water rights are administered, so that again, we can move water around where it's needed. The Deschutes County Investment Advisory Committee, this is a body that helps to advise our CFO and treasurer, Greg Munn, on you know, where we're putting the money that we don't need to spend on a day-to-day basis to get the maximum returns possible, and to shore up the financial health of the county. Only meets, you know, it's pretty infrequently, so that's not a huge commitment. The Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project is similar to the Water Collaborative, getting all the key stakeholders together with a focus on the federal lands within the county, and you know, to some degree, focuses on the Deschutes National Forest as a whole, spills out into Clement County and Jefferson County as well. But that body has basically helped to clear the path for active fuels reduction and forest restoration work, active management in the national forest over the past 15 years. This group for 11 or 12 years, and then other collaborative efforts before it. And I'm currently serving as the co-chair for the Deschutes Collaborative, and the group is in a bit of a period of flux right now, because the original Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Project that had a 10-year, $10 million award was actually finished very successfully. They're trying to figure out how to broaden their scope and what other projects they should work on. The Public Health Advisory Board, I was finally able to get them to change the meeting time to a time that does not overlap with one of our board meeting times. So that is actually, you know, now there's an opportunity for a member of the Board of Commissioners to actually participate on a monthly basis with the Public Health Advisory Board, and I'm very much enjoying interfacing with that group and talking with them about how they can provide input to the Board of Commissioners on, you know, important public health issues of concern for our community. The steering committee of the Deschutes Trails Coalition, that's not an assignment that
Or
has
did you
come.
say something about info?
Oh, sorry. Yes, so I'm currently sitting on the board of EDCO. EDCO is in a period right now of, there's some significant transition. Roger Lee has just recently resigned to do other things. John Stark is acting as the interim. And so there's a whole executive director kind of search process happening, and you know, how they're going to do that is a good question. They just before Roger's announcement, we had the EDCO board had a big strategic planning session set their strategic plan for the next few years. And the raw material from that is is being worked through right now to develop a new strategic plan. But then there's questions about kind of how much of a role the new permanent executive officer should play in shaping the strategic plan. So those two things might have to kind of be synchronized a little bit more. So it is an interesting topic. But you know, EDCO is our local economic development organization that's focused on recruitment, retention, and growing new businesses, startups. Okay, so the Deschutes Trails Coalition, that's an assignment I came to, not through the process of committee assignments amongst board members, but they asked me to sit on their steering committee, and I joined their steering committee. The next item on here is similar. The state has a community renewable energy program, and I was nominated and appointed by the governor to serve on the advisory committee for this body. And there's one other group that, group that I would mention, which is the board for the new Oregon Conservation Corps, which is focused on setting up conservation corps to help with fuels reduction work in high wildfire risk communities around the state. I was also appointed to the board of that body.
And then would you be willing to speak to, I see that you're alternate for multiple things here. I know you mentioned you've gone once for COIC. As an alternate, were you involved with any of these other boards as well, or anything to speak to with any of these other committees?
I've stood at the ready to serve as an alternate for these different groups. Who is, did I miss it? Who's our public safety coordinating council? Okay, is that, did you cover that?
Yes.
Oh, you did.
I said, thank God.
And the COIC, that's the only one that in my alternate status I've actually been called. Attended one meeting, and then they tried to pull me in very last minute for a second meeting. But you know, this 10 minutes before the meeting started, they were trying to figure out what they were gonna.
We need a quorum. We need another alcohol. So, yeah, I mean, I was just a while ago, I kind of figured out, that'd be an interesting place to be. It's just kind of like, and I for some reason, I'm thinking that, that wouldn't be where you want to be. I mean, I guess I don't want to speak for you, but I wasn't thinking about, because you were an employee there, so I didn't know if that was, something you'd want to be in the governing body of now or whatever. So, I mean, I wasn't trying to cut it off, I just was thinking it through. So you would want to do that?
I'd be open to that. I mean, among the bodies that I'm an alternate for, COIC would be one that a number of these, probably the Health Council, the Public Safety Coordinating Council, COIC, the Regional Solutions Advisory Committee, those four, any of those I'd be happy to take on. someone wants to unload something.
That's regional solution that.
I actually have a meeting today at 3, I think it's the chairs or something, yeah, I know, I told Annette I could do it today at 3. There's, yeah. there's a meeting. Yeah, she's had, and there was another meeting last week. I think it was Friday morning. Yeah,
Well, no, this is regional solutions,
well, see, what is the meeting
Chairs.
today?
so, because yeah, that was calling me as a chair for coordination.
Right,
This is regional solutions, which is much taller than the, you know, the kind of the local cross-section leadership.
there was a meeting last week with them. And the meeting today, I got to read it on my calendar because I.
Any sort of conversation you guys want to have about switching committees or you know, the horse trade, if you will, anything official that we want to decide upon right now?
So as to say, I mean, COIC is the only thing that jumped out at me, and then just Cascade Works, if anybody knows or wants to do more with that. It's all fine and dandy, but I just gotta get around to that. And I can stay happy. Commissioner Gary, thoughts about COIC for yourself?
Well, CYC is usually like a back-to-back day for me. So having that one leave might be kind of nice
Okay.
on that day, because I usually COAC is first, and we're really gonna try and be more inspiring for our community and accomplish something, because of all that funding. So I feel a tremendous pressure because of the COAC position. So that will kind of help there.
Okay. And then, is there anything that you're not wanting to be involved with?
Well, no, does anybody want to get on the audit committee since it's only, it's an annual appointment? They just said there was no term. I'm happy to stay on it because I appreciate it. Dave does a great job. I know my term goes through this year on the hospital facility. No one wants the Sisters Park and Recreation District Budget Committee?
Is that,
It's,
is that something that you signed up for individually?
yeah, I got it before I came on here, and I just kept it because I'm familiar with their financial procedure, and I kind of bring continuity, I guess you could say, to the group. They've gotten a new manager, new directors. Yes, they've had a bit of.
Saw Liam used over at Pendleton last fall. Remember Liam, 7-foot Liam?
Yeah. 7 foot, whoa. I did love being on Project Wildfire. I think that's.
So, did you dial in yesterday, morning, Project Wildfire, or Tuesday morning?
It's on my phone.
So, I think we were both, I figured I was on Project Wildfire, so I was trying not to miss them. We were both on it for a while, so.
Oh, okay. I believe.
I guess I didn't know I wasn't, I didn't know I wasn't.
No, was it this week? Was it?
Yeah, there's one too, I didn't, I've been in the, just regular community neighborhood association Project Wildfire thing.
Okay, I didn't get it on my calendar or. I had a 7, okay,
I thought that was the way we split it up
right,
last year, was each of us would have a wildfire related.
right, I thought this we did.
Strategy. And she's supposed to-
Maybe I just got in the habit of always making sure I got there, but it was, you know, virtual going.
It wasn't on this January 11th, it was not on my schedule, but I did have a meeting with Travis. The DEMA, and then it ended up that he helped me out with the gas, the stations and the employees that aren't there to help. with the gas stations.
Yeah.
So I got to put all that together.
So, Commissioner Garrett, would you like to hand off to COIC?
I can do that.
Great, so Commissioner Chang, you'll take that.
That's fine.
I would like to take that.
Is that it kind of the only major switch that we're identifying here?
Looks like it.
Okay.
And what about the alternate for COIC?
Right.
Tony, you want to do that?
Perhaps.
Sure, I'll be down for that.
You wanna do that? And I assume that Commissioner Derry, you'll hook Commissioner Chang up with whatever info he needs for COIC and all that.
Yes. Well,
We know,
they'll send you a.
That's the alternate I've been getting.
Oh, of course, great. Wonderful.
so, in fact, one of my thoughts, I think, in passing was, it was the same concept, someone, I didn't think it was Tammy, talking about how dynamics on the board, I said, are you meeting in person? She said, no. Well, you guys should meet in person, try to meet in person. Or maybe that was the topic
We have that in person,
recently.
yes. And I didn't go to the last in person one, but I did it with the Zoom and it worked out okay.
Oh, I'm just saying, I would mean that.
No, I think meeting in person is 1,000 times better. Usually the group is on Zoom and there's the executive teams that, because that meeting starts at 4:30. But COAC hasn't met in person and we really need to.
This little window of economic profit surge, I know that, we have met, the board of commissioners has met throughout the pandemic in person, but if there was ever a point in time where it would be, I think it would be reasonable for us to consider going to virtual for a little while. I do actually think that this is the moment. But, so that all just goes to say, I don't think we should be pushing any other bodies to go in person right at this moment.
It was just I wasn't, just my thought.
So the timelines, committee assignments, everybody's pretty much staying where they are, except Commissioner Dare is taking COIC off of Commissioner Chang, and Commissioner Doan will become alternate for COIC.
Correct.
Perfect. Wonderful. Anything else to be discussed about committee assignments, any input, Eric, with you, Nick, you have voices here as well, is there anything you need to get on the table about committees?
No.
I'm just gonna, before we head into the 1 o'clock section, I'm gonna try to make a tiny adjustment here just to see if it improves things for folks as you try to have a conversation back and forth with departments.
And Whitney, will all these be online, no one's coming in person?
That's my understanding right now is that, the majority of our participation will be through Zoom.
Great. Then I'm gonna give us a quick little 5-minute break. I recognize we just, took in water and food and all that, so if you need to run to the restroom before, because we'll probably be here for a bit with this sort of presentation. So take a little break if you need to, and let's be back here a couple minutes before 1 so that we're ready for them. That was quick and easy on committees. Thank you. That was not hard. I'm not creeping on you.
I want to be able to.
I just wanna do a quick, no, you stay right, I will to that deck.
Okay.
I just want to do a quick audio check because we did move the mics. If someone could chat and let us know, I mean, Commissioner Adair, could you do a sound check for us?
Good afternoon, team.
Chad, is that better?
It's still not very good. You're very faint.
Is it better without my mask on?
It
No.
just, I think you're so far from the mic. If I turn up, there's a loud buzzing that starts drowning out your voice.
It might be the settings that we have on to try to minimize the echo, might be minimizing audio in general.
Will speak clearly and loudly.
Okay.
You know,
Yes.
I could barely understand any of that conversation you just
Oh.
had.
We
Okay.
can hear you really well.
I'll stop yelling.
It's only a half-hour drive, I've seen a few.
We can email them questions, or we can't get it.
Right.
Are you, can you guys get on the Zoom meeting on the chat on it to ask them?
So I just modified a setting. Is this better or worse?
Whitney, you sound pretty good. If I really focus.
Well, what if you stay there or I can stay there? What if one of us kind of relayed question?
Yeah.
Should we like walk up to the microphone?
Yeah, we're gonna move one of our audio components closer to the board and then we'll try to get started.
Okay, hopefully that'll help.
Now we'll switch to the next topic.
Do a sound check, Commissioner Adair?
Okay, Chad, how's this? Is it any better?
It is a little better. If you enunciate and speak slow and clear, that may help.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can go ahead and get started in the afternoon and I'll just kind of roll us into our 1 o'clock. So as the board can see, we have Peter Gutowski, Ed Keith, and Chad Silva joining us to talk about fuels reduction, yard debris disposal, and other topics that you identified in the morning. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to the board.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. You heard what we came up with this morning, that we were very concerned with defensible space. What can we do? Chad, I asked to add an extra day down in La Pine because I feel our population warrants it. It's something for you to cost out for the county, and see if we can put that into our system. And Peter, what can we do for dispensable space in relationship to Senate Bill 762? What kind of things should we be working on today? And Ed, I believe that we were wondering what more can we do to clean up beyond just our fire free with, what is it now? We have 53 different neighborhood organizations that are really stepping up. And how can we support them with more cleanup in the county?
Maybe I can just add to that. I don't know if you can hear me at all, but I see SB 762 driving a whole lot of this defensible space treatment around homes in the coming years. And I had a real concern with how we enable that, how we help that, how we facilitate that by making disposal of yard debris easier for people and more convenient. So, we have fire free, that's great. It accomplishes a certain amount. I think there are people who would really appreciate yard debris bins in some of the, subdivisions where that kind of collection doesn't currently happen. We also have heard about creative ideas from neighborhoods that organize, an annual couple of weeks of dumpster service. That they just arrange to have a dumpster in there, at the end of their block. Everybody just keeps putting stuff in that for a couple of weeks, and they have regular collection and hauling away of that material out of that dumpster. And, the net effect of that is that those people then don't each have to take an individual trip to the landfill during fire free. So if SB 762 is going to be pushing a whole lot more defensible space treatment and a whole lot more material, like how do we help make it easy for people to get rid of that material? And then Chad, on the far end, what do we do with all that material? I really do think that with SB 762, that the volume is going to be much greater. So, those were my questions, and I hope you could hear some of that.
Peter, did you want to go first?
It's Chad, why don't you lead? I can follow.
Okay. The kind of the buzzword within the department is we are overrun with yard debris at not landfill these days. I want to make sure you understand. I'm just going to give you information. I'm not saying that anything we're doing should be done away with or we should not expand things. But just the reality we are dealing with at the landfill is we're getting so much yard debris these days, fire free. That material is ground, and it takes us 6 to 8 months to consume what comes in at fire free. We try to use material for daily cover or erosion control on the landfill rather than just direct bury it. So it takes that period of time to get rid of it. Throughout the year, we get yard debris at Northwest, Southwest, and Negus transfer stations besides fire free. And right now we're hauling yard debris out of Negus, I think. And so every month or two, we get a big flood of ground yard debris coming to the landfill from the rural sites as well. It'd be wonderful to have some sort of biomass thing going on somewhere in the region here. Obviously, that's not happening. So not landfill ends up being, unfortunately, the only alternative for it. We're dealing with it. It's just there is so much more material coming in these days. On the convenience side of it, we do have an item on agenda with the board for this coming Monday to talk about expanding services in Waste Connection service area, which is Sun River and the unincorporated areas generally south and east of City of Bend. And part of that will be incorporating a curbside yard debris collection. I know before Tim retired, we had met with each of the commissioners to discuss that. It took us a while to go through the process with Sun River, and that'll be something we'll be discussing with you on Monday. So at least for the southern part of Waste Connection service area, Deschutes River Woods and the outlying areas around there, something will likely be coming up in the coming months. Waste Connections will have to ramp up based on whatever the board directs on what the service level needs to be. And we're still trying to get numbers and facts and figures together for Republic Services to deal with the balance of the county where Republic Services provides the collection. And the model we're definitely looking at is offering curbside yard debris collection within the unincorporated areas of the county as well. Like I said, Republic will be a little bit further down the road, but we're pretty close to going with what Waste Connections has for us.
Chad, you probably don't want to hear this, but is it possible to start fire free in April so that it ends the end of May? Last year, I think we ended maybe the 5th of June, and I just feel that the community maybe would appreciate ending it a little bit earlier. June can be a fire month. We've had fires. Well, we've had probably fires in May too, but I don't know. I just think it feels better.
We could certainly adjust the calendar and shift it earlier. Look back years ago, I think we used to actually start in April. And what the problem was in particular for Southwest Transfer Station, South County, we ran into issues where there was snow on the ground and the residents couldn't get those pine needles up off the ground till after fire freeze. So we migrated to later. Yeah, I mean, looking back, and this is the early 2000s. We were doing it in April, and we shifted to May just because of winter conditions. Sadly, we may not have that much snow on the ground, but that is a factor we need to consider for South County with snow on the ground. It does impede their ability to get cleaned up.
Thank you for pointing that out to me. An unintended consequence if there's snow on the ground, which we really want to have. Thank you.
Ed, could I ask, do you have any sense of how the volume of material might change with the implementation of SB 762?
Well, I think that you made the point that it's likely going to increase. People are going to be compelled to do better management of defensible space, and we will see an increase in that material coming. It's wishful thinking that we had a biomass facility. I don't want to harp on that, but something that would make things a lot easier for us. We're all concerned about the capacity and lifespan left at not landfill, and the yard debris could very well be having an impact on it. We are going to be rerunning calculations on what our site life looks like right now, but any additional material coming in not landfill has an impact on what we have left in site life here as well. But back on your question, yeah, it's likely going to increase the volume of yard debris coming in. Now, Deschutes Recycling takes yard debris year-round for their composting operation, but they are just about running at capacity and are challenged to be able to market everything they produce. And that's something that we hear from Republic Services, that it would be great if there were some better market development. I'm not sure whether the county has any places they could use yard debris, but or compost, but I don't know if ODOT had local projects, whether that's something that they could use. One of the things we talked about in the solid waste management plan was looking at markets in Jefferson County with the agricultural industry, if there's a way to get them to consume product. But we're kind of coming up to a point where the volume of yard debris coming to not landfill is, I wouldn't say it's unmanageable, but it's having a notable impact on operations.
Yeah, thanks, Jed. And I was asking, I was asking Ed if he had any sense of how the volume would change, just kind of based on your understanding of where defensible space is being implemented now and how much more defensible space could be implemented when it's the law.
Sure, and I would be hesitant to try to provide an actual number, but my mind immediately goes to the most increase being probably proportionally being in the south part of the county and going to Southwest transfer station, just because that's where the bulk of the fuels are, and a lot of neighborhoods that still have a ways to go on defensible space. Not that other places don't, but in proportion, I would expect that increase quite a bit more in the south part of the county than northwest or not.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that assessment.
I mean, is there, and I don't know what this analysis would look like, Ed, but like, is there any way you can crunch some numbers to give us even just a range? I mean, are we talking like, oh, that's a little bit more, or are we talking like we might double what is currently what we're currently trying to deal with our maxed out compost system and our process of grinding and spreading, which we're spending 6 to 8 months trying to grind and spread the stuff that just comes in during fire free and spring. Because I mean that's a great concern to me, is that kind of the places, the opportunities we have to make the material go away are maxed out currently. And, we're talking about adding, I don't know how much to that. I mean, I would think that SB 762 is going to mean a lot, but I just, you know, I don't have the tools to kind of get my head around that.
I could probably come up with an estimate. It would be based on a lot of assumptions. One would be, we don't currently have the map of where it's going to be required. So we don't know, I could make some assumptions that it's going to be required throughout the unincorporated areas of the county. We could look at, current compliance, except for we don't know what the Oregon State Fire Marshal is actually going to require yet. We won't until probably September, October is when they're going to have their draft rules out. So there's a few unknowns. One we'll know in the nearer term, and that's the map. And then we'll know where it's required. And then later on in the late summer, fall, we'll know what's required. And that would maybe take a little bit of the guesswork out of it. And then we could look at, we could sample some neighborhoods and say, this many percent of lots are currently in compliance, and these ones have more work to do, and estimate how many cubic yards might come off a given lot. It would still be a fair amount of guesswork, but it would be informed guesswork. The other thing we don't know is how many people choose to take it to a landfill or transfer station versus how many people choose to burn it or dispose of it some other way, chip it on site and leave it there for their own mulch or ground cover and those sorts of things. So it would probably be a very broad range, but we could try to come up with something.
Yeah, I mean, just building a model, having all those variables laid out and being able to just like play with it, much smaller area, but much higher levels of people sending it to the landfill instead of plow burning it at their house. I mean, just having the kind of calculation and all the variables laid out for us, I think would be really helpful. And because right now, like we have no idea. We have no idea how much the volume is going to increase. And again, it sounds like we're completely maxed out on where it's going right now. And that's if we need to be thinking hard about addressing much larger volumes of this material in the future, then the sooner we can start working on that, the better, even if we're working with very coarse numbers.
Sure. Yeah, I could build some stuff that kind of model, and then we could play around with percent estimated to burn versus transport, percent of compliance, those sorts of things. And yeah, it would be an informed guess as opposed to an uninformed guess. So it'd be better than nothing.
I have a question. Don't they burn at Black Butte Ranch? Didn't they buy some apparatus that they actually do their burning there? Is the capacity of that machine so small that it wouldn't make sense to add that to Deschutes County? I mean, I hate to burn something where we're not getting the energy from it, like a biomass, but if we had to do something, would there be any, capacity?
So we actually went up to Black Butte Ranch. Commissioner DeBone attended that with us, and the capacity and throughput of the machine is not what we had hoped. It's a fairly slow process. And talking with the DEQ, the permitting for this could be horrendous. We're talking having to have a permit for the device itself for each one if we were to purchase more than one. And then we would need a what's called a Title V air quality permit for each site that we operate the machine at. So between looking at the capacity and ability of that machine to run material through and the permitting on it, I was pretty disappointed, and unfortunately I put it on the back burner here. I just don't think it's going to be a viable solution for us.
I just came from the Oregon Smoke Management Committee meeting, and that they were actually talking about that at the time I stepped out, trying to streamline some of that permitting. I think that's still a ways out, but it is on DEQ's radar. It really has to go through EPA, I guess, because they regulate the point source permits. But it is on the statewide radar screen for, potentially streamlining that in the future, because there's more locations than just Deschutes County that are thinking about that as a solution. And I agree with Chad that at least the size, and Black Butte Ranch bought the largest one they could buy that was still transportable. But that size really barely deals with what Black Butte Ranch creates. So I doubt, you could get one of those and it could keep up with any given transfer site.
Chad, has anyone talked to you about biochar before? This is basically a process of, I want to say basically you sort of you combust wood in a low oxygen environment. And what comes out the other end is like an incredibly dense carbon product, which is potentially useful for storing carbon in the first place, but it's also people have found it to be a very good soil amendment. So not only is it good for agricultural soil, adds nutrients and all that stuff, but it also puts carbon in the soil for a period of time. And there's all sorts of there's people who think it's super great, and that someday there's going to be a market for carbon storage, and they're going to make a ton of money off of it. And that's basically why currently the biochar that they produce has almost no commercial value. It may be really valuable for carbon storage, but if there's no market for carbon, then it's not worth it. But what it can do is it can take a bunch of material and make it much smaller and dispose of it. So I hadn't thought about those biochar systems from that perspective before, but really, if we could use something like that, not for the value of the product that it produces, but for basically space saving, what is the value of not having your whole compost yard filled with material? Maybe those kinds of combustion systems would be interesting to look at.
I have not spoken with anybody or been approached by anybody regarding a biochar system. I think somebody may have spoken with Tim in the past couple of years before he retired. He's actually going to be here for a meeting with Republic Services to talk about these expanded services I mentioned earlier, and I'll ask him about that. I don't see a lot in the solid waste trade journals or websites regarding that material, that process, but I do know it's out there. So I do recall Tim having a conversation with somebody about it, and I'll see if I can rattle Tim's memory and see if I can find somebody to have a conversation with.
Thanks.
Commissioner Chang, did you want timelines for Ed or Chad to get back to you on numbers, reports, et cetera? I'm not sure that they heard my question, so I'm just telling you, if you want something within a week, make sure they know. If you want it within a month, make sure they know. If they can take 6 months, make sure they know.
I wouldn't want to assign a specific timeline.
Perfect. I just want to make sure you got what you need.
Thank you. Yeah. And yeah, I guess, so besides wanting to know how much volume we're going to be dealing with, I guess, that the other thing I would ask is that we start brainstorming about what our options are for disposal of larger volumes of this material, like if there are other options. And between the three of you, you probably, different people would probably be talking to you about, very different ideas. So I'm glad we have all three of you here.
I'm just wondering, does Crook County have anything along what we do in Deschutes County that we're over our limit? They don't do anything up there, do they, Chad?
I don't believe they have anything like Fire Free at all. They
One
do
day.
collect yard debris at the transfer station, and they do have their own grinding machine. So they may be using that like we do for alternate daily cover, but I don't think they're seeing anywhere close to the volumes we have, even scaling down to the magnitude of their facility compared to ours. I just don't think they see the quantities we have here.
And there's nothing in Klamath Klamath doesn't have any kind of little industry, does it? That could take our product?
How about biofuels down in Lake County?
Yeah, exactly. Lake was my next question. That's an easy drive down 31.
So a
I mean,
little
is there-
history on.
Do they have that?
A little bit of history on using mulch, ground yard debris, I'm just going to call it mulch, as a fuel. A number of years ago, there were tax incentives that boiler plants would accept yard debris and get their money for that low BTU product through tax incentives. And there was a period of time a number of years ago with our Fire Free program where we actually were not even paying for that material to go away. T2 was taking that material to Prairie City and actually getting paid for delivery at the Prairie City sawmill boiler plant. And when those tax incentives went away, that whole market dried up completely. It doesn't have the heat value that lumber or waste products from a sawmill has. So you have to burn a lot to get the same energy value you get out of like lumber products or things like that. So it's a hard product to try to sell without having some incentive to get a boiler plant to accept it.
The basic issue is that this material as a feedstock for just about anything is extremely low value. The price that someone will pay for it is very low, and the cost to transport it is very high.
Yeah, and it could be to the point where it's not that even the cost I think that there's a cost to get rid of it as well, besides transportation. If we were to find a place to take it, we would probably have to pay them. I don't think it's a material that somebody is willing to pay us for at this point.
So for Southern Deschutes County, burning in place is very viable option for a lot of properties. There's 1 acre properties all up and down Day Road and larger. It's a very short window in the spring and the fall. In fact, Chad already mentioned it. The day that you can rake up a needle that's just thawed from the ground, and 2 weeks later, it gets to be so dry, it's dangerous to burn. I mean, it is that short of a window. Chipping in place is the next best thing by far, and Project Wildfire is doing that. We had a contract in our neighborhood that was a Project Wildfire sponsored project. Our job as neighbors was to tell each other, so we had a community meeting. A date was set, have your green waste out on the edge of the road by this date, and it came through and they chipped it back to the property. So they just left it in place again. And those are good options. I think we should really focus this spring from this conversation, just do a little extra outreach. If we're talking about spending money or making an investment, probably, in the next few weeks even is the time to put out a press release and a little marketing about make sure you understand your short window to clean up your property, because then summer comes along.
But see,
And then 762 is going to be online after, next fall possibly.
But see, I worry about those chips. I know they used to chip in place and leave them in neighborhoods, but usually that's what I know have burned down houses. Because those chips catch on fire and then the wind will carry them and then they'll blow into the venting that isn't correct. And yeah, so that's why I think.
I put them in the bottom of the stall and then we get a good wet, and then we put them on the pile and then they become compost.
Yes. And
But
then,
I know what you're saying. Yeah, if it's a bigger pile, it could self-combust.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
that or, if there's a fire, then
Yeah,
chips
I
are
mean,
really kind of dangerous.
both things. Yeah, if you make a big pile of wood chips, then they can, the processes that are going on inside that pile can make it self-combust. And if you landscape with the material, there's a risk
That's a true risk.
associated with that as well. And I do think there's definitely a place, in the right setting, pile burning on your property is appropriate. What we were hearing from people this spring was very small properties, you know, immediately adjacent to each other, and one neighbor is burning their pile right next to the other.
Just Shoots River Woods. I mean, it's just like that. It's kind of like a bowl and people need to burn and all of a sudden it just sits there and it's really bad. So I know there's geographic areas where it's a lot different.
Yeah, so I mean, those are, when I was saying like, that we need to, you know, facilitate getting rid of that material in some other way. Like, those are the areas I'm thinking of, not necessarily countywide.
Peter, did you have anything you wanted to add to Senate Bill 762?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Can you guys hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Thank you. You know, I guess I would just be echoing one of the themes that was acknowledged by everyone, that Senate Bill 762, with the forthcoming release of the state wildfire hazard maps and of identifying the wildland urban interface. I think Ed could correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is that Deschutes County can expect to be identified as either being in an extreme or high hazard rating. And that is going to elevate everyone's awareness of our vulnerability, of course, to wildfire. It's going to obligate new development, and certainly I think phased in for additions or accessory structures, the requirement to implement defensible space and fire harden. And those obligations, and I can go through the timelines or refresh you on the timelines per Senate Bill 762, are going to, I think if the community responds accordingly, you're going to see a commitment to defensible space. I think there's going to be an obligation to ensure defensible space standards are being met, and then certainly as it pertains to new development or additions or expansions with the fire hardening, that's just going to increase the necessity of ensuring that our landscape is as resilient as possible. So that elevates the comments that you've been making to Chad and to Ed, and that's going to be a responsibility that I think we as a community are going to have to bear and acknowledge going forward. So very quickly on the dates just so you can write them down. I know you're familiar with several of them, but at the end of June is when we can expect the State Department of Forestry to release the wildfire hazard maps and the wildland urban interface designation and those risk classifications. There is a process to challenge those if property owners feel that those are misplaced. But that's a critical declaration. In October, on October 1st of this year, there's two things that are happening. The Department of Consumer and Business Services will be amending R327 which currently addresses new development, but as I understand it, it will also apply to additions and or expansions or accessory structures to comply with the Oregon Residential Specialty Code. Those provisions could be in place as early as April 1st of 2023, and then any revisions or amendments or modifications have to be updated by October 1st of 2024. So there's still some uncertainty about what is actually going to be in place in April of 2023, but I gather that any vetting or further discussions about building code requirements will have to be resolved in October of 2024. The one point to make as well is in October, just like the Department of Consumer and Business Services, as they amend the fire hardening rules this October, the Department of Land Conservation and Development is responsible for identifying, and the language in the rule says completing updates to the statewide land use program for comprehensive planning and zoning codes that are required to incorporate statewide wildfire risk maps and any regulations to minimize overall wildfire risk. So that's just another, this fall we'll have a sense of how the state agency is what they're going to be expecting local governments to do to acknowledge and address in their comprehensive plan and implementing ordinances to address wildfire vulnerability. All of this, I think, for the board's consideration is, I don't think we can get in front of this. We're going to have to wait for these benchmarks or deadlines to occur, but it's going to provide opportunities, I think, proactively to acknowledge, that what Deschutes County is doing to prepare for these responsibilities, both in terms of land use planning, but also looking at my colleagues, Ed and Chad, about how we're prepared to address, woody debris and/or resources that can be made available to address defensible space in our WUI from a sweat equity standpoint. So there's a lot to unpack in terms of Senate Bill 762, but it is going to be a very prominent topic and series of conversations that I think will occur starting this June when the wildfire hazard maps are released.
Peter, just to repeat, you said October 1st, 2024. So are you saying that really Senate Bill 391 won't be happening till after that date?
No. I'm sorry. There's 2 October dates to be mindful of. The October 1st of 2022, DLCD basically reveals what they are expecting to see in the statewide land use program for local governments to comply with new rules or requirements to address wildfire risk. That same deadline, the Department of Consumer and Business Services addresses fire hardening. And then those fire hardening rules that pertain to new development, existing development, and accessory structures, as I understand it, those rules can be put in place as early as April 1st of 2023. And then the 2024 date for October is any, as I understand it, final updates to R327. So to your question, no, I don't think all things being equal, I am not anticipating any further delays as it pertains to the rural accessory dwelling unit legislation, Senate Bill 391. Our staff, and we'll give you a debriefing, Tanya will give you a debriefing at the end of this month. We are doing everything we can within the department to prepare amendments for the Board of County Commissioners so that by the time the state fire marshal completes their defensible space responsibilities, which is the end of this December, we can be in a position to prepare amendments, get the board's acknowledgement that they're ready to go and initiate a post-acknowledgement plan amendment basically in early 2023.
Great. And just so everybody knows, we've got about 7 or 8 minutes left for this, and then we'll be done with this section.
So for 762, I think it's going to be pretty easy just to assume that the whole county is going to be in a high wildfire risk zone, and basically just start working down the path of what does that mean. We already went through our local exercise, and that's the common ground. Yep, it's all high. It just is. And if something isn't, that would just be a nice surprise. But that kind of gives us a starting point. Don't have to pretend.
I did one date or one timeline piece that I did write down, between Ed and Peter, maybe you can remind me on this, but the specific provision of SB 762 that we were talking about at the beginning, the defensible space requirement, when can we actually expect the state fire marshal or a local organization, local agencies to be enforcing that essentially, or requiring, when does that requirement actually become active?
The requirement becomes active January 1st, 2023. State Fire Marshal and State Fire Marshal staff have said in basically every meeting that I've seen them in that they don't plan to really actually enforce it, saying like going door to door, saying you have to do this, we'll write you a ticket for a number of months or even years after that. So I think their approach is going to be to use their fund that's called, I think, the Community Risk Reduction Fund to offer communities and individual landowners incentives to comply through at least 2023, if not longer, before they're actually thinking about writing citations or using the theoretical stick to actually make people do things.
That said, I believe we're all really excited to see more defensible space created across the private land landscape in our community. And at least this one item that's dealt with by SB 762, we don't need to wait. I mean, we can. It will become a legal requirement at a certain point, but I mean, we've already done so much work to encourage and motivate and in some cases even incentivize defensible space treatments, and I can only imagine that the more we do, the easier implementation of SB 762 is going to be, and also just the safer our community is going to be overall. So, knowing that the law will be driving this later on, if there's things that we should be doing now to further promote defensible space work, that those require additional resources. You have to circle this back to budget. If that requires additional resources of various kinds, I hope that you all will bring us those proposals so that we can move that work forward as fast as possible.
Sure, and I would say, yeah, I've been kind of keeping an eye out specifically for the State Fire Marshal's stream of funding. So we've accessed DEQ's stream of funding for smoke messaging, and that work is proceeding. We just applied for maybe more than our share for the ODF stream of funding, but State Fire Marshal is still yet to kind of release their guidelines of how they're going to, they've got $20 million of funds for community risk reduction in defensible space, as well as the Oregon conservation efforts that Heart of Oregon is hoping to tap into locally. So there's still more to kind of keep an eye on from the standpoint of incentives and opportunities for us to take advantage of locally here. And I expect those to, continue to roll out over the next few months.
One other, I was just going to really, with the few seconds we have left, one thing that I think, as I understand the legislation, as the State Fire Marshal allocates resources to local governments to help address and enforce defensible space requirements, that there may be provisions that emphasize priorities as it pertains to socially and economically vulnerable communities, areas where we have lower income families as defined in statute, areas where there's critical emergency infrastructure, and then where we have schools and hospitals and other facilities. So there could be a point, if that's a fair overview of the priorities, where those areas are identified, and maybe they already are with the community wildfire protection plans that help guide or leverage the resources that Ed's already utilizing with the partnerships that he's outlined to ensure that those state funds are being applied consistent with the legislation in Senate Bill 762.
So Ed mentioned enforcement's probably not going to be in the queue to start with. One of the things that may happen though, there are the insurance agencies, insurance available for homes may be the trigger. I've already heard from an insurance agent that said, oh, he's already been told that if things aren't different, that you won't be able to get a policy, and that will trigger the community instantly. So I'm just saying that that may come before any ticket.
That's what's really frightening,
Yeah, very frightening.
truly, and.
But it makes sense too. I mean, if the
Oh.
national insurance pool is going to be the liabilities are greater than the income because of big fire disasters, that's exactly what will happen.
I mean, the insurance industry is driving hurricane response in Florida, for example. So I mean, I'll just say, I think it's about time that the insurance industry is weighed in on wildfire and making sure that people are doing everything they can to avoid losses.
Just one or two final comments or questions, and then we're gonna wrap this up.
Well, it sounds like we haven't solved the problems, but at least we're now all aware of the landfill and brush and the cleanup and everything. And then, of course, thank you for bringing in the dilemma with insurance. So, we're catching it on all sides.
And Project Wildfire, hopefully there's an insurance agent involved, or there's going to be another one or two, because that's the table to be having that discussion at. Having them, our community members, neighborhood association leadership, have a relationship with somebody that's speaking for the industry to explain this.
It's a good.
Truly.
January meeting, we just did have, just a real quick note, we did have a new insurance agent that we've been talking to that attended our January Project Wildfire meeting, and will hopefully continue to attend and be able to provide some insight from that industry.
Ed, can you say which company he was from?
I believe it was Country Financial.
Okay. Thank you for that.
And I'll just say, thank you, Ed, for doing that modeling and analysis, and thank you, Chad, for thinking about brainstorming on what our options are to do with all this material, so that we can proactively stay ahead of the curve on this. I'll really look forward to seeing that information from you guys.
And thank you, Peter. And we will be looking forward to seeing Tanya at the end of this month then with her update. So appreciate you all being here, and please let us know if you have any feedback on employee retention, if you hear some special idea from some of your employees. I think there's somebody named Chad who's thinking about retiring. Maybe we can give pet insurance, since his daughter, the veterinarian, doesn't live here, and he would stay for another year. So anyway, thank you guys.
And Chad and Peter, thank you for your input and for your time today. It's much appreciated. We're gonna take a quick, just 7 or 8 minute break. We'll be back to right at 2 o'clock to talk stabilization center for about 45 minutes. So come ready for that. another session right away at 2:45, so
To 3:15,
to
right?
3:15, yeah. So 2 to 2:45, we're doing stabilization center and a representative from the sheriff's office. So this is kind of open season for all those questions, clarity, et cetera. And then right from there, we'll go right at 2:45, from 2:45 to 3:15, we're gonna do housing, and then we'll take another break. So this right now, stabilization center, sheriff, and then 2:45 to 3:15, just housing free for all, you know, all the different things related to housing. So,
I think we need to have our health services and our sheriff's office representative transitioned over to panelist status so that.
Yes,
Great.
okay, well, there's Holly.
excellent.
Good, Janice, Holly,
Sure.
Captain Schultz. All right, we're making progress. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, I see Joe's there too.
Yeah,
Good, yeah, Joe, yeah, I was thinking we could get the sheriff to come up with more funding for the stabilization center. So of course we thought it'd be, yeah, just a little soft ask, right? Holly, do you want to talk about the stabilization funding as it looks at this moment in time?
Well, little introduction, I mean, so this is our annual retreat day. From discussions this morning, this is one of the topics that we kind of defined as a discussion. And we, all three of us have ideas about it, but it's really kind of diving a little deeper into, you know, how's it going? What does the future funding look like? What are the, you know, the partnership asks, the funding opportunities that are out there? Is there different ways to view this as in, so this is one of my questions, you know, if we're keeping the doors open and keeping it staffed 24 hours, other services, you know, is there a way to think of it more modularly or not? But that's just for me, you know, the way I want to try to think about it. But yeah, that's an introduction to where we were at.
And if I could just say, you know, my interest was trying to line up, you know, these three pieces: grant funding, general fund support from the county, and then partner contributions, and how we sequence and leverage those things against each other in a way that helps us assemble the funding that we're going to need in short order. Meaning, do we need a foundational investment from the county to be able to ask partners to invest as well? We spent some time this morning trying to figure out, like, well, when would the impacts grant come, if it comes, and how dependent are we on that? And it seemed like I mean, my conclusion was, if you can't even apply for the impacts grant until May, we need to plan for funding the stabilization center without the impacts grant, and then kind of make other partners' contribution contingent on the results of that grant request. So please pledge this much, you know, please commit this much money to the stabilization center. If we get this grant, then we can dial back your commitment to X instead, kind of formula.
And Holly, do we have the amount that you can even apply for? Do we know that?
Well, so the impacts grant, like last time, there's 10 million for the state. And they do not give you an amount that there's like no cap on your application. So that's why we were able to be successful with the $2.4 million that we requested a year and a half ago, which got us to 24/7. So there's only another 10 million for the state again. They are encouraging current grantees to reapply, and they're even giving an amended shorter application in order to do that, which is wonderful. And our program has been one of the most successful of the group, and lots of data to support that. And we've been very active in conversations with the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. So we were planning to reapply with board approval, of course. And so the problem with our application this year, as opposed to last year, is that last year we had another grant that was funding a good portion of the first year. So that $2.4 million for 2 years won't get us the same this year that it got us the last go around. So we're already looking at a bit of a deficit going into that. And as you all know, this grant ends June 30th of 2022. The application, to my understanding, and this is if they stay on their timeline, which lots of things could happen between now and May, that the application would come out in May, be due mid-June, so right up against the fiscal year. And I don't have any sense whatsoever of how quickly they'll review those applications, whether they're attempting to even get it done before the end of the fiscal year, or whether they're just going to review applications and award them on their own timeline. So that's about what I know right now in terms of that grant.
Holly, what was the other big grant that was kind of providing some bedrock for the stabilization center last year?
Well, it was actually two. It was the Central Oregon Health Council grant. I believe it was like 583,000, I think was the number. And that's what got us to 7 days a week. But it was one-time funding, as you remember, Commissioner Dare. It was just the one time that got us there. And so that grant has expired. And then we also had a Bureau of Justice Assistance grant, but we were able to get an extension on that grant. So we have another 6 months into next fiscal year with that grant. That grant ends in December of 2022. And that's about $230,000 that will expire in December of this year.
So they gave you an extension and added 230,000?
We did, yes, they did.
That's great.
Well, we didn't add, it was carried over from unspent funds.
Okay.
So that wasn't additional funding, but it was a carryover because okay.
Correct.
All right.
So one more piece of context from the morning discussion. We started talking about the synergy between the stabilization center and other things. The mobile crisis assessment team being the closest, very closest synergy. And then it kind of expanded out to, Commissioner Adair has been, putting forward this idea about using Deer Ridge as a second state hospital, which invited the question of, all the residential treatment services in between the crisis stabilization center and something like a state hospital, which we also need in our community. So Janice, it's really helpful to have you here to be able to, after we get off the core discussion of the stabilization center, to kind of be able to flesh out for us what some of the rest of that looks like. But I mean, with the idea of wanting to grow the MCAT in the next year as well, one of the things I want to ask is, is there synergy between the MCAT and the stabilization center that we should be trying to promote and actively foster as we pursue grants? So for example, if you go after the impacts grant again, and you're proposing we need some for the stabilization center and we need some for the MCAT, is that actually a stronger proposal to them than a stabilization center alone proposal? And to look to our colleagues from the Sheriff's Office, I guess, one of the questions is, the Sheriff's Office has been providing, bedrock foundational partner funding for the stabilization center. Is the value of the MCAT to the Sheriff's Office enough to for us to be able to ask you to bump it up a little bit? To ask you to make an investment in the stabilization center and the MCAT.
So this is probably something that Holly will respond to with better detail, but I think Holly and I would both say that MCAT and the Stabilization Center are inextricably intertwined. For example, it is partly possible to have the Stabilization Center shifts in the evening be staffed in the way that they are because of MCAT operating to some degree in collaboration with and out of the Stabilization Center. It is possible to provide stabilization center services during the daytime and evening hours that are robust because of the other crisis teams that are co-located. So they're very much part of the overall same broad array of crisis programs. And I'm going to shut up because Holly can probably say more about that in detail that's even more informative.
Well, I think you covered it well, Janice. I mean, I think there's a lot of attention focused on mobile teams and our ability to respond without law enforcement nationally and statewide. So I'm involved in some state level work groups around how that can look and beefing up MCAT mobile teams. We call ours MCAT, but beefing up mobile teams to have kind of a multidisciplinary approach so that we can, in pairs of two, respond without law enforcement. So I think there's a lot of focus on that at the state level and funding that will be coming our way to address that very issue you brought up, Commissioner Chang. And so I, while they're very much linked and support each other 100%, and I can't imagine one without the other, I do feel like the funding for the mobile teams is getting addressed at a state level in a way that's going to actually make a lot of sense. And so the stabilization center part is still the unknown. The state is talking about stabilization centers, but I haven't seen the identified funding that we've seen for mobile teams come through the state yet.
That's correct. There are two.
So you're actually anticipating state funding through a channel besides the impacts grant for the mobile crisis assessment. That's great. Okay.
Yes. And it should be coming shortly. I mean, some of it will be coming shortly.
Well, we know the amount that's coming within the next month in an amendment to the contract. It's roughly $363,000. It is explicitly identified. It's part of the $10 million that the legislature identified for mobile crisis last biennium. And it's explicitly identified because, and I'll try not to be too complicated because I'm just understanding it, but the federal bill to expand mobile crisis requires states that want to participate in the enhanced Medicaid reimbursement for mobile crisis to add capacity to respond to crisis without law enforcement. So the funds that are coming our way right now are earmarked to do very specific things, which is add additional mobile crisis staff so that a crisis team of 2 could be 2 clinicians versus a law enforcement officer and a crisis worker. That doesn't mean we won't still respond with law enforcement on occasion. We absolutely will, because at times that is the right thing to do. But this funding allows us to have the ability to respond without law enforcement and add the staff that are required to be eligible for the enhanced Medicaid program through the federal government that Oregon is participating in as a state. So I hope that wasn't all too confusing. That amount is coming to us momentarily. I mean, it's just a matter of the OHA contracts department getting the contract amendment out. We expect another tranche roughly similar in amount in the spring, but we don't have a clear date and we don't have a final amount identified for the same purpose. And that's really mobile crisis funding. That's really related. That's not, it will help in the sense that those teams are connected to our stabilization crisis program, but it is not going to staff our stabilization center or support it directly.
And so that stream of funding, will that, I mean, I know we are trying to expand and extend mobile crisis this year. So I mean, do you feel like with that state funding, you're covered?
No.
Yeah. Well,
kind of.
well, I mean, I think we're covered in terms of the funding to hire the staff needed. The problem is hiring the staff needed. So the reason we haven't been able to embark on the pilot project yet this year is because our mobile team has been cut in half. And with a half capacity mobile team, we don't have teams of 2 to be able to respond to anything. We're barely able to respond to the things that we absolutely have to respond to at this critical moment. I think if we can improve the workforce issue, that to me is the greater issue of overall of this. Until we get the workforce issue resolved, we can have a lot of money thrown at mobile teams and things like that, but without the bodies to hire, you were still in a quandary.
So
And just-
today,
And sorry, just to add clarity, that funding helps us prepare to be able to participate in drawing down a healthier Medicaid reimbursement for mobile crisis services. But it's not necessarily an amount that covers all costs. So it says you can hire some additional staff. For example, the amount that was provided just in this first round only allows us to identify potentially hiring 2 case managers and helping offset the cost of a supervisor, which doesn't get us there, but it gets us closer. The next round will get us to probably, Holly, I think, being fully staffed, maybe adding a vehicle if needed. And then it allows us to draw down additional reimbursement to cover the cost of providing that kind of a mobile response. Sorry.
so Captain Schultz, did you have your hand up?
I do want to add this, because Commissioner Chain, you talked about, is the sheriff's office willing to participate and support? I've had many talks with our sheriff. As everybody knows, especially our stabilization partners, the sheriff is fully committed to the success of the stabilization center. One, because we know it works. And we know that is one of the few places we can divert people instead of our most expensive operation, that's the jail. And 2, we know that it allows our law enforcement partners to be successful in their job of not dealing with people with medical illnesses and getting the right people to serve them. And as Holly stated and Janice stated, it is intertwined. You need to have both working together to be successful. And as you talked about, the state hospital, as you know, the state hospital is full. And hopefully the state addressed that issue, because that also is the key piece for Oregon to come out of it and Deschutes County to be able to manage our citizens appropriately and with passion, compassion, and kindness. All those things are intertwined. So with that being said, I've talked to the sheriff multiple times. We are committed to the success. As we're going through our budget, we will hear what Holly and Janice have to say, and we'll be at the table with them the whole step of the way to make sure whatever funding they're requiring and that we believe that we need to have will be part of those conversations.
So you froze a couple of moments, and I'm just wondering, you didn't say a number before, but what has the sheriff given in the past? Just to get it on the record.
Well, this year we're at 565. It was 562 and we crept up a little, but that's where we are. And we're anticipating something like that next year as the base level or whatever.
Thank you, Joe, for that number. And thank you for being consistently on the list of people supporting the stabilization center and the mobile team. So clearly that's what we need. If we could just get some more community engagement for this, so we don't have to worry at the last moment, for that 24/7 funding. Holly, where's your unemployment at? I was just wondering, you said you're still short. How many people are you short there?
We've definitely, right as we start to improve, then we take another hit in another area. So our mobile team is at about 50% capacity right now. But we have some opportunities that will be arriving to us shortly. So I think we will be able to get back up to 60 to 70% capacity soon. But until we're at full capacity, that non-law enforcement approach is just not feasible. But if we're able to get this money from the state and we're able to hire some non-master's level folks to assist our master's level folks in responding, then I think we'll have a much better chance at hiring those credentials than we are having. And the sheriff's office can attest to this as well. Hiring master's level clinicians right now is extremely difficult. So being able to hire other credentialed type staff to respond with them is a promising approach. In terms of the stabilization center, we are in much better shape than we were. A lot of the strategies we put in place made a humongous difference. So I'm so grateful to this board for the support around that. And so we still have, I think we have about 4 positions open at this point, but we're able to maintain minimum staffing and still able to provide full 24/7 services with all of the things that we've put in place with a lot of support from the rest of health services. We absolutely would not have been able to get through this difficult time with COVID and the workforce issue without the rest of health services jumping in, picking up shifts and helping keep us open 24/7.
Great. I mean, it's good to know that what we did to try and help did make a difference. And if you're only short 4 people, that's probably pretty remarkable at this time, don't you think?
It is. When I talk to other 24/7 operations, their ability to hire night shift staff is just not happening for them. And we actually were successful. We just lost a night shift person, but we got really good applicants for this. We got 2 really good applicants for night shift that we just recently hired. And so we are getting applicants and we are still hiring for those difficult shifts.
Holly, what about the security there? I know that's a contract that we have. Are those people able to maintain their security system?
They are now. They went through a little rough patch, which, really hurt us because they were part of our minimum staffing at nighttime. So that when they were unable to, there were some kinks as things were rolling out, but they are now, we've put in some strategies in place for their own company with the support of us. And we amended our contract to help support those changes. And they are now operating very smoothly and are there 24/7.
Oh gosh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
I know, I remember her in Janice one weekend. I think she was working there or something. I mean, that's what it sounded. You've never had to work there, Janice?
No, I have not. I actually offered to cover a shift and Holly was like, you will be more trouble than you're worth.
Janice, not you. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So.
Commissioner DeVoe had a question or something before.
Sure.
So in passing there, I was just thinking of numbers and we were talking about the sheriff's office and 24-hour operations. Stabilization center is our 24-hour operation. The jail operations is 24 hours. Emergency department's 24 hours. Is there anywhere that there's something being lowered in cost or I'm just trying to understand the moving parts of this.
It's sometimes difficult to look at cost savings across systems that measure cost differently, but here's what I can say, and the sheriff's office may be able to give you more estimates. Our statistics are that our law enforcement officers are spending 4.6 or 4.9 minutes. Holly, I can't remember the exact.
4.6.
4.6 minutes on average for drop-offs. When they drop off in the ED, they often spend hours. So the cost of that is something that I think our sheriff's office probably could provide, what it costs in general for an officer's time for 2 to 4 hours in an ED waiting for a patient to be seen. Not to mention the cost to the community of taking a law enforcement officer off the streets doing their job. So that's a cost that's hard to calculate, but I think matters in terms of public safety. In terms of the ED, we are diverting roughly 30 individuals a month, Holly, from the ED.
Yeah, about 30%.
Yeah. And the cost of an ED visit, the cost is estimated across the board, but the general cost is somewhere between $1,300 and $2,400 per ED visit. So when you look at the offset of costs that you can project from that, what we're indicating is that we're saving the ED somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million a year with our operation. Rough, and these are really rough numbers because again, we're extrapolating from who we divert, and we are not necessarily measuring our costs in the exact same way that the hospital might measure. And then the third thing to consider is that our community participates in quality and incentive metric withholds, which is how the community is incentivized to meet key health performance metrics. When we meet those metrics, the dollars flow back into the community through the Central Oregon Health Council. And the Stabilization Center the presence of the stabilization center really helps with meeting some of those metrics, like utilization of the ED, keeping it under a target number, for example, or following up after individuals who have been seen in the ED for a mental health emergency or are being discharged from Sageview. So those are just 3 different ways we're impacting costs in the system and resources to the community.
So as I say, I mean, it's pretty straightforward about officer time there, and that would be, you know, the advocacy opportunity for a city police department also. So, and then it's, for emergency department, you know, that's kind of the bigger community picture. It's probably not the money as much as the capacity of the emergency department too, you know, just the fact that it's going to be available for something else, or as we're growing with more people, we're taking that, taking a subset of them out of there. Thank you very much. And then, so my only other question, and this is just, what's the intersection of homeless and stabilization center? As in, I know it's not, you know, a big part of it or whatever, but what are the facts as we know?
The facts as we know it today is about 29% of the people that we serve at the stabilization center experience homelessness. So the vast majority of the people that are coming through our doors are considered housed, but the folks that fall into the category of houselessness really tend to be a higher acuity, tend to be the folks that we need to wrap around more intensely and support more, which we're happy to do and are glad that they're accessing our services when they are. And so we have a very close relationship with the homeless outreach team, and a plan. We actually just had a meeting the other day around how we're going to enhance that relationship as that team grows and develops. And so it's intertwined, but it's not all we do. And so I think that's the message, is that we serve everyone, individuals with houselessness issues and those that are housed as well, young, old, all in between.
Well, so is there an example or a feel-good story about somebody who came in and said, okay, I'm done with this, what can I do? Ask for help, and switch, they were able to improve their situation.
I could probably give you about 10 different stories actually, but I can't do it in this in this setting necessarily with identified information. But I will tell you, it is not uncommon. I get these stories and I submit them to the Impacts Grant as part of a narrative that I'm allowed to tell client stories, de-identified. And those are the most impactful. And I have my case managers from the Stabilization Center, who are often the folks that are sending me these stories, who have gotten somebody off the streets, set up with the Oregon Health Plan, connected with supported employment. Now they're housed and supported housing, and really now sober and contributing back, and now are peer support specialists and giving back to those that are struggling themselves. So there are incredible story after incredible story that I get to be witness to very often.
Well, CC board at Deschutes.org maybe of the success stories. Or just get it to us somehow.
I will. I'll get you. Yeah, I'll get you some.
And if some of that is like patient confidentiality, and you're not allowed to put it into the public record, like maybe you could share with board members individually through some other channel.
I will absolutely make sure that happens.
So I wanted to get down to like dollars and cents, and ask Holly if you could lay out for us total cost of operating the stabilization center, pieces that you feel like are in place, you know, how much money is in place, and what the gap is that we're trying to fill with county foundational support plus partner funding. And after hearing from Joe and Captain Schultz that they're in for 565 as a floor, like it, you know, yeah, if you can just kind of give us the total number and tick off for us what you think is in place already, so we have a sense of what we're trying to pull together in the next 4 or 5 months.
And I'm going to let Janice actually take this one, because she's got some spreadsheets up, and I'm happy to chime in, Janice, if you'd like me to, but I know you have those documents up in front of you, and also have the context of the contract negotiations.
Yeah. So the total cost, and again, it's sometimes difficult to separate the cost of all of our crisis services and stabilization services. But the way we think about separating it out to the best of our ability is thinking about what it costs to run stabilization 24/7. So in the evening and on the weekends. The total cost this year was roughly $3 million. I'm giving you really rough numbers. Next year, it's projected to be about 3.4. We have a current gap of at a minimum 1.4 million. That is if we take into account that the contract negotiation, which is coming down the home stretch, will in fact result in a final agreement for a per member per month additional fee that would generate about $500,000 for the stabilization center. This is something that our hospital partner has been a strong supporter of in the contract negotiations. So this is the way they've really helped to contribute to making sure there's adequate funding available, because that comes out of our shared budget. We have the sheriff's office dollars. We have the grant funding that Holly described. We have the OHP revenue that has always been part of our crisis programs. And we have identified the existing county general fund that has been supporting crisis programs for a number of years. So the gap we're trying to fill is significant. We hope that the impacts grant will help offset that gap. And we still are looking at other opportunities with other community members that may be interested in helping support the project. Anything you want to add, Holly?
I think, the impacts grant is the tricky one because I know that there are other counties that did not receive those awards last year that are interested in applying for it this year. And if they just refund every grantee at the current level, then there's no money left for any other county to get any. So I'm aware of that context. And so if there's the ability to have other funds identified to help offset some of the grants that were a part of our original application, so that we're not, because we would have to actually ask for more than what we asked for on our previous application. And I don't think that's realistic. And I don't think that would make us a strong applicant, to be honest. And so I'm hoping some identified funds come along that I can offset some of that, potentially even ask for some less dollars from the impacts grant. As part of our application last year, we were, I was talking about how gathering the data over this 2-year time period to then be able to demonstrate good outcomes to our partners would help us in those conversations for sustainable funding. So I would like to be able to show that that was something that we were able to achieve. And so that's just all the stuff that's kind of in the works at the moment.
About 10 minutes left for this session.
So backtrack a little bit. So 3.4 million total cost per year. Is that the number you mentioned, Janice?
Sorry, ask me that again, Commissioner.
3.4 million total cost per year for stabilization center.
3.4 total cost per year for stabilization center, yes.
And is that totally separate than MCAT? Do we have 2 services in that building?
Well, MCAT, remember, is mobile, so it operates from our crisis programs, but it is mostly operating in the community. It's not really in the building per se. It is 2 separate services, yes.
And then you said the gap is significant. You didn't clarify significant.
1.4 million.
Oh, okay, I didn't catch that. Okay.
Yes, 1.4 is what we're thinking about. And I did find it fascinating, Holly. Remember how we had that special vote? You did the presentation for the Health Council. And then just recently, I was told that they didn't really like the way they made that grant funding allocation. Remember, we did pretty well. Somebody else had to make the motion. I wasn't allowed to make the motion because it was our baby. So I do think we have to look at that again, and I should find out pretty soon. Going to have a meeting with Tammy and see what we can do. The fact that they are hiring a new executive director, and they made a decision that they really didn't share with the people who made those determinations, like, what was it, a year and a half ago or something? For that almost 600,000.
Yeah, and those are challenging when they're one-year funds. It makes, it's just challenging that application was tricky because our application was for a certain amount and for certain services, but the awarded amount was a one-time funds of less than what we had asked for, and so we had to make some adjustments and still be able to achieve our outcomes, which we did though.
Well, I feel like that group is very respectful and appreciative of what you're doing. So that's why I do believe that we can go back there and find some funding.
Well, you know me, I'm always open to whatever funding is out there, and then we'll go after it if the board approves, so.
Yes. Anyway, so let me see if I can get you on the agenda for a presentation, right?
And then we'll have a bake sale too.
Yes.
Okay, so Central Oregon Health Council is one of the outstanding requests we have. City of Bend, I'm counting votes on the council, and I think I've reached critical mass to get us funding for the coming year, for the coming fiscal year. So there's a report on another one of our outstanding requests. Where else do we need to be focusing our attention right now?
I mean, I think at the state level, I do think there's some opportunity at the state level with the momentum that is behind stabilization centers. I've had 2 counties this week reach out to me about trying to develop a stabilization center in their communities, and that's in Oregon here, just surrounding county. And so there's a lot of momentum. There's talk at the state level around certifying and credentialing or certifying stabilization centers. So I think if there's going to be that kind of talk at the state level, in my opinion, there should be some dollars that then follow to help communities create these. So that's an area that we just haven't seen anything come out yet that's specific.
Yeah, they've been very focused on mobile crisis and non-law enforcement response, but I think there's enormous interest in stabilization. I do think that if we don't get more investment in the secure residential treatment housing, stabilization center operates best when there are places for people to go, because they can't live at the stabilization center and they can't live in our emergency department. That's really a burden for our emergency department, and they can't go to the state hospital. So we really need that array of housing options for the individuals we serve, for this all to come together in an array of services that help stabilize folks in our community who are going to continue to struggle.
And I think that's really exciting. Watching the way the state and the legislature work. I mean, we're coming into a short session, but I don't think anyone's talking about stabilization centers in the short session. So it's quite possible that what you're talking about is something for us to work towards in the next long session, which doesn't start till January. But we had discussed also making requests to the city of Redmond, City of Bend, Health Council, reconfirming the support from the sheriff's office. Can you give us an update on discussions with the city of Redmond?
I don't have much. Oh, sorry. I don't have much of an update other than we sent them the letter. They've received it. I think there's room for discussion still from what I'm hearing, at least what I'm reading, what I read in the paper too, around their interest in continuing conversations. I think there's some real opportunity that could come through some ARPA funds and our North County campus that we are developing in Redmond there to have sort of what we're kind of referring to as a triage area. Because I think if we were able to have a heavier crisis footprint in Redmond through our North County campus, which we've wanted for years, so that's not something that we're doing just to appease anybody, it's really needed. Then I think we would be able to help triage people from Redmond to the stabilization center. And I've definitely heard some interest from the city of Redmond around helping fund some of that. And so kind of through that process, having funding for the stabilization center, I think is a real opportunity.
And we're in the process of designing now a space for law enforcement drop-off and 2 crisis intake offices on the Redmond campus that we're in the process of designing. So those have to be staffed, and that is a cost. And so that's where that sort of partnership can be incredibly helpful.
Yeah, and we have a great partnership with the Redmond
Yeah.
Police Department, and they are very supportive of the Stabilization Center. They use us quite a bit, and they're supportive of any type of collaboration we can do in the city of Redmond to help support our efforts. So I think there is real opportunity.
When is the estimated date for the Redmond Health Building to open up though? Is that like 24? It seemed like it was longer than I would have prayed. Yes, 24, huh?
Yeah, I believe so. I have Chris on speed dial, so I will watch for a text.
Yeah, I see him. He's a panelist. So, okay.
Yes, but I think it is not imminent. It is, we're a good 18 months out.
Okay.
Just 2 or 3 more minutes for final questions or clarifications.
So last fiscal year, besides kind of base general fund investment in the behavioral health division, which then you use some of to fund your kind of regular crisis service program, we made a special allocation, I believe, of about $250,000 specifically for Stabilization Center staff.
Correct.
Do you have any sense right now whether we should be budgeting the same, like for another special allocation, or trying to fold a larger amount into the regular behavioral health division budget, or planning for trying to plan for a larger general fund special request to provide you with kind of a little bit more security and stability to work from?
So the short answer is, if we ask in this year's budget process for general fund at all, it will be for stabilization. And we are really interested, and we've talked with county administration and internally in having conversations with our commissioners about what that might look like. And we're very open to hearing your ideas as well. So if there is any ask at all for additional county general fund for behavioral health, it would be in the stabilization center lane.
Anything else from anybody? We have 1 minute left if you want to trail somebody.
Just one question, I'm over here.
They can't see you.
Is that Nick?
Yeah.
My only question is, with the impact grant, what is the time frame of it? I understand when we apply for it, but I assume it's not July 1 to June 30th, because all counties, everybody would be in the same boat. So if we're awarded that, when does that actually effective?
My guess is it'll be effective July 1, but they won't give us the money until well after that. That's how it kind of worked last time. There was a massive lag time in terms of when the award came out, then they made it retroactive to July 1. So I'm guessing they'll try to align it with the fiscal year, because they have a fiscal year to align it with as well. It'll be another 2-year grant. But yeah, last year we lost about a month it was about a month later by the time we actually got the funds and were able to start hiring. And we couldn't really start the process until we knew what we were getting. And so it delayed things quite a bit. So I'm hopeful it won't take as long this time, but I mean, it's a complicated process. And
And we never know. We never know what we've been awarded until after we have to submit our budget, which I know that you are all very familiar with. You've watched us go through these pains of uncertainty every fiscal year.
It sounds particularly painful if you know that it's only 10 million still. They should have added more funding, truly, especially if that's what they gave out before. And now they've got more people participating. And I'm sure it's going to be competitive. But thank you, Holly, Janice.
Thank you, commissioners.
So thank you for joining us.
Sorry, one last request. So one last request. So as we're thinking about what we need to be asking people for, including county general fund in the next few months, if there are ways to come up with a number and then come up with a kind of reduced commitment number if the impact grant comes through, like kind of, we're asking you for this, but we could dial it back down to this if this grant comes through.
Yes.
If you can kind of put together your budgeting that way, that would be really helpful.
Yeah, we're already thinking in those terms, so we really appreciate that invitation and we'll be doing that.
Thank you to each of you for your time and your effort. You are so appreciated. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Just a 60-second brain flip, because we're gonna go from speaking with this crew to focusing on housing in about 1 minute. So stand up, stretch, grab some water, and let's reconvene literally in just 1 or 2 minutes. We'll do our best to stand back.
And Sharon, just to let you know, it looks like Greg Munn is joining us by phone, last 4 digits 4090. So if Greg can come over into panelist status for the next conversation, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Whitney, can we close the chat box so we can have a full screen?
Let's see.
If not, that's fine. To housing of all sorts in Deschutes County. And Whitney, who do we have with us?
So we're gonna have Peter Gutowski coming over into panelist status. We have Greg Munn, just lost his connection, but he's calling back in. So he's gonna come up again, sharing us 4090 last 4. And then Christy is also gonna be joining us and can come over into panelist status for this conversation.
And don't worry, we'll take a much longer break in about a half hour. And again, I'll be giving you guys a 10-minute, 5-minute warning, just so we can face ourselves. Whatever. Want to make sure you guys get that way.
Looks like we have Peter and Christy, and I think as Greg tries to reconnect, I'll defer to the board.
Okay,
There's Christy.
thanks for joining us.
Yes. Thank you, Peter. I'm sure. Thank you, Christy. Nice afternoon. And where is Greg?
I think he was having to call back in, so it might take it. He was here and then it dropped him.
Okay. Well, that wasn't very nice, was it?
It'll do.
Yeah, the little gaps and stops and starts that we've had, do we have any sense of whether that's on our end or it's on their end?
In terms of the drop,
Yeah.
I
Whose connection is bad?
am not clear on that. Captain Schultz, that seems to be on their end as me, but I'm not confident in that.
I'll tell you, as someone, I know you guys usually use Microsoft Teams, I'm on Zoom so much all day, every day, and this has been a dream with the fact that we just got to glitches now. I think it's been wonderful, and hopefully we'll continue much.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Okay, so who wants to open up with housing? Oh my gosh.
We can kind of introduce, so this
Yes.
is once again, this is our retreat day, goals and objectives, kind of budget, starting point for the county. We ran through topics this morning, and this was just kind of gelled, housing, what can we do as goals and objectives of Deschutes County for housing? And, one of my statements was anything, any kind of housing is going to be important these days.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the, I'm really interested in understanding what all the roles of the county are in housing in our community, and we know, part of the reason why, the three of the UMBs are here are, we know that land use and land supply and land use are a significant consideration. We know that the county has been able to deploy its property to support housing efforts. And we also know that we have, especially very recently with the American Rescue Plan funds, we have made some really substantial investments in housing, transitional housing, shelter, and everything in that continuum. So those are at least three roles of the county in housing that I could think of, but I'm interested in learning about more and others if there are any. And just so you all know, this morning, Nick actually kind of offered up the idea, well, we have our goals and objectives for the county, and we have housing under this one called economic vitality currently, and Nick posed the question to us, is housing a big and meaty enough thing that we should have a fifth goal specifically dedicated to housing, or keep it under economic vitality?
Do you want me to, shall I start?
Yes, go ahead, Peter.
Well, great. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to participate. In response to Commissioner Chang's remarks, I think it's important to underscore that in state law under ORS 195, I think it's 010015, counties have the responsibility to coordinate regionally on a multitude of issues. And one of them is housing. And so as the board knows, we coordinate annually or based on our work plan that's ultimately approved by the Board of County Commissioners. We coordinate with our cities. And as you look forward, Sisters is completed their comprehensive plan update. I actually met with Scott Woodford yesterday evening, just as a kind of a meet and greet in both of, given my relatively new position. And I don't think it's imminent, but they're going to be looking at how do they maximize their biddable land inventory inside the city, but they're also cognizant of their own land supply. And I wouldn't be surprised within the next, say 2 to 4, 3 to 5 years, they may be in a position to amend their urban growth boundary. And we would have a role in that because the Board of County Commissioners has the final local decision-making authority to approve an urban growth boundary amendment. Second,
until the state gets to tell us after the appeal, just the reality of the appeal process. I just want to acknowledge that.
Maybe Greg needs to go on mute. I think we're getting a lot of feedback from that.
Star 6, maybe.
Yeah, and I don't know, Sharon, maybe as host, if you might be able to mute and unmute. There we go. That's perfect.
Thank you.
So Peter, and I'm not trying to be rude by pointing that out, but so land use is so contentious that no matter what, somebody's gonna be like, hey, well, let's throw the flag and study this again. So for a county, for us to think that we have much authority there is not my experience.
understood. I mean, it's our county is becoming more metropolitan. There's more resources with landowners and advocacy organizations. And until state law changes, we have to kind of begrudgingly accept those imperfections. I think what we can try to do, I think within our department, with support of the board and others, Christy included, is to have the best process possible. And that hopefully carries the day. And we've been successful, on a number of legislative matters over the years. So sometimes you have to kind of take the long view. But on the theme of coordination, I want the board to remember, and I made it, I noted in my remarks to Whitney and Nick for your retreat, is that I do anticipate within the next 2 quarters that the city of Bend initiates their pilot project for House Bill 4079. They've been working diligently with Hayden Homes. We are going to do everything we can once they are ready to submit their application, even with our own staffing limitations, knowing that it's a board priority. Of course, this is a carve out. So if they've got the requisite elements, it just has to go to a hearings officer for a first evidentiary hearing and then ultimately to the board. So that's forthcoming. And I similar to Sisters, but on a much larger scale, my understanding is the city of Bend is beginning to discuss and evaluate their land needs. And, I think within the next 3 to 5 years, Bend's going to be in a position to think about an urban growth boundary amendment. I also think once that's completed, they will really consider it an urban reserve, which has been on the board's radar for quite some time. So that gives you a sense of our coordination duties. Of course, the board's aware of the rural accessory dwelling unit opportunity with Senate Bill 391. We are at the forefront, thanks to the board's leadership on this matter. Admittedly, it's not going as quickly as we would like, but we need to monitor the legislative concept in this short session to get that State Department of Forestry link corrected. And then we'll, as I mentioned earlier this afternoon, under Senate Bill 761, that we'll be in a position to initiate an amendment early next year in 2023 to take advantage of this opportunity. And all the other counties in Oregon are looking to us. So we are a pioneer in this effort, and I think thus far AOC and other state agencies are recognizing the board's commitment to take advantage of this opportunity. And I guess the last thing, very quickly, I want to obviously provide time for my colleagues, is I want to just bring your attention back to, remember, we did the rural housing profile, started that in 2019, completed it in 2020, and just acknowledging that we have thousands of lots today that are available for single family residences as a use permitted outright. And we continue to approve lawfully the most non-farm dwellings of any county in the state of Oregon. And so I guess what I'm acknowledging is that within the system we have, there are still opportunities based on lawfully established units of land, legal lots, to accommodate rural residential opportunities. Of course, there may be future opportunities with another resort over time. I know that's controversial, but worth highlighting, that we still have quite a significant capacity for rural residential development, and that doesn't even begin to talk about opportunities in both Tumalo and Terrebonne if we can get support for the sewer feasibility study and potentially a sanitary authority. So I'll pause there and turn it over to Christy or Dave or Greg for any other remarks.
Oh, I just want to say thank you so much, Peter, for saying that about the 2 sewer projects. I did mention them in my opening remarks today, and I think it's really important. And hopefully we can have Tumalo catch up, perhaps. I know it can't catch up completely with Terrebonne, but I do think they're very important and part of our community.
And for destination resorts, there's a population of 100,000 in Bend, so we're now within 25 air miles or something like that from the perimeter now. So there's really not a lot of opportunities there either.
That, if I may, Commissioner, there is some case law working its way through that. It's presently before the Oregon Supreme Court. I don't think the Supreme Court will hear this matter, but we actually, the Court of Appeals affirmed a LUBA decision that found that the destination resort eligibility map and the issue or the criterion associated with 24 air miles only applies when you first create the map. And so it is not, one does not have to revisit it to take advantage, to address a growing population, in this case with the city of Bend. So I anticipate, I think this may, the opponents may try to re-litigate this matter. I don't know how successful they'll be, but as of right now, there's a real potential, and I'm not at all suggesting that there's going to be a 6th destination resort in Deschutes County, but for now, it looks like the courts will continue to recognize our map and those eligibility areas going forward.
So you're referring to the destination resort eligibility map published as part of our comprehensive plan?
Correct. It's actually, yes, it's actually it's in our comprehensive plan. It's actually a combining zone. So it still, as of now, it still looks to be valid for identifying eligible properties, regardless in the fact that Bend is over 100,000 people.
Wow, okay.
Peter, can you, you mentioned the thousands of vacant buildable rural lots available within the, within the county. My impression is that a very large number of those are within existing destination resorts. So, Pronghorn, has a lot of available lots still. Can you give us a sense of, some of the destination resorts with the most buildable lots? What kind of percentage are we talking about? Is Pronghorn half built out or less than half built out?
A great question, Commissioner. I have it here. Pronghorn is not 50% built out. To give you an idea of Pronghorn right now, the number of vacant lots, I'll just go through our 4 destination resorts. Caldera has 101, and this is for their existing footprint. Actually, we're hearing rumors that they're going to submit for they just annexed, they just got their final master plan approved. They're coming in for 2 phases this year as they invest in their expansion area. Eagle Crest so it's right now there's 101. I can't remember what the final master plan for the new annexed area is, but I can get back to you and provide that information. Eagle Crest has 139 lots. Pronghorn has 285. Tetherow has 200, and this was as of last year. Black Butte, which is not a destination resort, it's a resort community, has 27. In a Seventh Mountain has 12. Sun River, another unincorporated community, has 118. And so that's kind of our resort profile that reflect lots on the books as of 2020. In our rural residential areas, including Tumalo and Terrebonne, there are just under 3,500 residential lots. And then, the potential for future rural residential lots, if you factor in Thornburg, here it is, Caldera Springs Phase 2 is another 340. The West Side Transect is 180. There's some properties in Gulf Gulch. So future opportunities are another 1,500.
So I just wanted to reemphasize that within existing destination resorts, there's still a lot of opportunity for people who are seeking that type of residential, that type of residential life without having additional destination resorts. So it's not like.
Correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. There's 800, approximately 800, if you count Sun River, that are available today.
Peter, was Tetherow 1,000 then originally?
Commissioner, I have that information on my computer. I don't have it in front of me, but it was several hundred.
Because I remember a year ago, I thought they were down to 10%.
Yeah, we showed when we did this analysis, there were 200 vacant lots. I can give you that number. It'll just take me a minute to pull that up if you're interested.
That's okay. We can catch
Okay.
up.
Okay.
It just seemed like a lot. So you're saying 800 then?
880, when you think, the global resort, our resort areas in Deschutes County that are legally available, lawfully created as of today, and doesn't speak to the future opportunities, which is another 1,500 lots potentially in that resort profile.
So we can go longer if we need to.
Can we make sure we hear from Christie before our
Yes.
10 minutes?
Christy, did you want to add any details about county land, any type of projects that you see out there?
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to let me participate here. I thought it would be good just to do sort of a quick recap of the great things that the board and staff have worked on over the last year. So we went out for RFPs for quadrants 2A and 2D in the Newberry neighborhood. That could result somewhere in the ballpark of 190 units. Just so you know where we're at with that, the RFP closed and we received submittals, and those have been forwarded to the evaluation committee. So I need to work with Dave and Nick, but I believe I'm going to come to executive session on the 31st and just go over those results with you and proceed with next steps. So that's upwards of potentially 190 units. The Simpson property, the RFP just finished the fine tuning, ready to launch that. That could bring upwards of 200 plus units, maybe even potentially 240, 250 units. Habitat for Humanity, backing up a little bit in quadrants 2A and 2D, the board committed to 2 acres for in both parcels, and that's going to provide roughly 24 units. So that right there, in the next 3-ish years, that could bring on roughly 450 units. Then we can move up to Redmond. We have Skyline Village that the board has committed 40 acres to the city of Redmond, and that is slated for roughly 450 units that would come online roughly the next 3, maybe 5 years. I don't know the exact timeline on that. And then we have, let's see, back to Lapine, we have the 325 acre Newberry neighborhood known as neighborhoods 3 and 4. So we are currently looking for a consultant to help us write that RFP. But again, that's going to provide a massive amount of inventory that then we can sell outright through the RFP process, create affordable housing, conventional housing. Don't know what the unit count would look like at this point, but there's a lot of opportunity. And then the other property I just wanted to bring up is we have that large parcel up in Redmond. Granted, a good portion of it is still in unincorporated EFU zoning and unincorporated Deschutes County. And so, but maybe potentially there's an opportunity there to, bring some in to the UGB. And I'm not a planner. I don't want to speak too much to that. Maybe Peter could jump in, but I think that's an opportunity that we could look at. I know that a big portion, if not all that property, is in the city of Redmond's East Side Framework Plan. And so part of it is designated eventually for residential, but maybe that could be fast tracked. I don't know. But I think that's, just to kind of basically in the next 3 to 5 years, we're looking at bringing on 900 units from Redmond to Lapine, not including Newberry neighborhood 3 and 4, and not including any additional property in that large swath of county-owned land in Redmond. So I hope that kind of provides a recap. And maybe some ideas that we could work towards. And of course, as this last round of tax deed foreclosure, we didn't have one single foreclosure. So that's a really great thing, and we should all celebrate that. But as we do get foreclosures annually, you know, we also can look at those single family units and see how we can, you know, marry those up with some of our partners, you know, from Habitat to others that may be interested, Core, Land Trust and whatnot. So with that, happy to answer any questions or get your
Oh, thank you so much, Christy, for that recap. Was Redmond, I thought it was 485. I don't know why. But do they cut it?
Yeah, it could be. It could
Okay.
be. I just put 450. It was a little more conservative because I didn't have the exact number in front of me.
And that's what's in my head anyway, that it's 485, and that's an amazing project, and the sooner it gets done. I know Redmond, what is it, up to 36,000 now? I think I saw the sign the other day, 36,200. So they are definitely, they are moving, you know, not as big as Bend, but they're definitely growing quite quickly.
7 people per day, Chuck Arnold told me the other day.
Oh, 7 per day, huh?
7 people per day was the pace recently.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And friends, in theory, we'd be done with this in 4 minutes, but I have a feeling we need a little more time.
Is that more than that?
Yes.
Yeah, 10 minutes, yeah.
Let's go and eat another 10 minutes on this. Will that work for you guys? I want to make sure you have the time to get the information you need. So am I hearing that accurately, that we want to push it past the next 3 or 4 minutes?
I would love to be able to discuss funding for housing beings with Greg a little bit. If that's.
Okay, is Greg available?
Greg is
Or-
on, Greg is having, I think, a little bit of a hard time hearing, so I told him that we would go ahead and text questions just so he makes
Oh.
sure that he's capturing it correctly.
Thank you so much, Christy. Thank you for all that information. 900 units, truly. We need those sooner rather than later.
And I just wanted to just jump in just for a moment, because that's exactly what I was going to say, Commissioner Dare, to Chair Dare. That Christy and I have had this conversation, and Tom and I had it before he left, is if the board wants to be even more committed to housing than we have been, we really need to add capacity to what Christy has in a 2-person shop. If we want to really think about getting the line, the 325 acres online, we're just struggling to. Planning staff is consumed now. It's tough to get consultants. We really need additional support there. If there's interest in exploring the county, creating or finding an operator for a campground or RV park or something of that nature, we're going to need to think about additional capacity to support Christie. She pulled in so many directions with the properties we have now, as well as just interest in coordination with cities and transitional housing and so many things. Just so it's on the board's radar to think about that as we are beginning to contemplate our budget proposal.
Yeah, and I'll say the county park and campground concept that I raised this morning, I have been hesitant to really drag Christy into that because I know how many things she has on her plate. So meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out like, well, how do I explore this concept without staff support? And okay, we can get a feasibility study. Like, who's gonna write the scope of work and manage the contract for that? And so I want to be really mindful of Christy's capacity, Christy and Deborah's capacity. But there really are a lot of things that it would be very exciting to be able to have a larger team over there to be able to engage with us on.
And the numbers coming out of La Pine sound really good. And especially more affordable, more workforce housing, and definitely I can understand that you feel like you're a bit in a frozen pond, don't you, Christy? And you're just trying to keep going. So thanks, Nick.
Yeah. I appreciate all your words and thoughts on this. It's, we want to do good work and continue. We have done good work and we want to continue that, but just the demand has been become very difficult, to be honest. And so, yeah, and thank you, Nick, too, for bringing that up. I really appreciate that.
What does a person, what are the credentials required for somebody in your position, Christy? What does a resume look like?
Well, I've thought a lot about that, and I think that I would look for somebody that can help drive projects and also create opportunity for administrative support. If they had some sort of real estate background, this position's really unique. There's, my counterparts in other counties, not every county has this position because of the size of the county, or maybe their portfolio is small, but my counterparts, what we do is very unique and it takes a special skill set. But I feel that, getting the right person in there, if they had some real estate background, that would be ideal, but maybe not required. They just have to be a good team player. I can teach them, we can teach them anything. So, maybe some project management background and some administrative background. I think, in a nutshell, that's kind of where my head is with that.
So just a sharp go-getter. Yeah. Good, but I mean, that's interesting. That made it pretty tangible, right? I mean, now we're talking, that's where throughput could be empowered. So there's the lots that are generally on the horizon could be here instead.
Commissioner Chang, what questions did you have for Greg? Can we get to those?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just sorry, Greg is really having trouble, so I told him I tried to tee up something potentially over a message that he might be able to respond to. He also indicated it might need to be a follow-up activity and I'll give it a shot.
Right. If Greg could figure out
Keep on looking.
review for us some of the ways that we've invested ARPA funds in housing, transitional housing, shelter, in the last year. That would be, how about we start with that? And then I would like for him to respond to some of the concepts I put out this morning about, long-term funding sources that we create.
Okay, Christy, I'm taking a poll. Would you like to have pet insurance? Or do you want childcare, right?
And I'm not there, we may need to, you think about that, Christy, we might need to manually unmute, so that Greg is able to respond.
Oh, okay.
Because I think we might have needed to mess the post.
You want to do that?
I guess you don't get to answer this question.
But back to Christy,
Sorry.
while we.
We were talking about employee recruitment and retention, and various ideas came up about what we should be offering employees, and pet insurance was somewhere on that list.
It's been offered in the community and other jobs, so.
But if you have ideas on what you need to retain employees in your department, I hope that you're sharing them with Nick and HR and other people.
A survey's coming around.
Yes, next week, right?
On that note, we're killing time. I did let Nick know that I am teaching a class this spring for public sector supervisors on retaining and developing your team. And so if you want to point all your department heads my way, it's already filling. And I would be happy to get, as I read through the docs, I realized this is just people need this kind of training. So I'm offering a training on that this spring. It'll be through CFCC.
Just to see, Sharon, if you could potentially manually unmute Greg or designate us as a co-host so that we can try to manually unmute him. He might have just dropped.
Well,
Is that still him? No, this is
He just texted me back. He says he thinks this is better as a follow-up after the fact. He doesn't have that right.
yes.
That's fine,
It does.
timing wise, it's good.
Okay.
Then I'll say maybe let's wrap this up in the next 5 minutes. Can we wrap up this housing portion? If there's further questions for Peter or Christie, and then we can what you need from Peter or Christie.
Well, an observation is there's a lot of parcels out, a lot of lots that were associated with that we almost forget about until we did both of those, that was interesting. Peter's showing us what's out there for existing, rural lots in or outside of a destination resort. I think Chris was pointing out all the other opportunities out there, so that's interesting. Not more than I would even have thought.
And we need every one of them, so this is good to hear.
I had asked the question, what are all the county's roles in housing? And, you know, I know that Nick has thought a lot about this as well, so kind of maybe keep taking your county administrator hat off for a moment. Do you have other ideas that we should put in the mix here of what the county can and should be doing in the realm of housing to help address this regional crisis?
I don't know if I have too many other ideas. Connecting back to one of the discussions we had earlier today is, as Peter and I talked about in the past, it is possible for our unincorporated communities to allow accessory dwelling units today. Well, you know, so some number that could be a CCNR issue or an HOA issue of what they want to do. But really, the opportunity hasn't been available for Tumalo and Terrebonne until they get sewer. And once they're sewer, that could be another source of housing of, you know, the potential for hundreds of units. Now, granted, how many actually build it's to be determined, but if there's sewer available, at least the option exists. So it's really the full spectrum of what we talked about, from the policy development with the comprehensive plan coming up to the supporting of cities and the urban growth boundary amendments and implementing the pilot project 4079 and I can't remember the other one Bend. What we're doing with property management, with all the properties that we own, with the campground park option, with the shock absorber system that we've talked about, that is at least a temporary housing. And we've got transitional housing, which we're thinking about from Veterans Village to Oasis Village to other potential concepts in mind. So there's really this, as we talk about the continuum of services or the spectrum of the range, there's actually quite a lot we can do.
Well, does that, I mean, and maybe this is segueing into the next topic, but I mean, does that give you enough to craft a proposed fifth goal to add to our goals and objectives, or?
If the board's interested, certainly I would coordinate with exactly the team we have here, Peter, Christy, and Greg, and then I think we're going to bring in anybody else. If this is of importance to the board to elevate this to the goal, we would craft a goal with some potential objectives for your consideration at a subsequent board work session. Sure.
That's a perfect segue right there. I think. Anything else specific to this housing conversation before we break and then move to goals and objectives? Wonderful.
Just thank you again.
Yes.
Thank you,
Peter, Christy, thank you for your time, your effort, your energy. I'm sure you'll be hearing more from the board on this topic soon. Thank you for that. Friends, thank you for to you guys as it does to me, because at least you have previous knowledge. I'm kind of, understand everything from the get-go, but I'm impressed at the amount of information that we have gotten on the table today, and frankly, at the clarity and the specifics that I feel like some of you have been able to gain about the questions that you had. So fingers crossed that this has been a helpful day for you and that this will really move things forward. We're gonna spend this last hour talking about goals and objectives. If we need the hour, maybe we don't need the entire hour, but we have it locked out if need be. We're gonna talk about goals and objectives. Obviously, we've already identified one thing to discuss. One component of the conversation will be, do we want to break out housing, into a whole fit goal and objective? But I'm confident that we don't want to just focus on that. We should run through the entire thing. And am I hearing correctly, Commissioner Chang, you mentioned earlier that last year with Tom, you guys kind of went through this with a fine-tooth comb. And is that correct for the three of you that were all commissioners last year?
I feel like we did a lot of wordsmithing, which
Great.
Well,
I guess my question is, do you feel the need to spend our time doing that again? Or are you kind of like, hey, we did the ticky-tack wordsmithing, we'd like to be a little more broad? I guess I'd love to hear from everyone in the room, frankly, all six of you. What would you like out of this time? This is our goals and objectives time. We've already identified we want to talk about, do we break housing out? So we've got that on the agenda. What would you like out of this time?
I guess on that wordsmithing kind of question, if there is wordsmithing to be done, I would love to just be able to identify it and then entrust our county administrator, our deputy county administrators to massage the words and bring it back to us rather than us trying to
Hammering it out right now.
do it here.
Great.
Agreed.
Commissioner Adair, how do you feel about that?
Yes, and somewhere I would like to add, if we do split out housing, it says support affordable and transitional. Well, there's all these different, there's affordable and then there's workforce housing. And apparently workforce housing doesn't qualify for a lot of funding because the minimum, the income is too high. But truly, we need workforce housing in this county, so I just would like that added somewhere in there.
Yeah.
That's also a definition issue because 80% or under AMI houses a lot of workforce. But workforce housing is a term that's used in a number of ways.
And we'll get to that. Right now, I just want to get the agenda. What do we want to accomplish in this hour? So we'll discuss housing as a potential fit goal and objective, and perhaps make a decision about that, perhaps not. We'll do some broad overview, is that we articulated, Commissioner King, of how we may or may not want to make some changes, but then the three of you commissioners are saying, hey, we can kick that to the deputies and the administrator. We don't have to spend an hour refining every letter of it. Is that correct?
That's what we're saying.
Yep.
Yes.
Anything else we want to have on the agenda for this hour in terms of goals and objectives?
I pretty much like to read every word down this thing, and then kind of say, okay, it's just something jump out as to change.
Yes.
I've always envisioned it being a one-page document, so there's 3 bullet points on the second page already.
Smaller font, smaller font.
I just say,
I would
it's
say
just a-
like 8, maybe 6, 8, something like that.
Right.
Because one page is better.
I completely agree.
Well, but also the letterhead on here, it starts really far down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's totally realistic.
Yeah, we can work this.
Let's get them jump one page and you can do that a lot of different ways.
We probably spend hours trying to make them look just right.
It does, but bring that up like inch.
We've got
Well, it sounds like, we're all on the same page then. Hey, let's read this through, let's, affirm what's working, let's identify there are spots that we want to update or tweak or change things. Maybe we don't make every teeny tiny final decision about that today. Let's definitely have conversation about, do we want to create a fit goal and objective for housing? Anything else on this agenda, just my bullet points for what we want to cover right now? Perfect.
One technical point. This document up on the screen is different than the one we're holding.
Oh, Whitney, do tell.
The first bullet, I don't know if the rest is the same, but the first bullet is different.
Yeah, it's a word sheet. Go with what you have on paper.
Great. Is what we have on paper the most recent?
Yeah.
Excellent. Whitney will she'll.
That's why we love paper, you know? It's usually wrong, but look at it,
But
it's right today.
Well, let's dive in and get started. Nick, I know that earlier it was mentioned that you might want to help spearhead part of this conversation. And I had that in my notes that maybe, you know, you would want to kind of lead the review of goals and objectives. Is that accurate or did I mishear that?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay, great.
It's been a long day.
Everything's blurry at this point,
I
right?
think I said last year, Tom did, but that doesn't mean that next time.
Absolutely. Well, then I'll leave it, please. I'm just facilitating here. This is your ball game. So, you know, Josh is providing the structure, you guys provide the content. Let's read it over. Let's just go top down and we don't have to pick apart every word, but read it silently and then volunteer if there's something you want to update or change or tweak. How's that? Do we want to do that with the mission statement, or is the mission statement inviolable and we're just keeping that as is?
Well, anything's possible today. I mean, I'm not here to change the mission statement, but I'm just saying if there was ideas. So I'll just read it though, enhancing the lives of citizens by delivering quality services in a cost-effective manner. Man, that works good on the footer of an email. It really just does.
It's efficient and it covers a
Yeah.
lot. I mean, it's concise yet comprehensive all at the same time.
I would say that there are a lot of people in the face of rapid growth who are worried about just maintaining their quality of life. So I mean, there could be an argument for saying, you know, preserving and enhancing, but I'm fine with it the way it is. I try not to get too hung up on mission statements.
Well, that's the mission that was gonna enhance.
And I like the terminology cost-effective manner. We're replacing a fire station, police station that's from 1993. I mean, because they didn't come to us until just recently. I mean, it's amazing how long they dealt with something that really didn't, they made it work.
Yeah.
But they were so good at being cost-effective. And finally, you know, they realized they needed that.
You gotta build something
Yeah.
new at some point, yeah.
I know.
Right, but cost effective really resonates with you as a priority.
Yeah, I just think it's important.
I mean, as I look at it, there are keywords here, enhancing the lives of citizens. That means, as much as I absolutely validate what you're saying, Commissioner Chang, about like, hey, let's at least maintain. But what we're also saying, we don't just want status quo, we want to enhance in all broad swath of ways the lives of citizens by delivering quality services, you know, not just run the mill stuff, but really quality services in a cost effective manner. Anything else we want to add or change to the mission statement for this year? All right, we can move forward into the details. Let's take turns reading. I love that you volunteered for that, Commissioner Cohen. Thank you. Will someone read out loud for us the safe communities, the title, and then those three, the objectives there?
Protect the community through planning, preparedness, and delivery of coordinated services. Provide safe and secure communities through coordinated public service and crisis management services. Reduce crime and recidivism through prevention, intervention, supervision, and enforcement. Collaborate with partners to prepare for and respond to emergencies, natural hazards, and disasters.
Take a minute and just let this sit with you. What resonates, and is there anything missing? That's a really good way to approach these kinds of things. What resonates, and is there anything missing?
I think one of the special things about Deschutes County is the collaboration and starting that third sentence with that. You know, people always say that our county really collaborates incredibly well, especially in emergencies. And, you know, I can remember when the Coast Highway was stopped for like 6 hours and they were, you know, nobody was like saying, hey, everybody needs to go south. But I don't think that would ever happen here. I think they would pick it up really fast. Because everyone realized.
Collaborative really resonates with you as true.
Yeah,
Who we are
no,
now.
I do see it.
Anything else that jumps out as, hey, this is really true, let's definitely keep this part.
Just a high level vision, I mean, this is safe communities, and words are being used are very, kind of very specific. But this is, public safety and parole and probation and juvenile justice and emergency management and all those wonderful things that happen there. Safe communities, this is the concept that your government, we're here for, keeping the peace, that concept, I guess, is the other part of this.
Well, the word recidivism, we had a horrible problem happen a couple of years ago. Somebody was attacked on Christmas Day. She died in January. The man was only kept in jail for a couple of days. He had a gigantic rap sheet and he got let out. And then he murdered 2 more people. And then, of course, they could say that he had murdered, or he had made the injury such that a first woman died. So, I mean, this is, please, yes, we need to reduce it. Reducing crime. And if someone has a really bad rap sheet, they really shouldn't be out, in my humble opinion.
Are there things in other safe communities that somehow seem dissonant to you, that kind of rub you the wrong way? And again, we're not here to pick apart every word, and we're not here to just say, I don't like that, but is there something that is really, oh, that doesn't work, we gotta change that?
Well, I think the stabilization center fits into this through crisis management services, how it works with public safety. It's right there. It's right there. The campus is there. It's, it truly is part of what we do in Deschutes County.
Anything that doesn't work in this section?
So, I mean, the words kind of hang together, that's when I read this, it does just kind of work for that sake. I think there are some other things coming. That section, it kind of hangs together.
I'll say this as someone, I'm an organizational consultant, that's what I do. I read over this, 2 weeks ago when they sent it to me, and I thought, this is pretty good. I mean, props to you guys. I'm not saying we have to find changeable things in here. I just want to open the floor. We do. Right, candidly, this is pretty darn good as is. So don't worry if you're like, I think it's fine. It probably is. It's probably great.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of the things that I try to make sure we're doing is recognizing the work of every single department of the county somewhere in these goals and objectives. And this slice, it covers parole and probation and the DA's office and behavioral health, to a good degree, and when you get to natural hazards and disasters, and emergencies, we got the mayor, emergency manager, we got people like Ed who are working every day to protect people who are coming from wildfire. So it's the work of many of our departments is captured in here. That's kind of what I'm looking for, and so I like that we cover so many of our functions within this.
I think that's one perspective definitely to take on this sheet is, could any employee of the county read this sheet and identify who they are in here somewhere, identify where their piece is, and if not, we need to, add something to it. Anything before we move on from safe communities, they need to add or change it?
I don't know if there's, I really like it, and I really like just 3 bullet points. The only thing I'm just reflecting on just for a moment there, I don't know if you have any thoughts about this, is community justice. And they're thinking a lot about making sure that also their work in community justice is victim-centered, is relationship-centered. They strive to identify and restore the harm that crime does to individuals. And I don't know that there's anything that changes in here. I just was also just trying to think about it through their lens. But not that I have any changes, I just wanted to reflect on some of their recent thoughts.
Well, and if there's a terminology that's evolving through community justice, I'd be open to that. I wouldn't know where to say that it should be different from these words, but I understand what you're saying. I mean, this is a different time. This is, I was gonna say, I mean, if drugs aren't illegal anymore and we've got different things going on, I mean, that's just a reference, right? I'm not trying to be legal. But things are different all of a sudden, so if there's different terminology.
I'd be happy to talk to Dee, I mean, she just got hired as the department head, so I'm sure she'll have some thoughts on this. And she's somebody who thinks carefully about stuff like
And
this.
that's fine, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it could be as simple as, if you look at that heading, safety communities, protect the community through planning, preparedness, delivery of coordinated, relationship-centered services. If you're wanting something that focuses on, hey, we're trying to look at people as real humans, it could be a whole entire bullet point, or it could be an adjective that we're putting in there that just says, hey, this is one of our values and our priorities is, individually focused or, relationship oriented or something like that. You bring out a great point.
And just, I'm tracking as you have your conversation, which departments have developed measures under which objectives, and the bulk of community justice's performance measures fall under that second objective. So if we were going to, obviously, any updates would be welcome, but that second bullet, that second objective is where 90% of their performance measures fall.
And so it'd be great to know from them whether, words like, prevent, reduce recidivism, intervention and supervision, whether that is like capturing the essence of what they're doing.
And even tagging on to the end of it through like to not have to reinvent the wheel, but can we update it so that it's more accurate? Healthy people enhance, I'm not gonna read it, Commissioner Chang, would you read please?
Healthy people enhance and protect the health and well-being of communities and their residents. Support and advance the health and safety of Deschutes County's residents. Promote well-being through behavioral health and community support programs. Help to sustain natural resources and air and water quality in balance with other community needs. Continue to support COVID-19 pandemic crisis response and community health recovery.
A year ago, we were hoping to pick that one out this year.
Yeah.
I think we can.
Just leave that in until it needs to go away. Take a minute to sit with this one. And let's start again with what resonates, what do you find to be true, deeply resonant about who we are?
I'm having trouble jumping up to the really high level because I'm thinking about that last bullet. But, about the COVID-19 pandemic crisis response. I think it would be neat to weave into that bullet kind of what we've learned and how we'll be better prepared for a pandemic the next one. So I mean, kind of maybe we're not ready to take that bullet out, but we can start to phase it from, wrapping COVID up and, preparing and being more resilient in the future.
Proactive readiness.
Yeah, because we have learned a tremendous amount about how we were inadequately prepared and lacked certain kinds of capacity at the beginning of this pandemic, which hopefully we won't be caught in this flat-footed in the same way, when the next global pandemic comes.
So perhaps a note for the future is considering how might we update that fourth bullet point to remind ourselves that maybe, even a year from now, let's hope that we're not still having a bullet point that references COVID-19 specifically, but more of a, commitment to proactive implementation about public health emergencies, moving forward.
What about making it a goal to take out the word COVID-19 there, and refer to pandemic, refer to response and community health and readiness, so I'm just thinking, hopefully 2022, we won't be talking about it at the end of this, next, because we're talking 6 months from now too. For the beginning of the next fiscal year. So it's just an idea, just taking COVID-19 out specifically.
We can generalize it to just, being ready for public health crises.
Yeah, well, and then managing as it's happening.
And managing the recovery, which I love that you guys have that in here as a real goal, like, hey, we're all acknowledging that while the pandemic hopefully will fade within the next couple of months, the recovery is a multi-year commitment.
Well, and even just say, continue to support pandemic crisis response. So I'd like to get rid of the word, be cool, that's all I'm thinking.
I could definitely take that word out.
Okay.
But it is true, the next,
We're all sitting here with mass made in China stuff.
the next
Have we
public
really
health,
accomplished much? I mean, truly. Isn't that sad?
the next
You would think
public
we
health
did
crisis
by now.
may not be a pandemic.
Right.
It might be,
Well, also, we hear from public health that because of the focus on the pandemic, that other things are increasing, like the our STIs.
Suicide rate.
And all that other stuff.
Well, the
people
suicide,
not
don't
getting
forget the
it,
5,000
like
surgeries
disease,
that haven't been done.
cancer. I mean, it's just, it is.
So we just drop it, facing it as public health crises, when bigger crises, anybody, whether it's
Yeah, so-
pandemic or.
Because we would say, crisis response or pandemic response, I'm just thinking we could shorten that and then expand just public health.
Yeah, I mean, there are other things that you could actually call epidemics that aren't pandemics. I mean, like opioid crisis, like substance use disorders is actually an epidemic across the nation. And so, yeah, I mean, to be able to use a little bit more broad language, just say that as certain kinds of health problems like mushroom, we're prepared to respond and prepared to recover. Like generalizing.
Right, it would be like a proactive preparedness and response to public health crises, in general. Mhm.
Okay, why don't staff can take some time to,
Just that little.
Yeah, that's the part I'm really glad for trying to do right.
I
But
know.
it sounds like you guys are in agreement, like, hey, let's spin this away from specifically COVID-19 to how are we gonna be proactive in general about any public health epidemic crisis,
Well,
whatever.
I think the crises that are coming are going to be overwhelming for people. That, all the things that have been postponed and repostponed, and it's gonna be a mess. And the kid's not in school, and it's gonna be really hard on a lot of people.
Sounds like we're all on the same page about revamping that one, so staff, you'll submit some changes to the commissioners, correct?
Yes, please, thank
And the
you.
other three bullets kind of hang together well, really very, a lot of content that could be hung underneath that for goals and objectives of this.
What else here in helping people, anything else that you wanna articulate is awesome? Or anything that really, you think, man, that doesn't make sense, or that, we need to update that.
Most of our numbers for Deschutes County are actually better than Crook and Jefferson. But the one thing that we do have in our society is obesity. And not that I see that in this room so much, but it is, it's out there. And so anyway, something to worry about, because it's like at the top, and then you've got your diabetic problems, and then you've got your knee surgeries, because you have to, everything that obesity comes from. And the country's projected to be, in another 8 years, 60% obese. When you look at pictures from the 1970s, think how thin they all looked, I mean, it's amazing.
Or you wanted to name that?
No, but I just think it's a really big issue that, I think we need to just make this as important as possible. I'm, not using the word obesity, but just, this is really important. Health, good health, not just health, but maybe good health or maximum health,
I mean, this says support and advance the health and safety of Deschutes County residents. Talks about community support programs. I mean, I could see obesity prevention being considered. We could. I feel like obesity is covered to some degree by those, but if there's other language that you feel needs to be in there to address that more specifically, then.
Instead of saying the health, you could say advance good health. I don't know. they're always trying to change, people that are pre-diabetic, we always have these programs that are always trying to help people so that they can make better decisions.
Thoughts on that?
I think so.
I mean, if it weren't two changes, that's fine with me, but nothing really jumps out
I
to me.
mean, if we're saying support and advance good health, I think good health is implied, right? I don't know. I would say we have to add good health, good, the word good in there,
But Commissioner Derrick, you feel passionate
Well, no,
about my career,
I'm just-
everybody's
no.
okay with
Over
that.
half the people that have died of COVID have died and they're obese, at least half, and nobody wants to talk about it. They don't want to do fat shaming. And yet, I'm on the health council and 2 years ago, nobody was bringing it up. They had all this other stuff on the wall and I'm going, guys, you need to have obesity up there first because there's all these problems that are right underneath it. And if people, can't make that decision, just, oh my gosh, either I need to exercise more or I need to eat less or both or whatever. Anyway, I just think it's, it's fat shaming.
We're just doing.
Well, I don't want to say obesity, I just think that health, it's truly, it's an issue. We have a lot of things in here.
And one of the ways to get at things like nutrition and exercise, regular exercise would be to talk about healthy lifestyles. So like we could say we're promoting well-being and healthy lifestyles or something like that.
Yeah, I like that.
That's exactly where I was going, because I was thinking about recreational.
Make it positive.
I was thinking about what the board has recently done in the department or the or TRT, either the recreational assets or the local food systems or things of that nature. So something along those lines is exactly what I was.
Maybe that second bullet point where we just promote well-being and healthy lifestyles through behavioral health and community support program.
Yeah, that flows.
Wonderful. Somebody taking notes on that? Awesome. See all the computers.
The one other thing that's, I'm not sure whether we need to add anything to address this, but which I wanna just put my finger on is the idea of equity. Because we have learned through the pandemic that we have health disparities. And so it could be as easy as in a couple of these places saying all Deschutes County residents, instead of just saying Deschutes County's residents. I mean, I don't feel like we actually need to put the word equity in here, but to emphasize that we're not leaving anybody behind when we're taking care of some residents, everyone. So that's, and maybe just saying the health and safety of Deschutes County's residents is enough. But if you threw the word all in there, I think there's kind of gives additional attention to making sure that nobody's left behind.
You could consider putting that in your mission statement, enhancing the lives of all citizens. Or you could consider enhancing the lives of citizens by delivering equitable, quality services. And then that would kind of be your umbrella at the top, knowing that is then applied in all of the goals and objectives. Or you could consider inserting it into specific goals or objectives. Thoughts from others?
It works in that first bullet point pretty well, that's fine with me, so, I mean, it's a good idea, that is just up that little bit more welcoming, it's like, okay, everyone involved. And I mean, on the flip side, that's what we do anyways, so I mean, yes for saying it, but I think that's the culture of our organization.
Staff, do you want to take that one and run with it, or do we need more discussion on that, the equity? Anything else on healthy people? Moving on, Nick, would you read the economic vitality?
Sure, economic vitality, promote policies and actions that sustain and stimulate economic vitality. Support affordable and transitional housing options for vulnerable populations through availability of lands, project planning, and appropriate regulation. Administer land use policies that promote livability and economic opportunity. Maintain a safe, efficient, and economically sustainable transportation system. partner with organizations and manage county assets to attract business development, tourism, and recreation, support regional economic recovery from the COVID pandemic.
And I feel like this is where our housing conversation, would go. Do you guys want to have that at the beginning of this economic vitality conversation, or do you want to address all the other bullet points? And is there anything we want to change, land use, county assets, et cetera, and then come back to the housing conversation?
Well, so as I read this, I think of, that trajectory like I was referring to, post Great Recession. There was a point in time where we're like, man, we've just got to get some anchor jobs and economic activity so we can stabilize our economy so people can afford their homes, so there was just a point in time where that was the job. My point is, maybe this bullet changes and there's still four, economic vitality, maybe that's not even the terminology right now. All the bullets underneath it kind of work. And they can be changed possibly, but yeah, maybe right there, it said economic vitality, we roll up one or two of those statements or, the concepts and make a title for it. Because we all talk about transitional housing, livability, land use, it's interesting right there.
And what a crazy world where I don't ever remember in my life where we didn't have people working. People are quitting.
Yeah.
People are not working. The young man that runs a gas station is like, oh my God, what a nightmare. People are not working. So this is definitely an unusual circumstance that, how do we, so many of our businesses are so short-staffed. And you think, well, does the county, we have all these nurses in our health department. Do we say, hey, do we really say to some of them, maybe you should work at the hospital? They are so short. And that's, I don't know. It's just such an unusual time, and how to address it and make people aware that we are aware of what they're dealing with. And we're sympathetic, and we're actually trying to get
You're
out.
working for them.
Yeah.
How can we convey that message in this section?
Workforce is really major. It's a major and growing concern for our regional economy. And we have actually talked about a number of things today that promote the availability of workforce, childcare, housing, apprenticeship programs, vocational training. And so I'm wondering whether the efforts we make to create the conditions to have a robust workforce are adequately captured here, or whether there's something else we should be saying, and whether we picture ourselves continuing to have that kind of focus. Like we are, as we were making those childcare investments, I care about that because I'm a dad, and I experienced challenges with finding childcare for my kid when he was small. But I think that is an ARPA funding investment priority for us right now, because this is an enabling factor for us to grow our workforce so that our economy can function. So I'll just put that out there.
What do you think about using that section as, put the word housing up there or something, or maybe just calling it housing or something? Those would be the bullet points, or were you thinking of something else?
And are you saying, Commissioner Bone, that you're not suggesting that we keep economic vitality and do a fifth point as housing? You're saying scratch the title economic vitality, keep us with only 4, goals. But one of you're talking about, can we rename economic vitality to something more appropriate? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, tell us, help us follow where your brain is going. As you look at these bullet points below it, what seems a more accurate, title? Just throw some words out, we can all kind of play around with them.
Well, yeah, I haven't worked through this too much, but now I'm thinking that, maybe it is something about the, regulations as provided by your government. So I mean, obviously this is gonna be black and white words, but the concept is, what do we do here? So when I used to look at this, it was, what can we do to help, plant seeds and fertilize around the community for this economic activity? And now it's, what can we do to help people tip up some walls and put a roof up? I mean, it is very different.
Do you want it just because either definition could stay on the concept of economic vitality. We're trying to help small businesses stay in business and find workers, that's still economic vitality, absolutely. You can define it however you want.
Is there a different word besides vitality?
That's
Vitality,
yeah.
yeah, vitality seems like, everything's just going, that
It's
truly, it's like, economic, survival. Are we gonna be able to, there's a lot of people that are really having a hard time though, really, especially small businesses.
I mean, it's a very weird world because, yeah, there are a lot of businesses who are looking for employees right now, but I mean, there are so many indicators. Unemployment is at, is back to pre-pandemic levels, which are extremely low. Business startups are booming in the state of Oregon, including here. Property values are good. I mean, there are a lot of economic indicators that would suggest everything's actually pretty darn good right now. Transient room tax revenue is up. Meanwhile, we do have we have businesses and public agencies looking for workforce. We've got inflation making everyone feel really anxious. We have housing costs, which I think pose a real threat to our local economy. We have a lack of childcare, so it's kind of, in some ways the economy is doing pretty well, and we should embrace it. EDCO was just talking about how their recruitments in the last year and a half, they're just knocking it out of the park in terms of bringing more businesses here. But and we're seeing the nature of employment in our community change. There's so many more people who are working remotely, and our need to chase physical manufacturing plants is maybe lower because of that. But that also really changes who's living here, which is also there's a lot of I don't look at our economy right now in a very, very dark light. But there's things that we should be concerned about, and there's things that we should feel pretty good about and feel take some comfort in these and have some confidence in the future of our community because of it. So that'll just go to circle back to the words that we're thinking about to replace vitality. I think vitality is a terrible word. I think survival is casting things in a more bleak light than we need to be.
Commissioner Barry, to answer your question, we've got synonyms for vitality: strength, thriving, endurance, resilience. Those are words we could consider. Economic strength,
I like resilience.
Resilience.
It's a really nice.
Especially for this year, I'm not sure.
Because we've got all those cross sections. Well, I know people that are it's costing $30 more to fill up their tank, and those things all add up if you have to fill up a couple times a month and you don't have that kind of an income. So I like resilience because it just seems to, it's, for the positive people, but for the people that are struggling, resilience, yes.
Yeah. And I encourage you guys, resilience may not be a word that you continue to use 2 or 3 years from now. You may not be in that state. That's why I love that you revisit these every year. resilience might be the word for economic, adjective for this coming year. What other thoughts on this or other synonym, I like endurance, thriving, what else was it? Those kinds of things, strength, vitality.
I mean, one of the nice things about using the word resilience is it recognizes how much work has been done to diversify our local economy in the last decade, which is, part of what makes it resilient. I mean, it's just like, okay, we've got, economy downturns, or during the Great Recession, the economy downturn, education went gangbusters. So okay, out of the park enrollment at COCC. I mean, there were things that were, because we were diversified, because we weren't a one-trick pony, we weren't crushed by the Great Recession. I mean, the Great Recession was horrible for construction, home building, and those things, but there was other things going on in the economy. So that's
Well,
why
real estate
I
prices
like,
totally crashed, because that's how we bought our place.
Well, I want to be mindful of our time as well and not get us mired in, spending
Okay.
half hour on one word. Staff, perhaps you could circle back with, some proposals surrounding, economic resilience. I do want to allow you guys time, especially for this concept of, are we creating a fifth goal of surrounding housing specifically? Or is that still going to be nested under economic vitality, resilience, what have you? Let's have some discussion, maybe some decisions specific to that, and then we'll keep things moving forward.
As I say, economic vitality as one of the 4 bullet points of the high level goals could change. So I'm still very much open to that. As I read that sentence, economic vitality, promote policies and actions that sustain and stimulate, and then we repeat economic vitality. Maybe that's stimulate resiliency or economic resiliency. So maybe we can have some fun with that. Support affordable and transitional housing options for vulnerable populations. Maybe we need to remove vulnerable populations, because it's anybody and everybody right now.
Right.
So and it did look a little different just a few years ago.
I think that first bullet point could be words set to apply to everyone.
Just one second. I was just playing with that, those words, just one very high level. Support actions to increase housing supply and eliminate houselessness.
Right, increase the housing supply and not about, everyone, and eliminate houselessness. That's
a big goal, but
maybe it's, or we don't want to kind of put houselessness into our goals. We could say something like reduce housing insecurity.
Right, and if you would throw that in, how would your bullet point read, something instead of houselessness, but it was reduce housing insecurity?
Because housing insecurity captures the unhoused and all the people who are teetering on the brink of homelessness right now.
Well, and who's, the next generation trying to get into a house is the next thing we worry about. I mean, the minimum wage job or even a decent paying job and the cost of down payment and mortgage are still disconnected.
They are.
So anyway.
So maybe,
How would you if you did that?
well, just maybe to capture, within what the group that you just mentioned, there's a lot of people who aren't coming here right now, basically, and so and I wouldn't call those housing insecure. They are people who are literally not coming here because it is a lousy place to try to find a reasonable place to live.
Well, to support actions to increase housing supply and eliminate housing insecurity.
Or address housing
Yeah,
insecurity.
which is very, it's clear, it's open, it's for everybody, that's for sure.
I see whether we can over.
Oh, we can work on
She
it.
always has good language.
No, I think Eric and I are both finessing and track changes, so we can learn
I mean, would it be terrible to say, promote actions to increase housing supply and affordability?
Well, I think we got down to it through availability of lands. The Deschutes County can offer a lot of record, you know, I mean, that's kind of as far as we can go, is, you know, what can the county? We're probably not gonna hire a builder and a contractor to build a house, so, you know, we did use availability of lands last time, kind of for that purpose, you know, because then somebody builds a house on the land that's approved to build a house on.
But I mean, we do have a role through, I mean, we talked about, you know, Peter mentioned those two UGB expansions that are on the horizon. I mean, we're not the lead. And, you know, to go to the terminology that Commissioner Dobo used, we're also not the authority, right? The state is the authority. We're not the lead, we're not the authority. Whereas we can play an active supporting role in making those UGB expansions move. And so, you know, we're a team player. We're a valuable source of technical expertise and assistance and you know, analysis, planning, and all sorts of stuff like that. So
hopefully political, which
which is part of the, I mean, so through our support role in UGB expansion processes, we are affecting availability. So I mean, it's not just like, you know, the properties that Christie's managing for us.
Oh, yeah, I was referring to, I think the terminology was, you know, housing. It's like, well, we don't really do housing, we do the land, the house goes in, that's all I was saying.
Customer service extraordinary, that's what we do. And help people get through the plan. You hear about people that go through the county and how much faster it is than the city. And we have to maintain that reputation.
Anything else in this bullet points there that currently it says economic vitality, we may change the title, but it sounds like we've moved on, we've wordsmithed the housing bullet point. Objectives, any, all those other ones, we're talking about land use, anything else you want to change in those ones there?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the resilience, I know we already have safe communities and that becomes the goal. But as I just kind of look at resilience, there is also just the resilient communities. And so we could try to think about that as being a goal with both the economic piece and the housing piece. Could be and the land use piece could be kind of the pillars of a resilient, and I don't know if resilient communities is the right terminology for the goal.
Right, thriving communities, you know, and for this third one, then.
I'm just trying to think about if we're going to keep the number one, right, what ties it together?
Right. Are you thinking, are you talking about resilient communities in relation to safety issues?
Yeah, good question, because it does, and often I was just thinking we already have communities with safe communities, and often we do think about resilience in terms of natural hazards and safety. And I was just trying to think about, is there something that captures both housing and economic development? But I also don't want to confuse it with what is traditionally thought as resilience.
Oh, here you go. I was wondering how we.
Anyway, we can work on the goal. We can.
So the last bullet wasn't shown.
Oh, sorry about that.
Service delivery, return to read.
Moving on from economic
Well,
vitality.
support regional economic recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, is that where you would keep it like that, or where we would think on that? That's what I'm saying.
You could put that word resilience in, you could simply say support regional economic resilience, period.
Well, I mean, as I say, this is a transition time, yeah, so I mean, we could, this is it, this is gonna be a different place, people are bringing their capital here, different kinds of businesses are being started. People are able to work from home, you know, the trigger of 2 years ago before the pandemic means we're all using video calls, so I mean, the world is a different place. So yeah, recovery from COVID pandemic is probably different now, it's more like along for the ride as the economy evolves, or, you know, something like that.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the stuff we're talking about that people are saying like, oh, you know, we're recovering from the pandemic. The workforce shortage we're facing right now is in part related to the exodus of the baby boomers from the labor market. And that is not, I mean, the pandemic interacted with that, you know, maybe push some people out a little bit quicker, but that's not just about the pandemic and just about recovering from the pandemic. It's learning to function in a world where one of your biggest generations, in your population pyramid is now needing services, but not working. And so, so I mean, that goes back to kind of why I actually really like the idea of, that term resiliency, because it implies that, whatever challenges are being thrown your way, you are prepared to absorb, seek the opportunity within and respond to.
Any other thoughts here on this section before we move to service delivery?
Well, so that, for that bullet, I want to say something for that. Support.
I mean, so if we kind of weave resiliency into the title of this goal and into some of the other bullets, I don't think we need that.
That's fine, that's possible.
Commissioner Dare, thoughts? Just want to make sure you get a voice.
Yeah, the last line is really, doesn't seem to be needed. I take that.
I think we should really capture with the resiliency, what Commissioner Dare was talking about earlier, of kind of combining how to create this robust workforce, robust local workforce, so that kind of broadly also captures childcare, these other pieces, because that is going to be important for us to be resilient.
Yeah, I mean, so maybe workforce should be explicitly mentioned somewhere in these bullets.
It seems to be the number.
Workforce or regions workforce?
We're all in it together.
I would say regional, proactive investment in regional workforce development, or,
That's state, that's school, that's the state, there's a lot of.
But things like childcare and housing, I mean, those are things that we have a role in, which, I mean, frankly, those are some of the key bottlenecks on our workforce. I mean, you talk to, Damon Runberg or what's Josh's last name? Josh Lehner, and they'll say like, okay, what were the two biggest threats to our economy before the pandemic? Housing costs and lack of childcare. What are the two of the biggest threats to our economy coming out of the pandemic? Housing costs, and childcare. I mean, so these are, they are, they're fundamental issues to our economic resilience.
I'll remind our time. Any closing thoughts on that before we move on to the service delivery piece?
I just wanted to go back to the idea of whether we're splitting out housing or lumping it in here. I think that housing is an economic issue, but it's also an issue in and of itself. And whether it's a big enough issue in and of itself to have its own goal, I don't know, but there's a lot of reasons why housing supply is important. Besides economic vitality, and there's a lot of things that are important to our economic vitality besides housing.
How about we come up with a few options to bring back, one that maybe blends it, and then one that might show you a couple of different options here.
Love it.
And it's interesting because, this is the goal and objectives of Deschutes County, the services we provide for everybody. So, what are there bullet points that our staff can work on, or are they just statements? Which is, we'll see.
Performance measures that tie to our housing bullets, so just as we think about if we broaden and expand that, how many department inputs might we have into a broader goal that stands alone is also something we think about as staff.
Thank you. Sounds like you're gonna do some good legwork and bring some templates.
It's been done a few times now.
Love it. Let's move on to the service delivery piece. What resonates, what do you love, is there anything that you want to kind of wordsmith or change? Right, Eric or Whitney, what do you want to?
Do you have an ask?
I started off.
He started us, yeah.
You read the first one, or second one? Or first, you read the first one.
I just, he did that.
Besides, you read Safe Communities. Oh,
He did.
I did the business.
Okay.
I got the short one.
He was a good reader. too.
Eric, you agree, you want to go for it?
And this one, I remember years ago, when we had it, and it was partly to capture the internal service departments, because they don't do some of these other things, but they provide important functions that help support the departments that provide the other services.
This is really like we have 94 total measures this year and 39 of them are in service delivery. So this is where you see the bulk of, it's hard for us to be trying to select who presents to on this because the bulk of our performance measures fall into this.
Service delivery provides solutions that is cost effective and efficient. Ensure quality service delivery through the use of innovative technology and systems. Support and promote Deschutes County customer service every time standards. Promote community participation and engagement with county government. That's it.
Wow, phase two, go on.
Preserve, expand, and enhance capital assets to ensure sufficient space for operational needs. Maintain strong fiscal practices to support short and long-term county needs. The last one, provide collaborative internal support for county operations.
Thoughts on this section?
Yeah, I think immediately on the first bullet point, something like ensure quality service delivery through the use of innovative technology and systems and through effective retention and recruitment.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Something like that.
Right, for this year, you
No
were
retirements.
lobbying to address the recruitment and retention issue.
Something like that. I'm just trying to tie the staffing issues to the quality services that we're.
Well, it's so overwhelming. I mean, it's in all departments. It's
I think this is the right place to address our workforce.
Could it be its own bullet point? I mean, maybe you don't want more than that, but it sounds like a hefty enough issue for you guys that maybe it deserves, not its own goal, but just a bullet point below service delivery.
I think it's worthy of its own goal.
Other thoughts?
It's a very universal fact right now, everywhere, so, I don't know, I don't mind having it connected with that person's. I mean, everyone is dealing with this, truly.
So a bullet point to addressing workforce retention and.
I could see integrating it with the last bullet point too. Yep. You know, support for county operations. You know, through more than just collaborative internal support, but
Staffing levels or something, yeah, something like that.
you know, workforce recruitment and retention initiatives, or I don't know.
It's definitely impactful. Like Christy, I thought today looked really pretty, but she did look really tired too. And so I was thinking like, oh my gosh, you know, she's got a lot.
We're working her too hard.
Yeah, we are working her really hard and we don't want to lose her. She's only been with us a couple of years, right? So she knows the territory now. She knows all our properties, 672 of them or whatever it is. Yeah. So how
So
does
staff, perhaps could you come up with wordsmithing either within some of these existing bullet points or break it out as its own bullet point, but really addressing this issue of retention and recruitment in the workforce?
yeah,
And basically the county, you know, addressing that. Anything else on these currently existing bullet points that we want to change or refine for service delivery?
the community participation, I think that's one of the things that we truly have maintained all during COVID. And however we could make that sound wonderful, because we really have tried to keep our community engaged. You know, it does seem that because we had our meetings in person, I mean, we were all, properly spaced and everything, but still, the fact that we were in person, and then when people could come in, they actually did come in, and I really think it's made a difference. The community feels like they can connect with us.
And having, converting all of our meetings to, live streams, that we've done things to make county government, make the board of commissioners much more accessible.
And in Spanish too.
It's beyond the board of commissioners. I mean, all of our departments have such a customer or constituent orientation and openness. And in some ways, I think that my hang up on this bullet, and I was going to talk about the same bullet, is that the word promote is just kind of like weak and dry. I mean, we are inviting, we are welcoming community engagement, participation, let's use a stronger word than
Actively, engage, actively encourage community participation, engagement. What other words could work?
Continue to enhance community participation.
Yes, that's what we've done. We truly have.
Welcome,
We've
that's
kept-
kind of what I was thinking.
We've added, and we tried to do this, how do we get to decide to speak to people, what, all the things that we've tried to do.
Continue to proactively encourage.
I do really like the word welcome. I mean, it just seems much more perfect.
Because that's what people needed. Oh, I'm allowed to go there in person. I've had multiple people say that. I'm like, yeah, please join us. Wear a mask. And not everybody did, but most people did.
And I really like what you word enhance, because I was thinking about expanding, but I think enhance is better, because we're just gonna continue to improve. It's great what we're doing now. I think this next year, we're gonna start getting out into the community more. We're gonna, especially as we have a comprehensive plan, I think, the board, the planning commission, are meeting with the community and out and out.
But not in this room. But not in this room.
Yeah, not in this room, maybe the next room.
Well, and that highlights what Commissioner Adair was saying of that word enhance would acknowledge we've already been doing a bunch, and how do we go further that?
I mean, so you can say something like welcome and continually enhance.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm impressed with y'all. End of the day, you're still being creative with your wordsmith. Great job.
I like the word welcome, but also another word that, because welcome seems like we want it, but then we're not coming out and getting it. So like welcome, or some other word that shows the active, trying to get people to engage and welcome.
You could say actively welcome and encourage, community participation and engagement with county, or,
seeking.
Yeah, exactly.
recruit.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of words you guys.
Yeah, so get up.
Make it sound really good, because it's something that we have really lived and breathed for the last almost 2 years.
Yeah.
Truly.
Actively, proactively.
And it was all because the building department's always been so nice. So they set a good example for the rest of us.
Well, we're at 4:45. Let's take just 1 or 2 minutes for any final thoughts here on goals and objectives. Then we're gonna close up. If staff will do a little shout out of just any major action points that, we all need to be aware of who's doing what and what we expect. And then we'll wrap up and get you on the road. Final closing thoughts about goals and objectives.
Still have one, the fourth bullet in this one. Preserve, expand, and enhance capital assets to ensure sufficient space for operational needs. State that the places where our people work and provide services, I'm looking for more than just sufficient space. I mean, we need to provide places where you can provide excellent service, where, that meet workers' needs. And sufficient space sounds like that's a very minimal threshold. So I'm wondering if we could just kind of come up with better language about the excellent places for providing services that we are creating.
Yeah, I think that's a really good one, yeah, and this is also just how the workplace is changing. We can tweak that, we can just think about that.
Yeah, and then you start to wonder about the remote work thing. and that's-
I wasn't gonna
Makes
go there.
it super complicated.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Any other closing thoughts there on closing objective?
Are we gonna keep it economic vitality, or what are we expecting to see Forest go, I guess is my thought, and then even if the word changes, words change.
He said he would do two scenarios.
Options, okay.
It's gonna bring you a buffet.
Yeah.
Of all these options, and you can work your way through the menu. Well,
I do love resilience, so
Let's transition, if Whitney, Eric, Nick, maybe if you guys could just kind of collaboratively let us know, were there any specific action point takeaways for each commissioner? You know, that we want to make sure people are aware of, were there just, I always like to close a long meeting like this with, hey, who's doing what? And was there anything specific that we all need to remember and keep on our radars?
My view, we each have 8 different meetings of those, what we'll do is kind of consolidate for staff, follow up. Good staff work with, that the commissioners have, any follow up, we'll bring them
Perfect.
materials over the next couple of weeks.
Wonderful, I love it.
Yeah, that's really the key is for us to consolidate and bring back the options for the board to make those final decisions soon, because we're gonna turn the corner into our budget process immediately. Okay? So this really informs that process.
Wonderful, so that is the action point to say, the three of you staff, you're gonna package everything and bring it to the commissioner saying, hey, here's a synopsis of everything we discussed and the decision that needs to be made. Is that accurate? Wonderful.
And also for me, it helps like as interim health services director, hear the discussion about the opioids and fentanyl, and as I work with the health staff, on putting together the budget and even the add the additional services packages, that gives you some framework on what topics the board may want to see in those requests.
Absolutely. Well, I guess that brings a great point for Eric, Nick, and Whitney. Are there any clarifications you need to ask the board for at this point? You know, anything as you take away your massive to-do lists at this point, is there any last, questions you need to lob at them to make sure you have clarity for what you are then, gonna go package to bring to them? Open season for that.
I don't have anything.
You guys have been clear, good job.
Our offices are all down the same hall, so it's gonna be clear.
But I feel like the three of you are hard to pin down.
Yeah.
I'm feeling it's rare for all these people to be, right here for all day. So we should maximize that. The final thing on the agenda, it says approve the draft goals and objectives, which is, I'm assuming we're not actually doing that this moment, that will come later. And then it just says closing remarks, so I'm gonna say, hey, it's 4:50, let's take 5 minutes to take a deep breath and say some closing words to each other. I mean, to say thanks, to say I appreciate what you brought today, to offer any closing thoughts, that let's just open that up for a moment. Commissioner, Kane, would you like to
Can I
start?
just ask one more, like, what's gonna happen next question?
Sure.
Before we go there. So I threw out some new initiative ideas this morning, and I'm not quite sure how we choose to move forward with those or not at this point. Like the defensible space, the bereaved disposal stuff, I got to line out Ed and Jed on what information I'd like to see. So I know that's going to move forward, but for example, this park campground idea, I put that out there. I'm not 100% sure whether I can continue to, whether I should spend my very limited time to continue to explore that or not at this moment. And if that needs to come to the board in a more formal way, I want to understand that, or whether, I sort of have a little bit of a green light to go figure out what a feasibility study looks like, then I'd like to know that.
Well, this is my first experience with a full board retreat. So my suggestion is we prepare our notes, we make sure we have to-dos for you, and we bring that all back to you in a follow-up to the retreat. So we have the revised options for the goals and objectives, and then we'll bring back what we heard from each of you, and I think, Mr. Chen, you may have had a couple more than the other commissioners that we heard, but we would bring those back and ask, are those priorities that we want to begin to consider for next year? And if so, that then informs, for example, our budget decisions with facilities or work plans as we work with departments, as the departments then decide and determine how they're going to implement the goals and objectives. That's the direction we provide to them based on the outcome of the board retreat. So it sounds like they're still in their step. Eric, you've done this many years.
Yeah, I think that's a good approach, is we bring back the draft goals and objectives, and then a separate discussion is initiatives, and really staff will look to the board to say, are there 2 or 3 commissioners that want us to do X or Y, and if so, what does that look like? For example, if there's support on exploring the campground idea, then
I say yes. There you go, support. Moving on.
then we can work with departments on what does that look like next year's budget, so do we plan, or do we budget for a feasibility study, do we carve out some staff time to go and meet with Parks and Rec, and the state parks?
I don't know if you remember though, Catherine Cottle had been looking at parkland. Remember the county designated parkland quite a while ago, maybe in the 90s, and there's, I believe, 40 acres down in Redmond by Klein Falls. And she is like, Patty, I want that to be made into a park. I really want that to be made into a park. So if we come up with a park, we may have people, and I know Dave had some.
I talked to Catherine about doing this one first.
Well,
This-
she had talked about this with me in 2019 though. I mean, this was something that was really on her list. And she's like, why did you guys designate it as a park if you're not ever gonna follow through? So.
No, but I'm just saying, in the last couple of months after she sent us that email, I spoke with her about properties on the list. I told her about my interest in this one, in some ways being like a pilot for, figuring out how to take these park designated properties and convert them into actual parks. And she got it. She was with me.
So it sounds like Commissioner Chang answered your question. What Eric and Nick were kind of articulating is today, part of today was commissioners to state some of your ideas, goals, objectives, initiatives. Nothing's going to be decided on that right now. The staff will kind of bring back the package of, hey, here's some of the things you said, and then you guys get to decide which initiatives are we moving. So correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, to specifically answer your question. It sounds like right now, you stated some of your initiatives. Don't do anything quite yet about any of them, because they're gonna bring some stuff back to us and then we'll decide, are we actually doing anything about these? Is that accurate, staff?
Yeah, what we'll do is one separate list of initiatives, and then we'll see, we'll count to 2 or 3, and if there's 2 or 3 votes to do something, then we can also come back and say, okay, what does that look like? Here are the options of doing a campground.
So I say, don't do anything yet, put the clutch in for just a second, and then the vote will then direction about everyone's initiative ideas. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Great. Take a deep breath, friends. You made a long day, a good day, a very full and substantive day where you get to connect with each other, drive forward some budget priorities, connect with staff, members of the public. That's a good day. Eat some good food. Be in a beautiful place. Take a minute to think about, gosh, what who do you want to say thank you to, and let's do that, and then we'll head out. Closing remarks and just a little bit
I
of
would like to
thanks.
thank the 3 commissioners. I've been in local government for 27 years, and probably clearly the last 2 have been the most difficult from a staff's perspective. And watching what each of you have gone through just as elected official, and just the input from the community and some negativity, and I just want to thank you all 3 for serving, because the last 2 years have been probably the most difficult as local elected officials and what I've seen in my career.
So I'm gonna be coasting the rest of my term.
You started hard, not something that gets easier. Thank you for that, Eric. Thank you.
No, it was so nice to walk in this morning and see that everyone was like frantically trying to figure out how to isn't it amazing? No, but it did work out okay, I believe. So hopefully we have enough notes. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your hard work on all the technical stuff with me. I mean, that you put in a ton of effort on that all day long. Really, thank you for that.
So, and one of the points I think of is managing growth is it's just better than managing a shrinking community or society. You know, I mean, you know, and that's when you put it in the big picture like that, you're like, okay, you know, it's energizing to think, okay, this is hard work and we've got lots of very diverse opinions, but it's because it's growing. You know, I just think of a few miles from where I grew up, and it wasn't there when it was all happening. I mean, downtown Detroit, Michigan imploded on itself, and the school system and things were shrinking, and houses, neighbor blocks were burning, and nobody was coming. The water was not there, and all that. So I have that as a reference point in my life, the fact that this is a growing area. It's a positive area. It's people want to be here. And yes, we do get some very strong opinions on both sides of each issue we touch. But yeah, what an honor to do.
Just to add on that, I always look at it as, I'd much rather be in a community where the issue is we're having to redraw school district or school boundaries because of adding schools, not we have to redraw instead of closing schools.
Yeah, see that same concept, yeah.
Yeah, I really want to thank the commissioners for your respect for staff and for our entire team across the county. Your support, your understanding of the recruitment and retention issues that we're grappling with the space needs, because those are directly related to your charge to me, which is to implement your goals and objectives throughout the county, and it happens with our team and our staff. So to make that connection between the services, the quality of the services, the efficiency of the services, everything about those and our team is absolutely critical, and you make that connection, and that's critical to me and for our team to hear you share your perspectives all day today and at board meetings on a regular basis. I'm just so grateful. So thank you very much.
I'd like to thank everyone for a really good day. You know, we had really high level discussions in the morning. We drilled down on some things in a substantive way in the afternoon, and that was me to pay attention all the entire day. I needed to have like a quality stuff to actually keep my attention in. And we delivered that today, so thank you for that and for all of the setup that went into making a day like this happen. And I'm really looking forward to what we do on all of the important initiatives and projects that we talked about.
Well, thanks for sticking with us, Sharon and Morgan and David. It probably was tough.
Oh, they're not there anymore.
Yeah, well, they're there for a while.
Let's see them. Let's see them.
Well, then I would close us by saying thanks to each of you just for your focus today. You guys have been champions. This is a long day. You've been engaged, you've been focused, you've had good conversation that was robust and respectful, but that was, you know, professional and passionate all at the same time. And I want to say, as a resident of Deschutes County and as one of your constituents, I am so heartened to see that, oh, the people in charge really deeply care about what they're doing, you know, and that you're listening and you're here. So thank you. I think we can officially call things to a close at 5 o'clock on the dot. On the dot. So
4 seconds to spare.
all right.
Like the downtown sisters traffic trying to get out of there.
Perfect. Well, feel free to collect your stuff. The day is officially over. I look forward to running into each of you, whether that's I work with several different departments in the county, so whether that's on a county level or whether I just see you on the street sometime, I look forward to running into you and to the next time that we're able to have a conversation. So have a lovely evening, and good news, somebody else is cleaning up the room. All you have to do is take your personal stuff and go. You are welcome. You're welcome. Absolutely, it's my honor. All of your next.